정도면은 밸류가 다 나온 거라고 볼 수 있겠고요. 진입하는 거.
와, 이거
여기를
진짜
뚫어내는 거.
공복인데요.
자, 근데
다 피했어요?
자, 이러면은 진영이 양쪽으로 갈리기 때문에 로마투 선수도 포지셔닝이 굉장히 중요해졌습니다.
자, NCNB의 진입각 중요하거든요. 자, 크게 돕니다.
그렇죠.
크게 돕니다.
와,
와,
근데
근데 원서클의
원서클이
포킹이
견제가 말이 안 되게 강합니다, 지금.
자리 잡은 셀링.
서론 싸움 그 자체입니다.
마이의 HP가 순식간에 반 이하로 빠지고 이어서 카테아까지 들어옵니다.
자,
시간이 점점 빠지고 있는데요.
NCB 선수가 크게 도는 것마저도 체크가 됐거든요.
이러면요, 실격!
결단을 해야 되는데 와 블링크 빠졌고요. 그럼
자,
자리를 잡았으니까 아디나를
이제
이용해서
아디나를 이용해서
아디나가 해줘야 돼요.
자, NCBC가 9초 남은 상태에서 들어옵니다. 8초.
헬릭스 이미 블링크가 빠졌어요.
아, 근데 이러니까 블라스터 웨이버로 밀어요.
아, 이거 진짜 계속 괴롭힘을 당하고
자,
있는데
파란색 들어간 카티하거든요. 어떻게 막을 수 있나요?
헬리우가
헬리우가
너무 좋습니다.
체크메이트 만들어내는 FN 최종 세 번째 라운드 최종 생존자가 됩니다. 이쪽은 카티아 그리고 자, 펠릭스입니다. 바보 11호 그리고 체크메이트가 교환 이어서 KW 들어가고 분노의 폭발.
그럼 저기에다가
아, 근데
리오 쪽에 연계가 되나요?
연계가 좀 늦었거든요. 그래서
펄이 살아가고 펄이
벽돌차
살아가고
막아주고 벨저스가 막아주고
자, 이어서
자, 같이 달리면서 이게 벨버즈죠. 이 등으로 막아주잖아요.
우리한테 못
시나요?
간다.
자, 그런데 이제 아델라 부활했습니다. 다시 2대 6도에서
자, 여기서 근데
끊어줬어요.
더 여기서 이득을 볼 수도 있겠는데요.
와, 이거 지금 벨저스의
철.
유키 활용이 진짜 장난 아닌데요.
자, 철 올라옵니다. 이러면 다시 한 번 더 들어가면
그래서.
내면서 KW 살아가고요.
아, 잡을 수 있나요? 교환이라도
카드!
카드
팀이 결국에는 모두를 잡아냅니다. 일단 두 번째.
그래도 빠져나갔고요.
자, 이쪽은 경기를 그리고 오토함즈 샤르컨 빠진 상태에서 다시 한번 들어오고 있는
자,
오토함즈입니다.
로컨 선수가 딜링을 해줄 수 있는 상황이 된다면 달라지겠는데, 이러면 조금 멀거든요.
자,
제로진.
맞았거든요. 두 번째 맞았거든요. 그래도 다시 한번 포킹 시도하면서 먼저
와,
맞았어요.
저 체력으로. 구도가 완전히 달라지는데요. 이 과감함.
와, 이걸 안쪽으로 퍼온.
결국 계속 교전이 났을 때 언제 사고가 많이 나갈 때 이렇게 시야적인 부분들.
자, 순식간에
보이스 지원.
와, 깔끔하게 터뜨렸고요.
아니, 이거 살려낸 지 얼마나 됐다고.
압박만 넣어주고 있고요.
덧붙이려고 했던 결국에는 나가야 되고 교전하다가 다른 지역으로 이동할 때가 위험한 건데. 자,
오토함 지금 선택한 거예요.
거리 일단 안 주고 있거든요, 오토함즈가.
네. 이거를 잡아내야만 한다거든요.
자, 로컨 포지션 중요하고요. 에어본
막혔어.
뛰어서
와, 터뜨렸어.
딜러가 먼저 하니까.
그렇죠. 로컨 시도.
자, 그리고
아크버스.
스킬이 다 빠지고
로컨.
나서 풀타임 조금만 더
로컨.
돌릴 시간을 벌었어요.
모호.
얼티메이트.
자, 이거 시네마.
트라버스트가.
그리고 로컨.
이거
로컨!
결국
마무리가 되는데요.
결국 탱커한테 많은 데미지 딜링을 넣었던
자, 그리고
상황이 안
여기
좋았고요.
세이버가 FN 세종을
오? 이거. 단한데 혹시 정사 필중 한번
저뭐
나왔나? 없어요. 정사 필중 없어요. 자, 모릅니다. 아직까지. 자, 지금 세이버 많은 생각이 들고 있어요.
근데 이미 들어온지도 모를 수도 있어요.
그렇죠. 자, 근데 이거 까마귀.
까마귀.
자, 근데 그쪽 사람 안 보여요. 안 보여요.
이제 뭐야? 들어가자.
그런데 자,
돌격하라.
삼질 들어갔어요. 이러면
자, 교환
상황에서.
그렇죠. 자, 펠릭스와 해지 교환됐습니다.
근데 이게 벨저 선수가 뒤에서 만져주면요, 국가 선수가 들어올 수밖에 없거든요.
그런데
그래서
그러면 리오한테 맞아야 돼요.
그렇죠. 이구도
커리.
리오한테 맞아야
거죠.
돼요.
자.
더블 제대로 걸었습니다. 세이버.
팩부터 마무리. 화무 11호. 이러면요. 2대1이거든요.
아르텔 힘들어지는데요. 풍과의 슈퍼 캐리가 나와야 되겠는데요.
트라이데스 백스.
보여주시나요?
스킬
짱
너무
해제.
침착하게 피해주면서
자, 그래도.
압박 넣고 있는 커리.
전체가
그래도.
전체가
잠깐만. 혹시 모른다라는 생각이 잠깐 들긴 하는데. 잠깐만요. 트라이데스 비껴나고.
일단 터졌고요.
거리에 붉은 폭풍이 도는 게 중요하거든요.
예.
붉은만 돌아준다면
예.
아디안 상대로 거리 싸움을 할 수 있기 때문에
근데 시간이
거리가 해줄 수 있을 것 같습니다.
자, 재고 있는데요.
자, 붉은 왔죠?
예. 자,
이러면 누가 못 들어와요.
이러면
그렇죠.
아디나
사거리가
마무리하고
길거든요.
다시 한번 터미네이트 만들어내는 세이버.
근데 자리 잡은 이 네이트를 뚫어내야 된다.
그렇죠.
헤이지거든요. 헤이지가 요즘 메타에서 사실 초중반이 약하기 때문에 잘 안 나오는 그런 경향이 보이는데
근데 카메라가
체크하는
오?
절묘합니다.
맞습니다. 일단 봤다는 게 중요한 거고요.
근데 이 카메라 EMP로 지우고 크게 될 수도 있고요.
그래서 결국 포킹을 잘 때려주고 상대가 들어왔을 때 와이어 앞으로
자,
깔고
자, 이거
원딜
블링크로
때려야
빨아들이면서
그렇죠, 그렇죠.
본질 싸움 하는 거죠.
자, 거리 제로지
자,
파워!
진호가
서로 늑대 냄새! 늑대 냄새!
자,
익스클래시브! 네 번째 라운드 체크메이트를 만들어냈던 건 지난 내셔널리그 결승에서 우승을 차지했던 여기 이네이트입니다.
이제는
오!
경기 네이트.
자, 이거 앞라인
보나요?
때리면서 뒷라인까지 타격해줬던 제노진 선수의 궁극기 타격.
자, 이게
오히려,
큰 게요.
오히려.
터미네이트 되면은
또 날아가는 사태 선수의 깔끔한 플레이.
그렇습니다. 자, 그리고 오토함주와 자, 인사이터.
자, 근데 연하 선수 쪽 잡아낼 수 있나 로컨? 잡았는데요.
먼저 나딘 잡아내고 이어서 2기까지 잡아내는 오토 암지가 이번 라운드 네, 6번째 킬을 만들어냅니다.
진짜 앞라인 항상 느끼시는 건데 보통 이때 타이밍까지 거의 8팀이거든요.
오, 절단
자,
순식간에 태격
근데
반피기하로
결국 마커스도 못 잡았고
네.
더 지속됐을 때 애매할 수 있습니다. 조심해야 돼요.
아까의 창고의 교전을 생각하게 될 수밖에 없는
자,
상황.
체크메이트 떨어지면서 태격
자,
잡아내는
이러면
인사이터.
로컨 잡아낼 수만 있다면.
네.
핑퐁이 됐고요. 프로모션 또 핑 장전 됐고요.
그렇습니다. 시코.
자, 앞무빙으로 오히려.
와, 근데 오히려.
시네마. 자, 그런데 여기서 잡히면 오토함즈 터미네이트니까 조심해야 되거든요.
그렇죠.
일단 위쪽으로 빠집니다. 자, 오토함즈를 상대해야 하는 인사이터. 이게 쉽지 않은 상대긴 하지만요.
네,
발판을 봐야 합니다.
파이터의 전진 스킬이 다 있긴 한데. 자, 한번 주는 태경은.
그래도 유스나기 때문에 이런 거 그냥 콤보 넣으면 이렇게 아스트라 버스트로 막아낼 생각으로
자, 그리고
앞에서 때려주고 딜러라인 다 망가뜨렸어요.
아니,
오토함즈.
이러면요 잡아내고 터미네이트 만드는 오토 암즈가 현재 10번째 킬로 가장 많은 킬 포인트를 가져가고 있습니다.
이거
성당이
세이버
6팀 모이겠는데요.
너무 많아요.
앞에 타는데요.
그리고 결국 이렇게까지 흘러갔을 때 중요한 건 사거리거든요.
네.
사거리. 그리고 상황을
자,
어떻게
제이지가
이용하느냐.
들어가기 전에 선 연계가 들어갔고요.
정말 칼 타이밍의 강도까지 밀어줬고요. 근데 여기서 과몰입하면 어렵거든요.
그렇죠.
무조건 그냥 선 잘 지키면서 때리기만 해서 밀어내야 됩니다.
자, 이 밀어내는 가운데 태균의 궁극기 피해냈고요. 근데 안쪽으로 파고든 시네마.
갑자기
옆에
경남 스타트
아,
등장. 자, 이러면 FPS 좀 많이 위험합니다. 굉장히 위험합니다. 이제 잡아내고 마지막 로마틱까지
와,
정리하는 건 그렇지.
클러치.
예, 자 클러치 했으니까 살아가야죠. 페나.
자, 그럼 오른쪽 교전.
세이버.
자,
왼쪽에 지금 페나 선수 있습니다. 병원이요. 자, 더블 기어틴. 자, EMP로 지워내고 다시 한번 갑자기 페나가 들어와서.
뒤에서 페나가
들어와서.
와 제대로.
무슨 페나.
그런데 킬은 카르텔이 먹은 것 같은데요?
그렇죠.
페나야 고마워. 그리고 오른쪽 얼티메이트가 경기 이네입니다.
자, 먼저 잡아냈지만 결국엔 1대1 교환됐고요.
자, 그럼
계속
시간이
과거
없죠.
시간이
11호.
넘어갔네요.
자, 먼저 NCB가 잡혔습니다. 자, 이러면요.
국가 선수가
카르텔.
시간이
자,
밟아야 돼요.
불가
네.
마무리가 되면서 세이와 다시 한 번 더
잡을 만한 싸움 되거든요. 붉은 폭풍이 있는 타이밍에만 또 이제 리오가 위를 정하기 때문에
네.
그런 부분.
자, 벨저드로 미니스 다시 한번 아스트 버스
자,
유스나.
오히려 뒷라인에 깔아주면서 근데 이러면은 결국 상대 원딜
싫어.
라인들이
와.
프리딜러요.
안라인을
세이버.
먼저 터뜨렸습니다. 그러면 세이버
정상필중
이제부터는 천천히
그렇죠.
가도 되거든요.
그냥 체력 채우고 2대3 교전하면 변수 없다를 정확하게 알고 있습니다.
자, 체크 포인트 위로 올라간 팀들이 우수수 생기고 있습니다.
오토함즈도 사실 지금 14킬이지만 14킬 2등만 해도 많은 점수를 가져가는 거잖아요.
많은 점수 정도가 아니라 여기서 2등으로 마무리를 해도 체크 포인트입니다.
자, 이러면 세이버도 가는 것 같고요.
예.
1등으로 간다면. 자, 근데 우탐즈 두 선수가 2대3을 이겨낸 적이 있거든요. 보여주나요? 아, 근데
하지만
질렀죠. 붉은
혜진이라는
리오가.
존재가 그리고 또 강한 변속을 들었기 때문에 저렇게 원딜들이 이동을 한다고 하더라도
네.
잡아내면서
체크메이트 만들어 냈습니다. 세이버. 이번 라운드에도 이렇게 매 라운드 체크메이트 찍는 팀이 바뀌었죠.
스파클 쪽에서 가져갈 것 같고요. 창고 쪽은 팀의 교전입니다.
네, 운석주석 카르텔 그리고 세이버 강한 결석 쓰고 들어오는데요. 자, 사태는 5대전 명왕진 그리고 자, 과무 11호까지 사용해준 세이버입니다.
네, 오른쪽에서
선수가.
NCMB 선수가 커리
오발!
근데 그런 것도
이렇게
있지만
세이버를
문과 선수가 너무 잘 흘렸어요.
네, 자, 이동 못하고 나갔기 때문에 힐스는 살지만 자, 결국에는 카르텔이
센터 포인트가 아닌 팀들 같은 경우에는 임시한 선수들 가야
방금 좋았는데요.
거의 순식간에 3대 터트리고
그런데 와 이게
방금 페나 선수의 콤보 보셨어요.
화력 차이와 그
자, 또 자,
아니,
제이지를
속도로.
쫓아가서 스칼렛 아니요 리오부터 찾아 차라리 리오 잡자. 이쪽에 현상부터 많이 주니까
네.
굉장히 많습니다. 벨죠.
자 무조건 살아야 돼요.
맞습니다. 자, 스파이럴로 쫓아가고 있는
체크
지원군.
포인트 중 한 팀이거든요.
네, 6킬을 놔줄까요?
자,
근데 팀이 너무 많아요.
너무 많아요. 자, 그러면
너무 많아요.
인사이더가
인사이더가.
과연
이거
놔줄까요?
잡겠다거든요.
자, 인사이더 다섯 번째 킬.
세이버가 무너집니다.
자,
때문에 최대한 강한 모습을 계속해서 보여줘야 되는데 그걸 실패한 세이버가 다음 라운드로 가네요.
자, 이어서 말리프 쳐내고 시커 쪽으로 들어가는 카르텔.
이거 나뉘었는데 병 선수는 내줘야 될 것 같은데요.
자, 살아가나요 병. 볼링크까지 썼습니다만 한 번 더 가드.
잘 따라가고 있는데
살아가나요
네,
병.
계속 말씀드리지만
살아야
이렇게
합니다.
쫓아가는 과정에서 결국에 다른 팀한테 들키거든요.
와, 어디서든 변수가 생길 수 있는 팀원수입니다.
진짜 신중하게
네.
다들 행동하고 있습니다.
그렇습니다. 사실은 지금은 체크포인트 팀이 우선 순위이기 때문에 얼티메이트는 여기서 별 것 같거든요.
네.
자, 그래서 들어가는
옆으로 들어가는 엘레나.
자,
로
닉네맥스.
들어갔고요.
이거 로컨
근데
선수가 강도까지
와,
깔끔하게
이거는-
아스트라 버스트까지
자,
들어갔습니다.
지원군
초합니다.
잡아내고 자, 알토는 빠지지만 어쨌든 오토함즈는 3연패 가능하고요. 자, 실망 앞으로 가서 견제.
진짜
견제.
강도의 활용. 사실 지워프 선수가 너무 깔끔하게 진입해서
이 터지고 있습니다.
너무 많은데요.
이거
너무 많은데요.
페이즈 누가 봐도 경기 이네이트인데
네, 불안해지고 있습니다.
자, 하나 둘씩 병원으로 모이고 있는 가운데
저 마운 카메라 걸리면 안 되거든요.
예.
자, 또 있나요? 뭐 수직 발사대 또 있나요?
자, 그래서 병원에 있는 걸 건드리기엔 근데 너무 위험하지 않을까요?
자, 그래서 가운데 살짝 꼈습니다. 인사이드는 변이 막 병이네들.
결국
밀어내야 돼, 밀어내야 되는데.
근데 결국 밀어내지
아,
않으면
근데-
가운데에 끼어서 터져요.
그렇습니다. 그렇습니다.
FN 세종이 냄새를 맡았어요. 이 냄새는
병이네 뜨구나.
많이 겪어봤던 냄새다.
이네이트가
고양이 향기. 체크포인트에 오신 걸
순식간에.
환영합니다.
자,
네.
그래서요 이제는 단 한 가지 가능성만 남겨놓고 있는 가운데 어쨌든 병원에 지금 세 팀 있고요. 자, 병나 스파클, 인사이드 그리고 FN 세종입니다.
자,
와!
사이에 꼈어요. 좁은
이러면-
지역에서 셀린과 아델라의 콤보 연계들 때문에 경남 스파클이 오토함즈는요?
오토함즈.
오토함즈는요?
안 돼!
수 있나요?
오토함즈가
카르텔이 해줘야
직면할
될
수
텐데요.
있나요?
자, 태규 아자야 못 이기고.
넘어가진 않았고
자,
이미
근데
시네마 선수
시네마
체력이
포켓몬. 네.
자, 얼티메이시 자신의 손으로 변수를 제거하면서 오토함즈를 궁지로 몰아넣습니다.
네,
자, 그리고 왼쪽
이러면
교전. 왼쪽 교전 중요합니다. 로마틱이 계속 도와내고 있거든요. 무빙.
오토함즈 마무리!
로마틱.
마무리.
자, 이거 확정적으로 우리 한 판 더 한다 완성됐고요.
물론
또 밀어내고 또 본인들이 그 잘하는
Ladies, gentlemen, welcome and welcome back. It's been a few weeks. It's definitely a few weeks. For me, it feels like it hasn't been a time at any time at all because I love Eternal Return Masters, and that's what you are here for. Welcome back, everybody, to the Season 7 Eternal Return Masters. We are here for day 1 of phase number 1. We'll talk about the format in a second, but you guys are here for my name. I am still here. I still exist. I'm still in the base. And over to my right, of course, we got the man, the myth, the legend, Superior is back. How are you doing?
Yo, I am doing fantastic, Shuvi. That was a really good animation. I'm very excited, and yeah, it's good to see the production quality going up again. And I'm just here for some good Eternal Return.
Yeah, it's gonna be fun. I have seen so many changes throughout to the entirety of the shift from season 6 to season 7 that I feel like we're gonna see so much from these teams. It's gonna be a fiesta. You and I know that off the bat. If you guys know what
Yeah.
happened during season 7, you know we are going to be witnessing a fiesta and a half.
Especially for the 3 days for this weekend, just because we are going to be playing on a previous patch. So I'm a little worried we're actually going to be losing our voice for today because there's going to be a lot of team fighting going on. But let's just go over the overview for those guys who aren't familiar, who who've maybe never come out for an Eternal Return competitive day. And you can see the schedule on the left side there. We got group stage A, B. That is going to be today. It's going to be Friday at 6 a.m. So remember, tomorrow for Saturday and for Sunday, it will be 2 hours earlier.
Indeed. Make sure you guys keep track of the time. Keep track of the time. It's because we're doing it on Friday that over on the KR side of things,
Yeah.
players and everybody else have ample enough time to sure they can make it. It's starting from tomorrow as well as Sunday. We will be starting 2 hours earlier. That's going 4 a.m. Eastern time, so make sure you guys keep track of that, all right? But aside from that, point matrix over onto the right side, it shifted from the new season, but don't think about it too much because that will be changing very soon. We'll talk about it in just a moment. Let's take a look at what we're actually going to be seeing for phase number 1 and phase number 2 as well, right? You guys were here last season, then it'll be very similar where we have the group stages very far on the left side. We're watching 2 of those today, 2 of those tomorrow, and from that we'll determine which teams are going to get sent to which knockout stage depending on the placement of how well they did in each of the stages. Once we get to the knockout stages, same stuff as last season. We're knockout stages being played. 4 teams move on from there. 4 teams will drop out. Same thing. No biggie. If you guys are new this season, look at this and you're like, what am I looking at? Don't you worry. Every single day for each day of the phase, we'll go over which part of this entire mess, like this entire conglomerate.
Yeah, it's basically left side, you play in a group stage, you get a placement, and then depending on your placement, you fall somewhere in between the ladder here. And the worse you do in the group stage, the more your games you're going to have to play to crawl your way back up into the finals.
For sure. It's going to be a long ride for some of these games, but we've seen some of these guys do it in the past where you start from knockout stage 1 and go either very close to the start, I'll still include that, or go all the way to the end. Let's see what ends up happening. I am so excited for all of these storylines that are going to be happening. Here it is, ladies and gentlemen, the group standings. I have talked about this so much with people that I know. I think Super this season the biggest shifts when it comes to the rosters for almost every single team that you and I know of. If I'm going to be honest with you, it's going to be a lot of things that we need to know, but I know there's a lot of teams that were made. I know a lot of teams lost members. I know a lot of teams got new members. I know a lot of teams switched members. Like, it's a mess. It is so many changes.
New teams as well, looks like, for the phase 1 here. A lot of new names, but a lot of names we already know. But yeah, just a lot of roster changes all around.
Exactly. It's going to be a lot of things and that we need to mention, but it's going to be. I'm going to do it a little bit slowly, right? We're going to eat you guys into. Some people were asking about, hey, I think FNSejong is going to be changing up their roster. Oh yeah, they are. Yeah, they are.
Oh yeah,
and they actually talked about it on
Twitter.
Twitter.
End up changing it. It's not going to be the Nana anymore. It's going to be
Bum.
I think it was Bum, yeah, who did end up swapping because I think the Nana ended up, I think, retiring, right? If I'm not mistaken.
Yep. He doing his real life stuff now, right? Which I respect. I completely respect, but I'm gonna miss him. Nana was definitely a mainstay in the Eternal Return community. We'll all miss him, but it is time for a new generation of FNs. I say that it's one new person, but it's gonna be a definite different look for FNSejong, and that's gonna be the same for a lot of different other teams around as well. We had a couple of additions starting to join on in sponsor teams as well, which is not something that we've seen a hefty minute, right, for you and I. So I think this season a very unique experience. Even watched Tournament Return Masters in the past, it's definitely a lot more different than what we've seen in the past, where some team members around and some teams have changed 1 to 2 members. No, this season teams exploded and teams born again. So guys, this is gonna be a really, really fun season. I'm super excited for Eternal Return Masters.
Yeah, Bum's got some big shoes to fill, but if there's anyone who can do it, I'm sure it is going to be the man himself. But yeah, I'm very excited for today because new season means a new meta. A lot of different characters, right? Got adjusted around. Maybe we're gonna see what augments these teams are running, what tactical skills. Maybe we'll see the protocol again from last season, or maybe we'll see the Soul Stealer shift. It always goes usually back and forth between those two, but it looks like we're actually just gonna jump straight into it for you guys. Let's see what these teams are gonna come up with, because remember, we are playing on the previous patch, so that means day 2 deaths. If your team gets wiped on day 2, you're still not out of the game yet. And I've personally played in a tournament on the previous patch, and I'm just gonna say there is a lot of team fighting that is going to be happening. So because I think the meta is just gonna be you just run at teams, you just get kills because there's no risk in dying. So
Exactly. Guys, once again, as Super mentioned, we're playing on the previous patch, right? That's going to change, though, from next week. I did get notice that apparently we will be playing on the new patch next week. So that means 1ㅅ is going to be coming through the whole day 1 night 1, I should say, just for clarification, for the revive system phase number 1 is going to be implemented next week. We'll talk about that when we get there. Let's just focus on what we have for this week, because we have the character selections that are going through the debut of Bum on FN Sejong. He is going to be starting out his game number 1 with that team on the Mai.
Yeah, another thing as well is we do have a new ban system for ERM, which is if a character is picked more than 3 times for their whole lobby, then they'll be banned for the increasingly amount of games for how many extra the character has been picked. So if a character has been picked 4 times, then the character will be banned for 3 games instead of 2 games, like usuals. But I don't think we have any 4 pickers here, so just gonna be that my ban.
Yeah, from the looks of it, I'm gonna just make sure. I think you got the numbers wrong there. I think if it's 4 picks, then it should be 2 games, not 3, because originally, there you go.
Just one.
Just wanted to make sure we get the numbers right here, because I'm like,
not an extra game.
Whoa,
it's just one extra game. Yeah, it's just 1 extra game per extra character picked more than 3, right? So
exactly. All right, ladies and gentlemen, and with that out of the way, I'm ready to get started into the game. What about you, Super?
Yeah, I'm a little worried we might lose our voices here. There's gonna be a lot of team fighting, I think, for the first 2 days, because yeah, you just want a team fight like as much as possible. Kills matter so much, I think, on the previous patch, right? Because 1 kill still worth 1 point, right? It's not like they changed how that system works. So you just want to fight as much as you can while you can, without having the risk of dying.
Indeed. Guys, it's going to be a lot faster too. Remember, in Season 7, they reduced the amount of time crafting for some of these earlier items. And we are going to start seeing action extremely fast, folks. So make sure you guys are getting ready, because we are already seeing people getting chunked down to nearly half of their HP. And we're seeing people even die on top of it. There we go. Pungwa going to be starting out us with the season. An early kill for the Adina. A good chunk of items. A 2-Zerno that a lot of people who are familiar with the pathing is going to know about. It's going to be the same casual one, and they're going to pick up an early kill for themselves. So first blood of the season going into the hands of Akatsuki. That is a team that, man, a friend of mine has been making for a while, man. This guy, I swear, Hojun has been talking about this team so much. He literally, I want to give a little bit of lore, but I'm going to hold off on that just for right now. Maybe I'll talk about it after this game, but there's some lore behind why this team is called Akatsuki.
I'm kind of curious too, because like I'm personally a it looks like I'm actually gonna get the knock up there, but it looks like it is going to be Team Specialist gonna be able to get Green Apple, and they're gonna be able to score a kill. And on the top side though, FN Sejong gonna be able to find, it looks looks like it is going to be the Kadia from Team Young Cybers there. And Leon teleporting on in, you know, why not? Just gonna get some early game team fighting, and both these teams actually go in. A great stun there from the IRAM. Are they gonna be able to get the Haze? The Haze is gonna blink away, actually gonna be able to dodge that one out there. We're not gonna try looking for someone, and it's done by Narahara. Here comes the respawn back in, and there's just gonna be team fighting on again and again. It's gonna be Whale's gonna be completely wiped, and they're gonna get the extra respawn timer, but it's still early game. They're all still level 7. They're gonna be back up very shortly.
Yeah, that is true, but I think Fauna is going to be the first victim of that, right? Because in the end, if you die early, you're still going to get the same death timer as all of your other teammates. That's not exactly the most fun. There's a fight happening. It's a 2v2 inside a school. Unfortunately, it's going to be FN Sejong falling down pretty early as one circle will go down, and the laser, it is not going to be enough, unfortunately. Yeah, 0-3CU going to get taken down. Bum will be able to trade at least one, but that still does end up taking down one circle as well as Bum. They did hit the level 8 benchmark as well. It's going to be extended death timers for those two. That means, unfortunately, the Bernice on their side going to have to stay alive for just a little bit longer on their end. Do still expect them to spawn elsewhere, never mind. They're all going to spawn on top of each other. I guess their strategy has changed in comparison to last season.
Yeah, I mean, you just want to look for those early game B plates, right? And then you slowly start spreading around to get some farm as well. I definitely don't want to not get farm, because, you know, you are going to fall behind the rest of the lobby pretty fast, just because, you know, it is ERM. So, you know, all these teams should be really good in terms of their macro play here. And looks like Slasher maybe gonna try to look for an angle, TP on him from the IRM, and we get anything here. And great great poke there from Anonymous. Green Apple already jumped down to half HP. Mark is actually gonna jump on in, and Green Apple not gonna be able to hit anyone, and they're just gonna focus him down there. There goes Green Apple. Great stun there on the Fauna, and Fauna's gonna fall very shortly as well. Oh wait, Fauna's actually gonna be able to kill Nizuka there. It's gonna go on in. X-Boy gonna get locked up, and I think he is gonna fall very shortly there. Here comes the knock up from Fauna's gonna connect. There is a dash, and yes, there goes X-Boy. And a great 2 kills there coming out from Wales. Yeah, it's going to be a couple of teams starting to catch back up from some of these earlier deaths. Whereas on the flip side, unfortunately, Checheon Cybers, what the heck is that? Okay. Wow, interesting name. Is there even a city name, or did they just name the? I can't even tell anymore. But we are going to have yet another team taking the full die, right? And then at this point, because of the fact that it's a little bit later on into the game, their death timers are pretty long. I'm not going to lie to you. These death timers will start stacking up. Yes, you do not leave the game until day number 3 officially, but you're still going to fall behind. I love the way that you put it. So here we go. Fight over objectives going to be starting out. The Meteorite is the one that's contested between Team Akatsuki versus Team Specialist. On the southern side, Akatsuki is going to be pushed away. Green Apple, yeah, looking to aggress on it a little bit, but the rest of his team just not around. He's split farming at this point, does end up stealing away the wolves, which could be pretty valuable, as we just saw Cecilia picking up a transition. Arda coming in, Anonymous missing out on the dice combo. He doesn't want to get a little bit too feisty with it, because yep, the rest of his team wasn't there, and as soon as they are, he's gonna jump right back on in. Sardabi's also gonna fall down on top of it. The Mai going down, Pungwa on the side, trying to split, maybe get a little bit more of the aggression that he wants to see against Specialists. You know these teams are looking for kills right now. Unfortunately, the sell from Rapper Apple just nowhere to be seen there, and here comes the engage. Oh, looks like it is gonna be Team Specialist gonna just slowly back away. They're taking so much poke damage, but poke damage back from Team Specialist. They're all chunked down to half HP. There comes the sell ult. Is going to chunk the enemies of Team Specialist all the way down to half as well, and looks like it's just gonna go back and forth. The X-Boy actually gonna take the White Lily on in, and I think we'll get caught there. Great sidestep from X-Boy, but I don't think. Oh, wait a second. It is going to be Nizuka gonna try turning onto one circle. One circle gonna use the energy blast field, and gonna just gonna able to kill Nizuka there, as the members of Team Slash just decided that's it wasn't worth it to go back in there. I'm really liking the calls from that team so far. Bum, you saw exactly as soon as he understood that the Piola was already caught out, he turned his back, right? Doesn't need to chase a Fiora that's probably going to have repose backup trying to get themselves away. No need to do that. There's a Piola right behind you. Might as well pick up the free point while you're at it and keep your damage dealer alive. It seems like for the most part, Bum is already acclimating pretty well into the team roster of FN Sejong, which is exactly what we want
want to see. Objective
Oh.
contest, that is a beautiful burger flip coming through from the Marcus, but straight into a Priya.
Damn.
E8 is in a whole heap of trouble. Is that Irem going to get taken down? Not just yet, but unfortunately the Marcus just not tanky enough to withstand all three of them. He will get taken down. That means we should see Arirang fighters managing to pick up the alpha up against Team Yangju Whales. It's a great start for a team composition like that. You got the Tazia, the Priya, and the Charlotte, all eggs in one basket.
Yeah, great double burger flip there, but yeah, it's just not enough. Just no damage, or all the damage was just sustained back up from the Priya and the Charlotte heals and shields there. Great pull there coming out from the Scylla. There comes ultimate from the Haze, gonna keep Leon alive, but now that they don't have the hard ultimate there, I think Team Specialist can maybe look for an angle there. Team Classy can look for an angle. Another great pull there coming up from the Scylla. Great poke down. Oh, JCP unfortunately getting caught there by the Haze, and that's gonna be Scylla gonna fall as well. It's gonna be Team Specialist gonna be able to pick up a nice 2 kills from Team Akatsuki.
Yeah, it's a mess. It's something that you and I expected at this point, but it is an absolute fiesta between you and I here, Super. You knew it was coming. I knew it was coming.
I played on Dispatch, so I know like what's going down here for these teams. They know, I know, they just like, you just team fight.
Yeah, we all knew, right? Like, I'm sure a lot of people in chat have also been playing the new season, and if you played the last patch as well, you know exactly what the thought behind is for all these teams, right? Even if the point matrix gives a lot more priority, especially in comparison to last season, right? 12 whole points for that first place. There's a reason why that change ended up coming through, and yes, it is going to get cut down a little bit in the next patch, or I should say when we start playing on the next patch, because the entire idea of the day 2 and night 2 changes. But still, the idea is still there. These teams want to pick up as many kills as possible in the earlier stages. Yes, it is free, but for the teams that end up losing, you are going to lose a lot of pacing in the later stages of the game. That's still not going to change.
Yeah, you definitely don't want to wipe, but you know, getting 1 or 2 kills and then wiping is totally fine. I think usually you're okay with getting like a couple points here and there, right? So it's not the end of the world, but obviously if you do end up wiping, you're gonna fall pretty far behind, right? Especially a night 2 death or a day 2 death, because you just want time up to like 20, 25, 30 seconds.
Yeah, it is absolutely filthy. But you guys saw the scene transition. You guys saw the screen going. That means it's phase number 2. We do not have automatic reses anymore. If any teams start wiping from now on, that is a permanent death for the remainder of game number 1. But automatic reses just mean that you can start spending credits to get the reses back. Pungwa is going to get thrown back all the way. Blink's already been invested, and look at the health bars on the side of Team Akatsuki. They're getting taken very low. Finally, we'll be able to clean up JCP. That's a 1-for-0 in favor of Team Yangju Whales. Despite the shaky start at the beginning of the game, it seems like they're managing to hold on. The front line of just the Fiora, who I don't even think is running two-handed sword. I couldn't check that correctly. It's just not going to be enough to withstand all the damage. A lot of damage over onto Tushimena as well. There's the Priya jumping in. There is just not enough damage to cut through all the shielding onto this Tazia. Holy moly. 2 members down from Tetsun Cybers.
It's just way too much there, and yeah, Tetsun Cybers, they tried. They had a really good Justine ult, but just completely just got negated by the Charlotte heal win there, so a little unfortunate for Team Tetsun Cybers there. And, looks like they are completely caught out here, aside of Team Rabbit Apple. The Scylla was able to move as well with their bull, but oh my god, oh no, wait a second. The team does end up getting a nice bullseye there. Gonna try getting up, but not gonna be enough. No, here comes the third party. It is going to be Fighter's gonna be able to get a member of Team Specialist there. That was a really good luck from the Nadine from Rabbit Apple, but unfortunately did end up paying the price for it. They will end up losing a member, but it's only going to be 1, so it's not going to be the end of the world. Team Specialist is though going to lose 2.
Yeah, personally, I'm really okay with this from Team Rabbit Apple. 03CU is not a player that we've really seen all too often, so the fact that we get to see them play aggressive like this is good, but we may have our first team going officially down in the first phase. Team Specialist will take the fall, unfortunately. 8th place, but they got 10 kills. That is a lot of points, right? They're managing to use that day 1 and 2 extremely effectively. Even if you go out in 8th place, that is what nearly the same number of points you would get for first place. So not a bad game here for Team Specialist again. Could be better. I'm not gonna lie, right? I'm never gonna sugarcoat it, but still, a point where Team Specialist is able to make is the aggressive level with the new Leon, right? No need to set up for anything in order to get your duck dive in. They are able to find some kills. Narahara also doing some really good work on the Haze. Do not think this kind of performance is going to shake them up at all. They've been doing really, really fine this game. Just a little bit of misfortunate mishaps for that team.
It was a little unlucky there. They just ended up getting caught there. Bungor really getting chunked down to half HP here. Sellout. Bungor should end up going down.
Oh no!
As well. And the Sellout gonna be able to get away with the White Lily. Are they able to get out though? Here comes the Dean. The Bullseye. Will it connect? No. It looks like the Sellout will be able to get away there. I see Mikotsky unfortunately finding himself in a rough situation here. You can see their items, they don't really have much there, and now it's going to be a -400 for that team.
Indeed. I don't know if you caught this just now, by the way, as well. I saw this earlier, but it is a Bo Nadine, right? So that's going to be pretty interesting. That's why the bullseyes were big. Asuda.
That's so unfortunate there. As,
so split.
You can't, but I mean, you can't really predict what just happened there. Team J-Young Cybers just ended up VLSing right into the Zella. The Zella was split, but yeah, I mean, you would expect the zone to be completely free, but it's not free when a team just VLS is on top of your head. So unfortunate there.
Yeah, really unfortunate, but that does mean Rabbit Apple is going to have to spend that -200 credits. They do have enough for it. Luckily, the Cecilia has the 200. You could just send the Mai over and get the res back in. And the Nadine also has a 370 credits in order to get a 4 score if they really want to do so. But look at the items on this team. It's already good, but they're going to have to fire immediately. Asuda using a blink way too early. That is a good exclusive, but the lasers are just right there. One circle. Perfect placement across the board. It's going to be able to knock down the Cecilia despite the bubble being used, the exclusive being used, the blink being used. Everything was there. It's just not going to work. Third party coming in. O3CU is going to get taken down. Sir Dobby trying his best to run away. Bomb is on the chase. I don't think he's going to go for it, because chasing this down does seem like a big waste of time, but it's just control for that school zone, because look at what objective is coming up.
I think it's fine. Yeah, because Wick Line is spawning here as well, so they actually are totally fine with chasing this, because if they can't get the Mai, they're just going to get the cabs here. They're going to be able to set up for this Wick Line.
Exactly. This is a great position to be for Team FN Sejong. As we mentioned before, always at the right place at the right time. But they do have to be careful. Do remember, guys, with Season 7, Research Center is available for checking across the map, so you're going to have to be careful about this.
And here comes, this is the classic for Season 7. You got teams in that Research Center, which is going to be able to wait for this Wick. It's going to be gone next patch, though. I think next patch, it looks like
this isn't going to be gone next patch.
Is probably going to die here. Rabbit Apple, going to be able to juke out the side of team. Wait a second. Oh no, Nordic King going to bring their teammates back in.
Imagine.
Gonna be Rabbit Apple gonna go down. That was kind of funny.
Imagine the nerves if that actually ended up working out. It was a good attempt from the Mai. Unfortunately, Rabbit Apple, despite the strong performance they showed us, off the pick of the Cecilia, it just cascades into demonstration of how you start making small mistakes like this, it will acclimate into absolute devastation for you in ERM. Another fight potentially starting, but Dushiman ends up missing the taunt onto Nizuka. It means maybe Gwangju Slashers wants a little bit more. They are going to start out with the Nimrod's Gate coming in. Revelo on the backside, he's completely isolated. Totem is going to be invested from the Piolo, but it's just not going to be enough. Anonymous a little bit too far split out. Revelo ends up getting the sharpshooter shot down onto Anonymous too. 2-for-1 trade in favor of Team Chechen Cybers. X-Boy didn't take the Nimrod's Gate. That's really interesting, because usually when Anonymous puts it down, this is the same roster as last season. They take it together, but the Piolo was so isolated.
Yeah, I think maybe a miscommunication there, because X-Boy just killed the Justina, but maybe he thought Nizuka just had it himself to kill the Kadia, but yeah, it just wasn't enough there. So we're gonna have a re-engage here from Slasher. Maybe gonna try looking for Cybers there. Cybers gonna have to go into red, gonna get the revive here in Chapo. But yeah, I was talking about how next patch the research center is gonna be closed when Wick Line spawns. So it's gonna turn yellow, and then you're not gonna have these shenanigans where teams are gonna be able to just sit in the research center to contest for Wick Line, because it is going to be a red zone. So they do end up doing that, they're gonna have to spend a lot of timer for that.
Yeah, well, it'll still happen at least at the start of Wig, but it's not going to be as free, right? You're still going to have to invest some of that timer if you're forced back into the zone. We just saw it where FN Sejong was able to just lock down effectively any teams inside of Research Center and not even allow them to walk past out. So if you start doing that in the next patch, which is going to once again start next week, you're not going to be able to do it as free. So a lot of risks going to be invested for some of these teams if they do want to try something like that. But for now, it's all okay and dandy as we saw some of these teams attempting for it, but FN Sejong still locking that Wicked Line buff down and the blood sample on top of it. Not even a slow game from these guys either, right? 8 kills already. They're looking pretty solid for themselves. Fortunately, sandwiched between 2 different teams will just back away. I love this strategy, but with the double snipers, we talked about this composition before, Super, you and I. The EO plus the Bernice, you get so much leniency on the amount of vision and information you can have around the map.
And FN Sejong just uses it perfectly. They're shooting all these blind spots behind these walls and making sure everywhere they go, they are going to be disciplined. They're going to check every single corner, and they're going to make sure they're not going to get jumped by any of these teams in an unsuspecting way.
Doing the exact same thing we saw them do in the last season, despite with the new member, where they're not going to be pushing too hard when it comes to some of these zone controls. They're going to just lock down the fact that they're in the backside, don't need to watch the backs. Of course, there was a team in there, but they're going to VLS out.
I don't know if Slasher has enough damage to kill the side of team, team fighters there, because Slasher is all about, you know, that that like spell burst damage, or like they all try getting a target, but then they have the pre-ult, maybe split them, split the members of Slasher, and then, you know, they add that Charlotte ult as well. So it'll be a little hard for Team Slasher to really fight team fighters there.
The moment Piolo goes into stasis, everybody else on the side of Arirang fighters will come out with more HP on top of it. You see that in a little bit of trouble. Dina, unfortunately, going to get sniped down at the beginning of the fight. Green Apple still sitting in the front, trying to aggress, and he will get the results as Chechen Cybers unfortunately going to fall down. Great pick onto Dina to start the fight, and then immediately cascades into a full wipe over on the Chechen Cybers. Yangju Whales, again, despite the shaky start, they're doing extremely well for themselves. Whereas on the flip side for Cemetery, unfortunately, Gwangju Slasher ended up losing out on the Fiora up against FN Sejong and immediately walks himself into Team Akatsuki. But now they're going to have to deal up against Team FN Sejong. Luckily, Pungo was able to dodge out up against the Spark Nade, but this team does not have timer anymore. They're jumping across the wall. You got 8 seconds on JCP. Pungwa, on the other hand, I saw him at like 3 seconds. He is giga dead. See ya.
Yeah, it's gonna be Team FN Sejong gonna have to pick up that kill. So they're gonna be sitting in a nice spot there. Team Akatsuki, unfortunately, now only cut down to 2 members, as Team Wales is gonna be stuck on the top side there. But Slasher gonna be able to get 1 res. Not gonna have enough credits to get another one, so a little unfortunate there. And Fighter's gonna just walk in, maybe gonna try looking for these kills. They know there's someone on Lumi. But looks like Slasher is going to be able to get out of here. So we're going to have 5 players, or 8 players total in the zone here. Let's see which team Slasher is going to go on here, because I think that actually might be the decider for this zone. Unless they get completely zoned out by both of these teams here.
If that landed.
Arcade, just barely not connecting there, because actually would have spread to both members, and probably would have been the end of both of them there, but... yeah, it looks like, unfortunately, just falling short.
Yeah, but what is the solution here for Team Arirang Fighters? I think this is a really great comp to hold the zone, but they're going to have to actually just sit inside of it and permanently eat out timer for FN Sejong. There's not a team that can immediately burst down all the members of FN Sejong, so that's why Bum's going to send it immediately off the bat. Priya going to be forced to use the Echoes of the Earth pretty early on into the fight, but doesn't really get that much out of it, and the third party on the backside going to come on through. But look at this, Megok on the Priya still sitting inside the zone. It's not that bad, but unfortunately FN Sejong now having full control of the zone. Timers are starting to tick. They need to start knocking some of these people down, but look at the timers across the board. The Piolo, he goes into stasis. He ends up beating us a couple seconds on himself. Anonymous is going to get taken down. This gives a little bit of timer back over onto wait. But look at Yizika. What is going on? The timer, Bum's about to pop in just a second. He ends up doing it. Oh, the timer refreshed for Team Arirang Fighters. A huge misstep for Team FN Sejong. One circle is going to get taken down too, and off of the back of a terrible hold inside of the temp zone, Arirang Fighters get it back. They couldn't kill the Piolo up on the top side, so they couldn't get the timer back.
I
FN
think yeah,
Sejong, a
Sejong
devastating mistake.
FN Sejong walked out because they thought, they like the other team was going to go on Aryong Fighters there, so they thought it was a free third party. But unfortunately, Aryong Fighters was able to get the kills onto the duo there, so they got timer back, and that just pushed them so much farther ahead of Team FN Sejong there.
Okay.
Aryong Fighters just gonna go on in. Fauna, they kind of chunk down low. Here comes the Charlotte ult, and there's no damage on the side of Team Aryong Fighters, just taking no damage. And the Tazia's gonna go on in there. EA gonna just really fall to Tazia, and look at the HP bars of Team Aryong Fighters just taking no damage from the Charlotte Priya. And Tazia shields and heals just way too much sustain, and that's gonna be it. It's gonna be Team Aryong Fighters gonna be coming out on top in first place. Very, very well played.
Yep, absolute gremlins that we saw inside of Lumia Island. Ladies and gentlemen, game number 1 of the new season is going to be picked up by Arirang Fighters. 13 overall team kills. A slow start for this team, of course. With a composition like this, you're not going to be picking up too much in the phase number 1 section, but they made up for it with that first place, as well as all the kills they picked up in phase numbers 2 and 3. Congratulations! A great start. 25 points off of game number 1. That is a very, very solid start for a team like this specifically, right? It's not a team that you're going to expect to see pick up way too many kills. As I mentioned, you only have one real main damage dealer on that composition, but if you let it scale all the way into the end game, you see how devastating it is. The number of effective HP that you have across the board. It's not even just the just the Tazia. You can't kill that team unless you focus fire somebody down and get the burst. But nobody had that as soon as FN Sejong fell.
Yeah, Soe just playing out of his mind, I think, on that Tazia. Just able to deal, or just able to deal so much damage, do so much for his team. But you also can't forget, Priya does a lot of damage as well, right?
Yep.
Especially when they have that, elf dress healing factor from that Charlotte is giving the both members just so much more extra
Adaptive
stats,
power,
right?
Yep.
AP, and then they also have I think the Charlotte's also on that commander's headset for some extra damage as well over there. So I mean, they still have a decent amount of damage, and the sustain from that Priya, the Priya shields, they have the Charlotte heals and shields, and then Tazia having the shields as well, right, from her dashing to her shards. So just so much sustain, just keeping that damage dealer alive.
Yeah, I think one of the things that I really noticed off of game number 1 already with the new season is a lot of names that we really don't know from the past seasons. Like you just mentioned, Soe, as well as we saw 1ㅅCU as well on the Bo Nadine. They're playing aggressive. And that's not something that I really anticipated off of new names coming into the competitive scene. Usually these players just kind of play a little mellow, especially on the debut season, even the debut game as well, right? But no, these players want to show what they are made of. We are seeing aggressive plays coming out from our DPS players, and that is what I want to see, especially in a format like this where it does end up rewarding you, especially in the earlier stages of the game, you just going all out and testing the limits on your character.
Yeah, 100%. 100%. Kind of want to go back and talk about, unfortunately, the debut game of Bum. Huge miss.
Just a little bit.
Unfortunately, I mean, and it wasn't just him, the misplay on the whole team, because I think it was like a collective, obviously, call to go look for a third party. I don't really blame them, right? They thought the duo from Team Slasher was going to do enough damage to maybe... so maybe they could look for, an easy, quick third party, right? So, but unfortunately, they just weren't able to get any of the kills, and then, the timer just went to the favor of the side of the other team. And yeah, it just wasn't enough for them to really win it out there, because you saw in the middle where their timers ticked down too low. Then, it started to turn their heads like, oh God, we got to get back into the zone here because we don't have any timer left. And unfortunately, they realized a little too late, and they just barely weren't able to make it back in.
Exactly. In the end, it's still a new roster, right? Quote unquote. They're going to have a little bit more adjusting time. I'm going to give it to them because they split. I think the split attention is what kind of killed it for that team. If they were able to all focus fire down onto the PLO, it would have been fine. Maybe with the previous team roster, it would have been a little bit more clear that that was their intention. But this time they split their focus. They couldn't really kill the PLO and get the additional timer back. If they did, they would have won the fight pretty easily, but it just didn't happen. The big what if up in the air right now, which is okay. It's still a new roster, quote unquote, and a new season after all. There's some things that teams are going to have to sort out, especially with new team members like this. But off of game number 1, let's take a look at the score sheet afterwards. Arirang Fighters, as I mentioned, 13 total field kills. First place means they're going to be sitting up at the top with 25, but you can definitely tell kill counts really matter, and that's where this entire season 7 with the whole phase 1 resing is going to come into play. 19 points for the team in second place right now. 10 total field kills with second place gives you 19, 18, 15, 10, and it goes down from there. But don't expect this score sheet to really stay the same. That is going to flip, especially the number of field kills. It's going to start stacking up like crazy after this game.
Yeah, and placement does matter a decent bit as well. You could see the difference between first and sixth now. It's 12 points instead of the previous 8. So it's a 4-point difference, right? And I really like that the difference between second and third, third and fourth, and fourth and fifth. There's a 2-point difference now. Between those two as well. So I do really like that change, and I don't know exactly how they're going to adjust it for the next.
Yeah, we'll talk about it next
phase.
week.
And I don't know if they're going to be changing. Do you know if they're changing like the checkpoint?
Yes, yeah. So as of right now, right, it's not going to matter for us because we're never going to play a checkpoint with it. But currently, if we were to move on with this specific point matrix, it was 80. But with the new point matrix that's going to be happening, yeah, it's going to be 70 with the next one. Again, we'll talk about all of this in the next week when we're playing on the new patch and the new point matrix is in, but...
Because I did see on the graphic at the very start, it said 70 is a checkpoint breakpoint. So I guess they just adjusted it back. Because originally it was previously 55, right? It was pretty easy. We saw Team FN Sejong last season winning it in 4 games. I don't think that's going to happen again just because they did end up raising the bar a little bit. So it's probably going to be like 5-game minimum now. Yeah,
who knows? At this point, I have no idea when it comes to checkpoint. It's way too up in the air. We can't really predict anything. I did, real quick, before we start game number 2, see a request, and I will talk about it. So the Akatsuki lore, right? So if you think of Akatsuki, what's the first thing that just pops into your mind? Is there anything specific for you, Super?
Yeah, Naruto.
There you go. And that is indeed correct. So essentially what ended up happening, I don't know if you saw the roster, maybe we'll take a look at it here again. You have Pungwa, right? You have JCP, and you have Yoonhyung. Now, Yoonhyung is a little bit of a side story in terms of why they're part of Akatsuki, but Pungwa and JCP are members from different teams in the previous season, right? As I talked about, this season we saw a lot of roster changes coming in. Pungwa and JCP are 2 out of 3, I think, from Akatsuki that were poached away from other teams. So, quote-unquote, the abandoned ones, right? And then the other 2 are 2 people who main like one-trick characters that are always on patch notes getting nerfed. So they're also considered the abandoned ones. So when you think about the Akatsuki idea from Naruto, they're like all abandoned from their own clans. That's the idea behind the naming of this organization. Yeah. Hojun cooked, man. This guy is insane.
That is nice. Are you seeing what I'm seeing?
I am seeing what you are seeing.
The infamous one circle Nathapon. He's back.
Oh yeah, we're bringing it back, baby. This is an OG pick, the one that made his name famous.
Yeah, this was his original pick. The very first character he made back all the way in beta season 5. I think he had like 2,000 games on this character or something in that season. Like, it was crazy.
Yeah, you could go look back at Dak and see those numbers. It is disgusting.
And after all, I'm surprised seeing it back here, and it's gonna be paired with the Marcus and the Bernice once again from Dramatic.
Exactly, but this is also a little counterintuitive at sometimes, and this is what worries me. If this game goes well for FN Sejong, I'm gonna be so much more confident in this team, and I'll talk about it in just a second, because here we go, ladies and gentlemen. Game number 2 for group stages is going to begin. Group stage A. After this game, we will go on a break because group stages are 4 games each, but it's a great start to the season, man. Game number 1 was incredible. Let's see what we have going on in round number 2. But really quickly, going back to the whole Marcus and Nathapon thing, if you've played Eternal Return in the past with this specific composition, you know how much these two characters' kits kind of counter each other, right? You fling somebody back, you try F-stopping a team, and then it just becomes a whole mess. So I want to see coordination between 1Circle and Bum here. I think this one's going to be the real test to see if their communication is locked down for the season.
Yeah. I think it's fine as long as they're communicating with each other and they basically know what they're doing. But yeah, I don't think we have any. I'm surprised we don't have bans going into game number 3. I thought, we would have like a well-defined meta for the first phase, but it looks like there's a lot of characters and a lot of different team comps for these teams. And what just happened there? It's like Akatsuki and Wales is going to be able to trade some kills back and forth there. Suda gonna look for the Revoli. Great pull there, and gonna be able to stop the White Lily from Revoli trying to get away there. There comes the Soul Stealer.
Oh my god!
Revoli tried to get the last auto attack onto Asuna, but Asuna gonna be able to get that shield with for pull there on herself, and it's going to be a great pickup there.
Also, I don't know if you saw what Fatna ended up doing up at gas station earlier. He got a kill onto somebody, right? It was an early game kill, like just a 1v1 pick off with the fast build potential that Chloe has. But then he tried hyperlooping out, and there were 2 people from a different team that were just wailing on him. So he said, "Screw it." He canceled the hyperloop, killed one, and then died. So a really weird situation that we just saw.
You take that.
Yeah, you take
want to get as many kills as possible. You can see these teams are just respawning in over and over again. They're just gonna team fights because
Fon's just like just hit with the crits. Just hit. Who cares if you're sitting on like 70% crit early? Just hit.
Yeah, Fawn gonna jump on in there. Unfortunately, not gonna be able to hit the knock up there, and there is Slasher gonna be able to jump on Fawn on the backside, and it looks like Green Apple gonna lose a member. Sorry, not Green Specialist gonna be losing Leon, and the Team Whale's gonna wipe. But I mean, they got a kill, they got the Leon, so you will take that. It's only gonna be a 10-second respawn timer, so it's not too bad there.
Yeah, funny enough, this is the scene that is all too unfamiliar for Youngju Whales. The same thing happened in game number 1, but they were able to bounce back. I think that's the big part that I want to focus on. Just because you wipe early and you get the extended death timers for some of these players, it's fine, right? As long as you're able to bounce back, it's all good and dandy. We saw what this team composition is capable of, assuming it just kind of wants to do what it does. The only problem is, we also saw the weak size of it. You can't really get through a lot of the effective shielding if the cooldown is there to kind of supplement it. So I'm really wondering how their teamfight strategy is going to go up against a team like Arirang Fighters that's a lot more about kind of stalling out the fight and seeing what ends up happening in the future. But this is a bit of a sandwich situation. Team Specialists all over the place. They're going to get caught out. 2 members will not get taken down just yet. The Peacemaker is there. It's going to send 1 member over. Kimnyar gonna get taken down, but this puts FN Sejong on the 2v3 deficit at the moment. The AoE damage is just not gonna be enough, and it actually brings 1 member over. The Estelle's gonna get taken down. This should give an advantage for FN Sejong to get the initial positioning on the objective. What a misstep for the Estelle. I mean, I get it. You guys thought you were gonna be able to kill him, but oh shoot, that's just unfortunate.
Yeah, I thought the Justina ult was going to be enough there, but, it is still an early game Justina, so ultimately not going to do that much damage just yet. And yeah, FN Sejong going to be able to get that Tree of Life. Looks like completely uncontested there. Slasher going to try walking up, but I don't think he's going to make it in time. Oh no, Slasher going to be playing for the Meteor down here, and FN Sejong going to see both teams on the map, so they're just going to walk down, maybe look for a team fight here. Ooh, a great dodge out there from the IREM. And Nizuka gonna get immediately punished there. A great knock into the wall from the Marcus. Romatic gonna try looking for an angle. And the members of Team Slasher is just gonna come back, and Anonymous is actually gonna stick the Meteorite with the Arda passive there. 1Circle gonna try kiting back with his team. Green Apple gonna get hit by the pole. He's gonna be pulled back there in 1Circle. Great peel from the side of Team FN Sejong there. Looks like Green Apple is still gonna look for some more. Bomb gonna get caught out there. I don't think 1Circle can save him this time, and it is going to be Bomb gonna fall for the time for the side of Team F and Sejong.
Indeed, all a little bit too split from F and Sejong, but that was simply because One Circle took a little long. He is a Nathapon after all, right? No real mobility skills to rejoin the rest of his team. In the end, the Specialist was the ones to pick up the meteor. So I guess in the end, one of the teams that were trying to look for that objective were able to pick it up. It's not a bad result for some of these players at all. Yeah.
Oh no, Sasha got a meteorite because yeah, Anonymous is the one who did end up getting that.
Did they? Because I saw a ping earlier when Specialist was standing right on top of the place of the meteor. I think they either called it or found it somewhere else.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure Anonymous was just stuck it, right? Because he had the art of passive, so he just. I'm not sure though. I'm not 100% sure.
Yeah. Who knows?
Here comes the gate in. He's gonna find an angle onto the back line there. They're probably gonna get chunked down, but the ultimate gonna push him away. But FN Sejong is here for the third party. One Circle gonna pull back the Estelle, but there comes the ultimate from Bushima. Gonna be able to keep them alive. One Circle gonna be caught out. And a great double dice there coming out from Anonymous. And One Circle gonna get completely chunked down there. Here comes the third party again. This time from the side of Team Cybers, and Romantic gonna get caught out there. It's gonna be Team FN Sejong gonna get wiped out there, but it's still day 2, so they're still fine for this game here. You're not gonna get a lot of damage. Nizuka gonna get double knockout, but it's gonna get cancelled out by the Estelle. And I think that's it. So it's gonna be Slasher gonna get wiped as well, but ooh, Slasher ended up picking up a kill, so it's not the end of the world there. But wow, very nicely played from Cybers, actually canceling the Piolo. Piolo thought he had an angle in. Nizuka almost had it there, but just a little short.
Green Apple getting a little bit feisty with it. I'll talk about it in just a second because the fight is still continuing on. Pungwa trying his best for Team Akatsuki to try pulling this back. Blinks in aggressively trying to find a kill, and he actually does. Fauna didn't have the, the Soul Link because he already invested in the fight. But in the end, the Marcus was the one to pick up the Mithril. I don't know if you saw it, but he actually pushed somebody who was trying to get on top of the objective. I think it was the Fiora, and it gave him just enough time for him to be able to pick up the objective. Should be able to run away with it, which is really, really nice, unless they didn't. I don't see it in their inventory right now, but still, not a bad fight for either one of these teams regardless, because even though Fauna falls down, I think the fact that we're seeing fights from these guys, it's what we want to see, right? The results of the Phase 1 shenanigans, we're still seeing the results of it inside of each of these games. Teams looking for aggression early on, even if you don't get the kills, you're still getting mastery off of them. For a lot of teams that we know are extremely aggressive, you'll take that too.
Yeah, I mean, usually you at least get 1 kill, and yeah, FN Sejong and Slasher, if it was the next patch, definitely both would have died already, and a great dip pull there from One Circle, but Heart's just gonna be able to just jump on out of there. Here comes the ultimate down. The Peacemaker's gonna be invested from the Heart there. Romantic gonna jump away, and they will be able to get out of there just in time. One Circle gonna be able to lock down the Leon, but Narahara gonna try looking for an angle back in. Bomb gonna be able to finish up the Leon there, and Narahara gonna be the last one. Gonna be forced to back away there. Maybe gonna try looking for an angle. I'm gonna try killing One Circle there, but no, it looks like they're just gonna walk out of there.
Uncharacteristic mistake from One Circle. You can definitely tell that he hasn't been playing Nathapon only nowadays, right? After the F-stop, he actually ended up missing his time-lapse combination, which is not something that you would expect from a Nathapon at this level of play.
Thought he hit it. I think
no, he missed it. He missed the
jumped away.
No, not at all. He just missed the timing. He used it like a quarter of a second too early. It just barely missed, just barely.
Oh well, I mean, you know, I've been there.
Yep.
You know, it happens. So.
Yep. But it's just so strange seeing One Circle do it, right? It's like it just hits different. He's also human, guys.
Yeah. Looks like we're gonna slow down the game a little bit here, just because it is, you know, that day 3 mark. So that means teams are, you know, if you do end up dying, it is going to be a -200 for your team. There's going to be no more revives here. And a great pull there coming up from the cellar. It's going to continue to chase down Green Apple Fauna. We're going to look for an angle in here. We're just going to jump in and going to use the White Lily gun out. And Green Apple is getting constantly pulled back over and over again. Green Apple might get caught here. He's already chunked down to 30% HP. I think I'm going to catch him here. I don't think so. Wait, JCP going to use the blink. Green Apple is going to dash on out once again, and this time Fauna might be the one caught on the bottom side here. They're just actually going to send it on to Fauna E8. Now the members of Team Akatsuki are completely split there. They're going to turn the sights back on the Green Apple. The Green Apple gonna fall from a third party. This time it's gonna be from the side of Team Rabbit Apple, and JCP gonna fall as well. Bongwa gonna try getting out of there. The Soul Sealer was invested, and I don't think Akatsuki are gonna be able to get on out. The little unfortunate is gonna be a -400 for the side of Team Akatsuki.
Akatsuki and Yangju Whales, Rabbit Apple third party and getting the benefit of literally both of the teams just trying to duke it out up against each other. Yangju Whales left with just the IRM, Akatsuki left with just the Sicilla. Now, they will be able to get the reses back, but that was their entire bank account just drained for Team Akatsuki. Look at their credits now. 0 call-ins for day number 3. That is not the place where you want to be, because at this point, you usually want to be looking for another 4-score buy-in, maybe getting some of those important transitions. If you're looking for a blood sample, even going for that, -400 at this stage with your wallet just completely drained now, that is not a good place to be going into night number 3 in the RM.
Yeah, it is going to be a little unfortunate for that team. Like early game deaths, like day 3 deaths, it's gonna be a little rough. It's gonna be a little rough. But I'm sure they'll be okay. Looks like Team Specialist gonna get this. Ooh, actually, maybe gonna bait it out here. Gonna keep it up. The other team's gonna walk in. It's gonna be the side of Team Fighters.
Okay.
Ooh, great dodge out there from the Charlotte. Great reaction. Able to get out of there. And Team Specialist, look at their HP bars. Already chunked down to about 1 HP there. And the Team Specialist is gonna be forced to back on out of there. Gonna have to regroup back up at the top of Research Center.
Really lucky that they didn't end up losing anybody. Great reactions from the Charlotte. He actually ended up dodging it using the a dash of hope, right? The invul phase during that while you were kind of phasing through the dimensions, I guess, for Charlotte. I don't know how she does it, but that invulnerability actually allowed her to stay alive, not get knocked up into the air. Really, really good reactions for Team Arirang Fighters. An attempt was made, you can definitely tell, but this is one of the changes that did come through for Leon. There is no setup that you need, but it does take a bit for him to pop out of the water. So a little bit unfortunate for Team Specialists, although it could have definitely gone a lot worse. I think the fact that they didn't lose any members is a massive, massive win. Now they're going to have to think a little bit more about how they want to initiate on this. But here we go, F-stop. Gonna whip. It is a blink invested from one of the members of Team Rabbit Apple. Let's see where it goes. Smash the Smithereens down. A lot of good damage is exchanged. One circle having to deal with the Raven, but Romantic is still extremely healthy. Look on the backside though. Everybody on the side of Team Rabbit Apple, they are just pumping out damage for free. Down goes her Dobby, unfortunately. Down goes the Sicilla. And they will be able to pick off the rest of the members of Team Rabbit Apple. One circle, Bum and Romantic, showing us that the Marcus and Nathapon, while it is so difficult to play in something like solo queue, in competitive, it still works.
Bum was just completely just in their face and just soaking up so much damage, able to provide and just get all these knockups for his team. Very, very well played from Bum. And one circle, able to get the the combos from that Nathapon, able to pull them back in. And yeah, I mean, Nathapon, one of those characters that can shred these tanks if the combo does end up connecting.
Yeah, massive, massive fight from both of those teams. Rabbit Apple, I don't think necessarily played it bad, but they may have focused a little bit too much on the backline. You're right. I think the fact that Bum was just allowed to do whatever he wants as a Marcus up in front was problematic, because in the end, he's playing Scythe. He's playing Axe right now. He will still get the damage. He has to sustain using the Maleficent Helix. You can't let him do what he pleases, but the fact that there's the Nathapon in the back, but the fact that there is a Bernice in the back, turned the attention away, I think, from Rabbit Apple. A lot of investments were used trying to knock out some of these players that weren't really in the range of a Sicilla and a Nadine. That's a very mid-range team composition when you want to think about it that way. F-Stop is going to miss. So a little bit of a misstep from Rabbit Apple, but it's all fine and dandy. 5 kills for those players, and we saw how aggressive they can be. They can turn things around in the latter half of the group.
Yeah, Team Akatsuki, unfortunately only on 3 kills right now. You saw their items. I mean, they're sitting in a decent spot. They're still missing maybe 2 to 3 items here. Team Fighters gonna try contesting for this wick line. You can see Team Specialists gonna be under them, but no one in Fire Station, so might be a free wick for Team Fighters there. I don't think Team Specialists wants to contest, or it looks like they do, but you can see the items of Team Specialists. They're actually not sitting in a goal position right now.
Oh,
Get gold. It is going to be Fighters gonna pull it up on the top side here of the Research Center. And another team is gonna enter the fray. It's gonna be Team Akatsuki here. Quick line is gonna get chunked down.
Yeah,
It's gonna get pulled back very shortly here. Actually, they still have aggro. I think they're gonna be able to grab it for free. As yeah, I think Team Akatsuki a little wary. There might be a team under them, so they don't push into that zone. That's kind of the Wick dance, on the previous patch, just because Research Center is open on the Wick spawn. It's usually whichever team pulls it first is gonna be able to get it for free.
Bingo. And it's a tight corridor inside of Research Center, so Tazia is Paradiso. Exactly. Pretty good. You do not want to walk through that at all. And even if you do, you're going to get permaslowed anyway, so not really worth for anybody to do that. Also, I did notice this earlier. They haven't really shown this team in quite a while, but Chechen Cybers managed to pick up double blood sample for both the Rio as well as the Justina in, I think it was day number 4. So that team is absurdly strong. Now, I'm more interested in what their other transitions are. But yeah, Fauna was just caught sleeping there for a split second. Is that only going to last long enough? Yes, it will, but he's pretty much taken out of the fight and actually effectively out of the fight entirely. I don't know what happened, but he got caught sleeping, and now Green Apple's caught out in the middle of nowhere. There's Team Arirang Fighters on the north side. Green Apple knows he's screwed. He's trying to recuperate it as much as possible, but he's running down into yet another team. Gonna have to take the fall. Yangju Whales, 10 kills yet again, will take the fall.
That is devastating. Yeah, just Fauna just caught sleeping at the wheel there. A little unfortunate, and immediately pays the price for a great capitalization from Team Akatsuki there. Able to catch out Fauna, and they will be able to clean up on nice. I think it was about 2 kills there for their team. They still want to look for some items here. Looks like it is going to be Cecilla going to push up here. Look at the items on the side of Team Cybers.
I told you about it.
Sitting on triple blood, and Revolu sitting on that blood weapon as well. I think they just want to push it into this team. Justina going to chunk down the Cecilla with just 2 abilities there, but Bongwa going to get so much damage in return. Justina already chunked down to half HP. Cecilla going to jump over the wall there. Maybe we can find an angle. We're going to look for a pull. There is a shield from Bongwa. Going to keep them alive, and it looks like Team Cyber's just gonna rest up here, gonna recuperate their HP back, and maybe look for a re-engage here, as they definitely have the item advantage. So
and the ult advantage.
Once again,
they got the ult advantage too.
Dina?
There is no flash, but Dina.
Oh my God!
With the Fenty. JCP, my baby dude. This guy is insane.
Wait, Revolu is just completely zoning off all the members of Team Akatsuki here. Oh, but the pull there from the Cella is going to be big there. Wait a second, Revolu actually going to be able to clutch it up for to take 2. But I think he's going to die from the ultimate. And now it's going to be, wait a second. The Estelle. Kill it. He has to kill the body. Oh, gets the body. Body's good. The body's good. And the rest is going to come up from the Cella. Is going to be a 1v1 between Cecilla and the Estelle here. Oh, wait, he's going to go for the res. He's going to go for res. He has the extra res. I don't think the Cell is going to be able to get the res off in time. It does end up coming out, just barely. Oh my God, the Cell is going to try getting the body here from Revolu. They trade 1 for 1, and now it's Fiora versus Estelle. Fiora does not have the passive this time around. Who's going to come out on top? Here comes the ultimate, but he's just actually the second res, but JCP kills the body, and now it's a 1v1. The Cecilla body is still up. JCP actually going to be able to kite the Estelle down here, and it looks like they're actually just going to give up the Cecilla body. It's just going to be both solos left. Wow, what a cinema from these 2 teams here, as they just both lose 2 members, and now it's coming down to a 1v1 there on that side. FN Sejong is going to completely wipe the floor with Team Specialist there. I think the item advantage was just too big. You could see the items on the top left there from Team Specialist. They don't really have anything going for them, so a little unfortunate. But FN Sejong going to be able to cash out a nice 2 kills. And it looks like it's going to be Team Akatsuki gonna find Lumi first, and they're gonna be able to get the reses here.
I'm loving this, man. This game is so much fun, but Akatsuki, they have no idea. JCP's on Rapier. He can't get away from this. There is no parry, but the damage just doesn't stick. This sucks. This sucks, man. Team Akatsuki is all dependent on cooldowns. They have a lot of bursts, but it's all dependent on cooldowns. There's the F-stop landing onto the Tazia. They invested quite a lot trying to stay away from this.
They don't have anything else. They don't have the stain. All the cooldowns.
Eventually, you get burst down the health bar.
Oh, no, wait. Akatsuki's still here.
Oh, who gets the kill? I think it might have been FN Sejong. They're on 17. 17 kills already, and we're just about to go into day number 6. There's still a decent chunk of the game left. 8 seconds left now for Yangachi. We're back again with Specialist and Akatsuki. Wait a second. Surf's trying to get the kill. Oh, down goes the Leon. Down goes the Cecilla. Luckily for Akatsuki, they're still alive, but look at the tatters that is the remainings of this lobby. We got 3 teams on not
Yeah, but who's gonna get
The
the
full
res for free on the
roster.
bottom side here? Is it's gonna be Team FN Session gonna hold down the top zone? So maybe
Who's
we're gonna
got
have a
timer?
1v1, maybe a 1v1v2. Maybe Slasher comes down as well. Maybe FN Session comes down because they know all teams are to be consistent in this zone. But it looks like they're just
Oh,
gonna stick on the top side here. Maybe they know they're the strongest in the lobby. They just want to farm up some more kills.
oh.
It is going to be Bungo versus the Estelle here on the bottom side. I think Slasher's gonna sit in the zone here. Is Bungo gonna be able to kill Dushiman here? Dushiman does get a lot of damage. I don't think the Estelle has enough damage and sustain to kill through the Adina here. Adina just has
Look
way too
behind
much
them.
healing. But here comes the side of Team Slasher. They know there's gonna be two members here.
Okay.
Two easy pickings for the side of Team Slasher. Look at the speed from Bungo from the Terminate. And now it's gonna be a 1v2.
It might be kind of cooked.
Wait a second. Do they have enough timer to go back? I think they do. Yeah. They're just gonna use
Yeah.
the mouse to get back on out of there. And Bongwa might -1. He has to go back.
He's trying,
the-
and he's not going to be able to
Oh,
do
RNG.
it. Yeah, unfortunately, Pungwa's going to -1. It's still fine, though. He got the extra placement points, right? It's not just one anymore. You do end up
Surprised he
winning.
didn't use the jump pad there. 'Cause I think maybe he could have made it in time to give the kill over to Slasher.
I think so,
But, yeah.
too, because they're enabled now inside of temporary zones.
But I'm a little surprised he didn't go for it. But
Either.
one circle. Gonna try looking for that combo on that call-in, but not gonna be able to get it there. And it looks like a lot of poke damage for the side of Anonymous. They're gonna get Romantic down to half HP. Here comes the Nimrod's Gate. Bum just camping it. A lot of guillotines already gonna be placed as well for the side of Team FN Sejong. Looks like Expert really wants this box. He really wants this box here, but it looks like they're actually gonna completely give it up. And it looks like it's gonna be Team Slasher gonna get the zone first.
It's fine, though. FN Sejong should have a lot of leniency in trying to push in on this. After all, there is a couple players on Team Gwangju Slashers that you can catch out with the F-stop. Should be coming up in just any moment, or is he going to be using it a little bit more on the safety net? He's still safe, though. Needs to take it down to half HP and forced into the totem, but look on the backside and a beautiful F-stop to catch out the Fiora. It's the reactive F-stop to deny Gwangju Slasher. 2 members down, and that'll be it. FN Sejong with 20 kill bomber to finish us off for game number 2. Oh my goodness, he still got it indeed, my friends. He still got the Napapom. 20 field kills across the board for that team. First place, 32 points to round out the first half of Group A. A massive game for Team FN Sejong, and you are absolutely correct. They've still got it. One Circle still got it. Bum is in the play, my friend. He is doing incredible. GG's.
That is such a huge game for Team FN Sejong. 20 kills, but I think that's going to be the norm, I would say, for today and for this weekend, I would say, just because, of all the day changes here. 32 points for them. They're going to be sitting in comfortably in first place, but there's still two more games here for this group, so anything can still happen.
Exactly. There's still so many things that can happen, and with the fact that we just saw a single team getting 20 kills in the first place, the score sheet is definitely going to change. They didn't exactly have the greatest of results, I think, in game number 1 because of the small mishap that we saw in Cemetery, right? Just a little bit of an oopsie, but it did definitely cost them the game. This one bounces them right back. We're just looking at placements today, guys. Remember, depending on your placement in the group stages, the less games you have to play during the knockout stages, which means less chances for you to get eliminated throughout the rest of the phase. So getting as many points as possible is extremely important. Now, the consistency definitely matters, but if you have a 20 kill game bomber with first place, you are well set for the remainder of the set. Just have to make sure that this game doesn't go to waste. And plus, it's FN Sejong, they're not going to let it go to waste.
Yeah, it's such a clean game for them, and I mean they're still playing pretty consistent, right? Even the previous game, unfortunately, they ended up having a big mishap, but they still had a lot of points, a lot of kills. They ended up placing in, I think, 4th place with like 10+ kills. So yeah, they're gonna be sitting pretty comfortably in first place. So it's gonna change up the lobby here, and I wonder, what these other teams might end up doing. Wonder if Team FN Sejong is going to go back to the Mai comp, just because Mai's going to be back on the table going into game number 3. If these other teams maybe going to use their fourth member. Maybe we're going to see some roster changes going into game number 3 as well. Yeah, I mean, I'm very excited for, the next game here. And I think, it's still really anyone's game just because, we've seen teams get 20, 30 kills, right? Maybe not 30 kills in ERM, but, playing on this last patch, it's definitely possible for any of these teams to get that amount of kills to, crawl their way back up into, the top 4 spots.
Yeah, exactly. First or second game I played of the last patch, 26 kill game. It's not something too uncommon that you can see you can actually see that quite often nowadays. When the team gets rolling in the beginning of the game, they can steamroll that all the way to the end of the game. So
I'm fairly certain 20 kills first place is going to be pretty common for this weekend, but we'll have to see going into the next upcoming games here.
Yeah, especially in a lobby like this, of all things, right? We have a ton of sponsored teams in here, a lot of National League teams in here, and even the teams that aren't necessarily sponsored or National League teams, we've seen aggressive moments out of a lot of them, as I mentioned in the last game. So, yeah, definitely do expect things like high kill games as well as first places for a majority of these teams. Now, I don't know if that's going to remain consistent, right? Because half of these teams actually not even half. A majority of these teams we won't see with the current system next week, right? We're only going to see, I think 3 of them? Yeah, because knockout stage shows 2 for stage 1 and then 1. Yeah, so aside from 3 of these teams, this is the last time they're going to have to play with the day 1 and day 2 related stuff. Next week, we're only going to see them doing the day 1, night 1. Phase 1 section. That might change things up a little bit, but in the end, we saw these teams even in previous seasons, despite the whole lack of revive, they still went turbo. So their psychotic nature will not change.
Especially during the first day cycle, right, is when teams are fighting a lot. But I think with the change for, teams actually going to be able to wipe day 2, how they're reverting it back, we're going to see a lot of teams not be as aggressive as how they are right now, because right now, usually the call when you're playing for these objectives, right, is you look at your minimap on the radar scan, you get your free objective or you're fighting for an objective, and then as soon as you get that objective, you just go for another objective that's being contested by another 2 teams, because you want to fight and you want to get as many kills as possible, right? So there's really no risk to just ripping the teleport maybe into a hotel tree, because you saw 2 teams or maybe 3 teams there, and you just join in on the fray to get as many kills as possible.
Yeah, I had a feeling, though, I'm going to be honest with you, that they were going to change it to just at the end of night number 1. It personally,
I think that's what it should have been.
Yeah, right. Because personally, it doesn't make any sense that you're able to just contest objectives for free without any risk. So
exactly.
Yeah, the change for the current patch in 1.45 was something that I did anticipate, but in the end, for right now, it's not of our concern. We'll worry about that next week. But let's take a look at what the score sheets look like after game number 2. 1ㅅSejong up on top, 50 points for them, 16 ahead of second place, which is going to be Gwangju Slasher with 34. 30 for Yeongju Whales, as well as 29 for Arirang Fighters to round out the top 4. There's still a decent chance for a lot of these teams to flip things around. Now, 1ㅅSejong, I don't know, it might be a little bit difficult. Even if it's 16 points, it's still 16 points that 1ㅅSejong.
That is true. But 16 points is definitely doable, right? Because of how many kills and how many points there are for this season, at least for phase number 1 here. 16 points, it's definitely still easy to make up for some of these teams, but I think with that, Shuvi, that was game number. So, that means...
Indeed. Ladies and gentlemen, that was an even number game with the new season. That does not change. We're going to go on the break, so make sure you guys go grab some water, go grab a snack, and go take a stretch. We'll see you guys back here for the latter half of Group A.
Take care.
ready to get in the game now. The last thing you want is to wait. WD Black, performance storage, purpose-built for gaming. SSD speed that obliterates load times. Performance to transform your game. Expanded capacity to store more. Customizable RGB. WD Black. Because the game never waits. WD Black. Drive your game.
치워야 할 쓰레기가 많이 보이는군요. 당신이 누구든 상관없습니다. 생명의 가치는 모두 같아요. 죽으면 똑같은 시체일 뿐. 그럼 저승에서 뵙겠습니다. 더블L VIP 서비스 시작하겠습니다. 도망칠 곳은 없습니다. 저도 당신도. 주어진 운명에 발버둥칠 뿐이죠. 사신이 당신에게 찾아올 때까지. 의뢰는 반드시 완수합니다.
선택에 상응하는 결과를 정밀하게 변수를 사용하시. 깨달은 이상 결과는 고정될 뿐이야. 오차는 없어. 모든 인생의 종착점이지. 형편없군. 결과를 안다고 미래가 바뀌는 건 아니다. 당신은 이 실험에 대해 얼마나 알고 있을까? 내가 말해줄 수 있는 건 우린 머지않아 전부 소멸한다는 사실이지. 내가 보았던 미래는 진실일까? 그쪽은 멸망 속에서 살아남을 준비가 됐을지 모르겠군. 그럼 실험을 시작하지. 당신의 미래에는 유감이 필요하지. 새로운 시대에 누리려는 단 하나의 열쇠를 찾기 위해서. 연사는 끝났어. 이미 관측된 결과는 바뀌지 않아. 실험을 끝내지. 절망의 끝에선 폰에게 모든 영광을.
내 검에 흔들림은 없다. 그림자 속에 진짜가 숨어있는 법이다. 찔러주지! 더 정교하고 더 빠르게. 거기까지! 피하지 않아. 훈련이고 앞으로 나아간다. 시작된 이상 봐주지 않아.
여기에서 기도 능력을 봤을 때 볼수 있었고요.
마커스 진입이 일단 나쁘진 않았는데 대응이 좋아요.
자, 오기좀
그렇습니다.
병지 키고 사태는 스칼렛 쪽으로.
아, 옆에서
자,
네,
이제
인사이드.
인사이드.
이거 저기 인사이드
Welcome back, folks, to Group A of Eternal Return Masters Season 7 Phase Number 1. Hope you guys had a great break. We are just coming back from Games 1 and 2 of Group Stage A. If you guys weren't here for it, go check it out. Go check the VOD. Not right now, though, because we're here for Games 3 and 4. Watch it later. But it's time for some more fun, Super You and I. We get a Fiesta show still coming up online in just a moment. Let's end straight into game number 3, see what the character selects are looking like, because there are no bans this time around. The Mai is back.
Yeah, I wonder what these teams are gonna pair with the Mai here. Are we gonna see the Mai? Is the Mai ban gonna come back into fruition? It looks like yes. I think Bomb is gonna look like Bomb's hovering. Yeah, I don't know if they're gonna stick with it here. I think he's a little unsure on what he wants to play here.
Oh, this would be fun.
Subame. I like that. Oh, no. That's gonna be the
I was gonna say, up against Green Apple? Ooh, you're gonna show your Subami Romantic? What are you trying to do? Teach him a lesson or something? But nah, we're just seeing Romantic going back onto the Bernice. It's the same composition pretty much for the most part, I think, in comparison to game number 1, if I remember correctly. I think it's almost exactly the same. Yeah, we chilling.
Same comp. I think almost every other team is the same as well. I don't think we have any changes here, so yeah, looks like we're just gonna have both teams, or game number 1 and 2, when it's odd number and even number games, is gonna swap back between I think the same couple characters for these teams.
Exactly. All right. Well, nothing too surprising for you and I. We've already seen this before, but I do wonder if this is going to amount to even more aggression or a bit more of a safety net. Now, with the Mai, of course, it's nothing too surprising for you and I to see a lot of teams playing safer with this, because you do have the safety net of the exclusive, but at the same time, we've seen countless number of times where Mai's just full send it, right? They're going to run the Quake, they're going to have the catwalk as well as the strut. You got the taunts, you got the slows, just go. You know what I mean? So here we go.
Yeah, Mai's like one of those really versatile tanks. She has the mobility, she has the engage potential, and she also has the peel back for your team with that exclusive as well. So a really solid character. No surprise we see the ban coming out once again. But yeah, I mean, just there's not a well-defined meta, I would say, so far from what we've seen for at least Group A here. It's all these characters, a lot of different variety for this team. It is just going to be that Mai ban coming to fruition.
Yeah, indeed. It's all good though, right? It's all fine and dandy. This character is made the way that it is. We've seen countless iterations of what she's able to do, but for the most part, she stayed consistent in how well she's able to do it. That's the problem that a lot in end up seeing. It's one of the reasons.
For 2v1 here.
Why did you get? Oh,
nice.
Oh my god. Okay, indeed. We're already starting to see the shenanigans earlier on. JCP about to get taken down too. Will we get it? Yes, we will. Okay, it's going to be. Alright, it's been a while since I saw that thing just kind of kill like that, so cool. E8 also getting ran down, which is so strange to see. Usually it's IRM going aggressive earlier on, but this is IRM for ya. Early kills for Team Arirang Fighters, not something that we've seen all too often so far in the series. They're going to start out with 2. There's another kill about to go down. There's the PLO Gonzo.
Here comes the hard ult, and here comes a respawn there from E8. E8 gonna be able to get that kill, and there is the Nimrod's Gate from the side of Slasher. Slasher gonna try getting Arhara. There's a great poke there coming out from X-Boy, and oh, now it's gonna be Nizuka gonna be respawning in there, but a great double dice there. Maybe gonna keep Nizuka alive. It looks like Nizuka is gonna stay alive there and gonna be able to kill Fauna from the Executioner bonus on the top side from X-Boy. I think it actually ended up reaching Nizuka there. They just barely keep him alive, and now it's gonna be a 2v2 between side of Team Slasher and oh wait, looks like Team Specialist is back here as well. We see this time again. Now it's gonna be Wales wiped again. It's always Wales at the start here. Slasher gonna go down from the side Team Specialist, but yeah, I mean, this is just season 7, just the early game team fighting, right? You can't wipe day number 1, so you see these teams coming back over and over again. It's respawning back in, getting as many kills as you can in the early game, trying to be as aggressive as possible. Unfortunately, Wales gonna be the one to wipe there, but not the end of the world for them. They're just gonna respawn at a nice zone, probably gonna get some nice Night 1 farm.
Just a little bit of patterns, right? A little bit of a strange pattern going on here for Yangju Whales, but that's okay. It's all fine and dandy. You're extremely correct. And plus, as I said in game number 2, this is completely fine for Yangju Whales because the amount of aggression that they show earlier on, it pays off in the end. Their late game is pretty solid. But another fight inside a hotel, it will end up being Specialist falling down first as Nyangati gonna take the fall. Narahara will eventually get found out as well. Anonymous trying to take advantage of it, but he's a little bit late on the reactions for that. It is nighttime after all.
Oh,
Kim Yor on the other hand, trying to find kills. He does end up getting one as the heart. Sardawi's gonna get caught out thanks to that. Kwangju Slashers should be able to pick up one in exchange for themselves. There's kills literally everywhere. Specialists gonna get wiped out as well. Look at that. Their death timers are all in sync. They should have enough time to recover in time for objectives, but do you really want to when you've already wasted a good chunk of night number 2 running away and having timer? I think you'd be behind.
Yeah, I mean, there's usually going to be one objective that's free. There's so many objectives now, right? With the trees, meteors, and then, you know, the walls is... It's probably going to be something for them to take here. Maybe they might actually just come on in. Let me look for a third party to get some more kills here. It's going to be the heart going to fall down to Dushiman here. The Specialist actually going to push him forward. But yeah, here comes the team of the side of team Cybers there, and they are going to be able to finish them off there. Looks like on top side, Team Slasher unfortunately going to fall to the side of Team FN Sejong, and FN Sejong going to be able to get a nice 2 kills on both of the frontliners, both the melee dives on the side of Team Slasher there. And a great taunt follow-up there, actually going to be able to catch the Nadine. Exclusively going to try pulling Nadine out. Bum is just going to go on forward there. Bum going to get a lot of damage there, and it's going to be... Nadine gonna fall there. They're gonna set their sights to kill this Isella, and they're gonna fall as well. And a great spark nade there coming out from one circle. And the Mai is gonna fall as well. Very nicely played by Team FN Sejong. Gonna be able to wipe Rabbit Apple right off the map. They are gonna be back up because it is still a day 2 there, but ooh. The hard ult actually gonna come down in time to save the haze there, but you know, it is a pretty long cooldown, so I don't know if they ended up needing to use that, but just gonna keep them alive a little bit longer.
Indeed. This is a little bit weird. I'm gonna be honest with you. Some of these fights are looking really messy from some of these teams. Yes, we talked about how they're gonna go aggressive earlier on, but the decision making seems to be a little bit iffy. We'll see if it's gonna be any different for this fight because we've seen Kwangju Slasher already struggling up against a composition like this. X-Boy is stuck in the corner. He is probably not gonna be able to get out. Yep, there he goes.
Yeah,
and the Arda just nimrods out.
Just way too much sustain from obviously the side of Team Fighters here, right? You got the Priya, you got the Charlotte, you got the Tazia, all providing shields and heals. And if you didn't notice, they actually have Protocol and Heal Win, so they have even more, you know, heals and just so much extra effective HP for their team to really work with.
Exactly, and plus, they've already picked up a couple kills early game. We talked about how that's usually not the case for Team Arirang Fighters, so they're already snowballing, right? They're already at the point where they're pretty confident in what their combat capabilities are looking like. I did also see the Scotties built up for the Priya, so that's a lot of control up against a double front line that kind of relies on being at the right place at the right time for a lot of their combos. So they were pretty confident going into the fight to begin with. It's just really nice to be able to see this team actually getting fights that they're able to take advantage of pretty early on. And because of that snowballing, they're going to look for yet another one. Saw going to jump on straight into the fight, and the damage onto Justina is already pretty insane. Wall is perfect as well. Paradiso also perfectly in, but there's the pushback in on towards Alpha is pretty good at doing that. Sola is going to take it down. Meg will get a whole heap of trouble. Down goes the Priya. Charlotte's going to have to book it, and that Alpha third party, baby. The unofficial 4th member, of Chechon Cybers. That's crazy.
Getting that perfect slash there, completely shutting down anything that Kitaze wanted to do. A little unfortunate there, but it is still night number 2, so they should be back into this game here. But yeah, the Meteor or the Mithril will go to the side of Team Cybers. And I mean... I think Team Fighters does end up losing, I would say, to the front to back teams with like a Rio, right? As like the ADC, just because Rio has so much range. But yeah, that alpha swing was just a little too much there for team fighters to handle.
Yeah, for sure. It's a bit weird because even without the alpha being a problem, that place is just kind of weird to fight for everyone but the Tazia. So I don't know how it would have turned out without it, but still, let's take a look at how this fight goes. Narahara, okay, stepping back into the Peacemaker. Will we see the fight looking good? No, not at all. It's going to be Team Arirang Fighters joining the fray exactly at the right place at the right time. E8's going to take the fall. I think Specialist picked that up. I didn't see a kill feed going up for Arirang Fighters, so pretty nice snipe there. Bana trying to chase down Kimyur, about 30 seconds to go, so this is a safe death if Kimyur does end up going down. Yeah, he can't chase this down. I mean, he should see it. There's a He wasn't watching his screen.
I think the Hearts probably thought Fauna used ult in that fight, but yeah, Fauna just held on to the ult for the whole time and tried to turn it there, but the ultimate, you know, you can't really like in ADC 1v1, you can't really do much when the Chloe just can't die there. So yeah, looks like it's gonna be Fauna gonna be the one coming out on top there. Members of Team Wales are gonna come back in, and there is the Spark gonna land perfectly onto the Sicilla. Still actually gonna be able to get out there, to get pulled out, and they're actually gonna trade 1-for-1 between the JCP and 1-Circle. Bongwa still full HP as well. They're gonna look for an angle. Bomb gonna try jumping on in. Oh no, and FN Zhejiang gonna lose 2 members. It's gonna be a -400. Bongwa just completely outplaying Team FN Zhejiang there. And actually, it wasn't even Bongwa, it was the Sicilla just playing so well. Actually, surprisingly just lived, able to pull himself over the wall, and then Bongwa at the very end, very nicely played.
Yeah, I don't know why Romantic walked straight up against Bongwa, because as an immobile ADC, you do not do that up against that Adina player.
Ooh,
oh, the damage rotations are pretty good. Techon Cyber's in a little bit of trouble as Dushimen trying to get himself out. Yamaji in a whole bit of trouble too. Down goes the Haze, and the Leon's in hell. He's about to go down, and that's going to be Specialist falling down early yet again. 8 kills, it's not bad, but they haven't been able to pick up placement points for the past couple of games, and they're towards the bottom of the leaderboard.
Yeah, it's so unfortunate for Team Specialists. Is this got caught at the wrong time there, because they're actually winning the 3v3, but unfortunately the third party was there, and it's gonna be Team Specialists. It's gonna go down so early in 8th place. Team, yeah, and looks like Team Cybers were able to get away there with all their members still intact, and they got a lot of nice items for themselves there.
Yeah, but inherently that's just a risky comp, right? We see it with Team Akatsuki as well, but they don't have a designated tank. Yes, the Leon might be running Tonfa, but it's not a tank.
I really don't like the solo dive and then the double backline,
especially with the thing.
But they're just trying to look for an angle, but yeah, not having that tank, so they just lose straight to the front. The back. They're just looking for picks basically, and it's not really working out for them in this lobby, unfortunately. Team Cyber is gonna be able to pick up 2 members for the side of Team Slasher there. Team Slasher tried to look for an angle on into the backline, tried to look for Dina, but Dina playing that Yusina, having that iframe ultimate, just able to keep them alive a little bit longer, and is able to dish out so much damage back. So it'll be Cyber's going to be the one coming out on top there.
Yep, like the aggressive play from Dina, he ended up sacrificing his life to knock down the, the Arda. But here we go, another fight going through. There's a lot of sustain yet again from the side of Team Arirang Fighters, but eventually it's going to be enough to knock down the Tazia. As I mentioned earlier, this composition from FN Zhejiang does have the damage for it, and this is exactly the reason why. You can't kill the Theo early on. He's going to be pumping out the heals. He's going to be pumping out the lasers too. You gotta target prioritize correctly for Arirang Fighters, and they didn't. They were just a little bit too confident in their sustain, but eventually that composition will rip through it.
Yeah, Arirang Fighters, unfortunately, I think just loses straight to the front to back. If the backliners are playing really well, and obviously it's 1-Circle, he's on that Theodore, just ripping through the side of Team Arirang Fighters. Arirang Fighters is playing a team comp where they have to group up as well, so if the Theodore is just able... Yeah, if the Theodore and the Bernice are just able to just get so much free damage, it's just way too much for Team Arirang Fighters to really sustain through.
Exactly. This fight should not be at a disadvantage. Okay, oh my god, the Charlotte is barely living. I think Healing Wind was forced out though. The sustain is there, but they use a lot of their utility. Green Apple taking down a half HP. Something needs to happen from Yangju Wales. They need to invest in on this. The damage out from Fauna is not that bad. They do end up getting Seo. The problem is, can they
more
get
damage.
the rest.
Oh!
The trade is there. Oh,
Priya
that
gets
is
both.
absolutely insane. And Priya can stop this. All he has to do
Can he
is just
stop
put down
it?
yet another
Oh, no.
flower. I think this might be cooked for Youngju
God.
Wales. A massive turnaround
Yo.
from Megok. The Priya damage is absolutely
Priya
bonkers.
does damage. Priya does damage. Just a great double. I think it was just a double flower room there,
Yep.
completely
And attack
wiping
too.
Wales, and yeah, looks like they're gonna be able to win that one out. Very nicely played from the side of Team Fighters there. This time, not off the back of the Tazia, because the Tazia went down early. That is how you kind of have to counter the Team Iron Fighters. Just focus down the Tazia. Once the Tazia goes down, there's not enough damage. Or is there? Because the Priya is still there to pump out some damage. You kind of have to watch out for that Priya. The fight's definitely not over once or even once the Tazia is out.
Yeah, I'm not liking the indecisiveness of Youngju Wales right now. I mean, yes, they did end up quote-unquote winning the fight, or I guess whatever was remaining of it at that point. They spent a lot of time running away. I don't think Fauna was even doing damage until the Tazia jumped in. He had the range for it, but he just wasn't throwing an auto attack. And you can only... Oh my god. You can only wonder...
as well.
Yeah, and Ghostlight has been proc, so the healing is actually not that massive just yet. But
yeah.
Again, for Youngju Wales, I think they can be a little bit more confident. This composition can kill. They now know it, right? Up against Iron Fighters, maybe there's a chance that they just was thinking they can never kill this team composition, but they just found out they can. Right, so I want to see more confidence from Youngju Wales. Fonda needs to pumping out the auto attacks a lot more often. He needs to not be falling asleep on the wheels too, by the way. Just a little bit there. E8 is doing perfectly fine on the IRM. I think Green Apple is also just doing what he can on the Marcus, but there's a limit to what he can do up against Young Fighters. It's just they need to be much more confident in what they're doing. Otherwise, it's really going to start falling apart. They need to do damage.
Oh, 100%. We're gonna have to see how they kind of adjust, because they are set back pretty far now with the amount of deaths they had. So gonna have to see how they jump back into this game, because they are down quite a bit of credits and quite a bit of items here. Now we're gonna have this Wick Dance that's I think we're gonna see pretty often here this weekend, because yeah, I mean, it's just gonna be whoever pulls it, and it's gonna be the side of Cyber is gonna pull it first. But actually, look, might be Iron Fighters actually gonna be the ones to give it up here. Who's gonna get it? It is gonna go to the side of Team FN Sejong there, and Maya's actually gonna be able to get the items as well. And it's gonna be FN Sejong gonna be the one to come out on top, because Team Cybers, they know they can't fight into a Theodore into this core. Theodore is such a strong character, especially with this with the research center being open for the Wick line here. So no surprise that Team FN Sejong are using it to its full potential.
Exactly, it's a thin corridor, so the energy blast field working out in favor, even the buckshot's working out in favor of the Bernice as well. So nice play from FN Sejong. They pretty much have confirmed their day 5, almost day 6 survival and aggressiveness at this point. The question is, can they actually pick up any additional kills off of it, right? They're already on 11, it's not bad, but you and I talked about it before in previous seasons as well. It's not too surprising. As soon as somebody sees that Wick line, they are not wanting to fight it. So it can be a curse, it can also be a blessing. It just depends on how you use it. And here we go, let's see one circle set up, and there it is. Charlotte's gonna take it down.
There it is, yeah. And I think that's gonna be it for the other two members as well. Bomb gonna be able to stay on top of them, gonna just provide slows. Boom. The Priya's gonna follow as well. So yeah, you say that no one's gonna walk, or everyone's gonna run away from them, but the second they walk into a Theodore, yeah, the second they run into FN Sejong, they're just dead, because Theodore, you can't really get away from a Theodore with that ultimate, and then the Mai follow up as well. So very nicely played for Team FN Sejong, and maybe it's gonna be another team that's actually gonna walk straight into the hands of Team FN Sejong.
Good check.
But it looks like this time it's gonna be Cybers, able to get that ward down, able to see them, and they're gonna walk away first. And actually, they're just gonna full send it onto the side of Team Mikoski here. A lot of damage. It looks like the side of Team Mikoski is completely split. Dina already getting chunked down to 1 HP. FN Sejong should see all this happening as they walk straight under the camps here. So FN Sejong probably gonna walk up. Yeah, they're gonna walk up. Maybe look for a fight onto Slasher on the top side here.
So much was
circle.
invested from Akatsuki. They don't have free at last. They're trying to fight it out, but Romantic, okay. I mean, they're getting good damage returns in, but the lasers could be able to heal them up, right? Let's see how the rest of the fight goes. JCP doing what he can. Nice
great pull
onto Bomb, but he's still very
Romantic.
tanky. Look at the health bars on Akatsuki as well. When the third party comes in, and the Theo gets caught out. Bomb's about to go down in just a second, too. Down he goes. Bernice can't get away from this, and as I said, the curse of Wiccaline. Everyone runs away from you. You overchase, and the third party jumps in.
That was so well played by Cybers because they knew, I think, that team FN Sejong was probably gonna wrap into the other team, and then they just wrapped around and got the perfect flank angle and completely demolish Team FN Sejong. They're a great third party. Here comes the third party again. This time from the side of Team Rapid Apple. Anonymous gonna die to the free at last there, and that's gonna be it for Team Slash. Unfortunately, gonna lose a member. It's already day 5, so for that Lumi res.
Really good fights again across the board for so many of these teams. I think the decision making is impeccable when it comes to the macro for so many of these guys. It's one of the things that you and I talked about that I wanted to see a lot of improvements of at the start of season 6, but for season 7, a lot of these players, a lot of these teams are making incredible map decisions, and I love that so much. I think you said it perfectly. The perfect wraparound. The idea was they're just luring Team FN Sejong in, and even in the fights that we've seen in the past too for this series as a whole, across the board, these teams are just making the right decisions, so I love that. X-Boy getting caught out by the members of Chechen Cybers, but Fiora slope is pretty massive. Dina's trying to chase it down, is not going to be able to find it. Revolut getting a little spicy with that. I thought he was going to try to do a 1v1 up against the PLO. No matter how good you're at the Rio, there is an inherent risk when you try pulling something like that off.
Slasher, they're trying to catch Lumi here because they're down a member. They're trying to get the res here. I think Ninsuka should be able to get it, but X-Boy unfortunately caught by Revolu here. Wu gets pushed into the wall by the ultimate. On the bottom side here, Ninsuka unfortunately, they got the res on Anonymous, but just immediately caught out by Apple, and it's going to be Cyber's gonna be able to get that kill on Nizuka there, and unfortunately Slasher gonna go down in 5th place, and Cyber's gonna be able to pick that one up.
The 1-2-3 gut punch from two teams across the board, right? One person dies, another person dies, and then later on when you think you got yourself out, another one dies. So brutal for team specialist, they will take the fall. Was that team? No, it was Gwangju Slasher, my apologies. But we'll see how this fight goes because it's a third party.
Ooh, double lockup from Fada, that could be enough.
Can he die? Oh my god, yes he does. It's a 1-for-1 trade so far, but Pungwa and Fada both down. That is the main damage dealers. Both team down, and E8 gets taken down too, but the Ghost Fire is there. Oh my god, just barely missing out on the damage. It could have been enough if he managed to knock in the Sicilla maybe back in, but it's just not going to happen. The sustain is way too much, but the third party is here. Chechen Cyber is going to be jumping in. This Marcus has his days numbered, my friends. JCP also getting found out. He's gonna have to run away, but the third member of Akatsuki, Bunga, is gonna get wiped.
Third party.
Oh no!
I'm surprised EA didn't die or didn't get the Sicella there. I think I think he might have got pulled out of his cap
JCP's
count.
-1.
Oh,
he canceled the res.
TP. Yeah, he cancels TP, and that's gonna be a -1 for Team Akatsuki. But yeah, I think that was such a great pull from the Sicella there, because I think what happened was E8 got pulled out of his cap pounce, so his cap pounce didn't end up finishing Sicella there, and that is basically what won him the fight. But yeah, third party, fortunately, at the perfect time, once again, Cyber is going to be able to be on the receiving end of that, going to be able to get enough, a nice couple kills. I think it was only 1 kill there, and it's going to be Team Rabbit Apple versus Team Cybers. And look at the items from the side of Team Rabbit Apple. They're sitting on triple blood. They have a blood on their tank with the what's the item called? It's a black fire helmet or something.
Which one?
He's on the tank blood helmet.
Oh, you're right, dude. I forgot about the name of that thing too. But here we go. Okay, I think Team Rabbit Apple can play this a little bit slower. They have advantage when it comes to poke. They got a Sicilla. They have a Bonadine.
Yeah, they need the poke. They need the poke. They have the Bonadine. They have the Sicilla.
But the vision control.
The thing is, Asuna is always getting caught here. This time, no exclusive to Bill and out there. But oh my god, they find Dina. A great lockdown there from the Mai, just able to get the taunt, and the follow-up there is just way too much damage, and it's going to be Team Rabbit Apple going to be the ones to come out on top of this game. Revolu trying to get some damage, it's not going to be enough, and they do end up taking it here with 8 kills for themselves. So not too high of a kill game for them, unfortunately, but it is still going to be a nice 20-point for them. And we get the little cool My animation.
Heck yeah, GG's to Team Rabbit Apple. You're right, a bit of a slower match for them, but I think over the course of the game, so many other teams are fighting that they just couldn't find any opportunities. Third parties, they were really never there for that either, so just at the wrong place at the wrong time. Still, 20 points for game number 3 is definitely not a bad place to be, especially since we know this team was one of the ones that was able to pick up a hefty amount just from team kills in game number 1. It's not that bad of a result, but obviously it's not going to be enough to take them all the way in the first place, most likely. It's still fine, though. Every single placement counts above 7th place. Yeah, because 8th and 7th place will get you to knockout stage number 1. Every placement above that will reduce the number of games that you have to play by 4 during the course of the rest of the phase. So 20 points, not bad for Rabbit Apple. They still have a lot of work to do, though.
Yeah, I think their team comp is also just a little hard to get kills just because they're sitting on, you know, the double poke mage basically with Cicella and that Bo Nadine. Bo Nadine is just not really an aggressive character, right? You just have to play, or your opponents basically have to play into you for you to get you know, most of your damage. I mean, you can use your Wolf of Assault. Your Wolf of Assault still does a lot of damage on that Bo Nadine. But most of your damage is all like poke heavy. So
It's much more of a pick comp than anything else. You just pull somebody with the Sis, get the taunt on with the Maya, and then just burst them with the Nadine, which means across the board, you're not going to be seeing too many kills from them, but we have seen signs of aggressiveness for those guys. I talked about OC3U already, right? We saw it in game number 1, just hopping over the wall as a Nadine solo into a 1v2 just to look for kills as the Nadine. He has moments like that, but inherently, just looking at the team composition as a whole, you're right. It is more of a pick comp. You're not going to see full-on team fights. The number of kills that they're going to be able to find is not going to be that insane. But once they get into this point where it is late game, other teams are forced to fight into you, that's where it really shines. You have the safety net as well with the Nadine on the monkey wire, as well as the girl in the bubble, right? The counter
side, bubble, monkey wire.
Mm-hmm.
They have the exclusive. They have they really have a lot going for them there. I was surprised. I almost thought because Asuna got caught the first time, you know, the exclusive was forced out, and then got caught again. But I think because Asuna got so much damage onto Dina, already chunking Lucina down to half HP. I think that's what basically won the fight because, you know, I think Dina thought Asuna got caught again, but it was actually him getting caught because, you know, the Maya ended up getting the taunt there, and then the follow up there from Nadine was just immaculate, and Dina ended up falling. Unfortunately, not able to use her ult to, you know, get them to safety. I think Dina thought he was safe because, you know, still had the blink, still had the ultimate, but can't use them once you're locked in that CC from that My taunt.
And plus, the entire opposite side is just one-shot burst heavy, right? The moment you get caught out, if you're a squishy character, like the Justina, that bullseye will rip you to shreds. So, yeah, a little bit unfortunate. It's all good and dandy, though. As I said, good performance from Rabbit Apples overall. I'm really glad that they were able to find a game like this, because game number 1 was just really unfortunate the way that they died. Although I saw the signs of aggressiveness despite the team composition. I want to see more of that. After all, we are doing the racing helmet plus the Tellurian timepiece version of the Bo Nadine. That is what people have been running, assuming that you are going Bo Nadine. After all, you still do need a little bit more of that team fighting capabilities, right? Wolf Assault damage is still pretty high in the middle of the fights. I just want to see more of that, so...
Yeah. I mean, Bo Nadine, you know, has that poke, but still has the auto attack damage just because you are on those 2 items, right? I think he is on the Moto helm, right? And the
Yeah.
Or is he on Fallout?
That's a great question. We'll have to check his base build because we can actually see that now, right? Somebody mentioned it earlier in the chat, but at the top left, you can actually see what items on. Nice.
So he still has, you know, a decent amount of auto attack damage because once he gets that late game, he's gonna have, you know, a lot of the item damage from his auto attacks. But we can look at the leaderboards here. 1ㅅSejong still in first place with 64 points. Slasher in second with 47. So the point lead actually went up by 1.
Yep.
They still have a 17-point. They have a 17-point buffer, and Wales, Cybers, and Fighters here all really close with each other with 47, 45, 43, and 39 respectively.
Yeah, great game for Team Rabbit Apple, but as I said, they do have a lot more work to do despite that 20 point
sixth.
game. Still 6th, but they have decreased the amount of points they need in order to start moving up in the leaderboards by quite a hefty amount in comparison to before. It's just they're going to have to pull it out again. And even if they do, first place seems a little bit difficult with all the things that we just mentioned, the variables of that team composition. As I mentioned, though, anything above 7th place, any additional placement that you get is 4 less games that you have to play and a lobby that you don't have to risk yourself getting eliminated from during the knockout stages. So it's going to be pretty important. And we did see how important these individual placements in the knockout stages are in the season finals, because the circuit points, they'll start racking up like crazy the moment you get into top 24, if I remember correctly, somewhere around there, something like that.
Yeah, I think it's 24 or 16 or something. But
Yeah.
And I think that team specifically as well definitely wants to make it out of the first day of games, right? So I don't think they want to play in the first 2 knockout stages, because I think their team comp is a lot better on the next batch, where there's not going to be that much team fighting right in the early stages of the game, because that team definitely lacks the early game team fighting capabilities.
Indeed. Okay, cool. Let's take a look at what the character selection is going to look like for our final game, as the Maya is going to be banned out yet again. A couple teams already swapping over onto the Estelle, which is what we saw in game number 2. Rabbit Apple and Chechen Cybers will be opting for that. FN Sejong looking to run that Nathapon and the Marcus once again. We get to see it one more time, my friend. Bunga swapping over onto the Carla. Okay, that's an interesting one. Now, this is kind of nice because I think this provides much of a more playing field for JCP more so than Yoonhyung. The Adina seem much more of a playing field for the Cecilia in comparison to before, because you're playing alongside her, but with the shackling anchor, I think it sets up an arena for JCP to do what he wants more so than anything else.
Yeah, and Bunga can actually dive in with JCP if they find an angle. So I actually like this better, but I just still don't like the the Fiora solo front line and then, the whole mage back line. It's
Ironclad
a little
isn't
tough.
enough.
They're just playing for that pick potential, I would say. So I'm gonna have to look if they can find any of those angles. I think all these other teams, it's standard solo front line, double back line teams. Almost every team here except for just 2, which is obviously Slasher's playing that dive team, and then we have the
Arirang fighters.
double supports. I wouldn't really call Priya like a full support though, because Priya actually does damage. But
Yeah, we had this talk
basically
already a
1.5
lot of times.
1.5 support, and then that Tasia.
Exactly. You basically have
Priya's
1.5
support.
Yeah, 1.5 supports, 1.5 damage dealers.
Yeah, exactly.
You can
Perfect
argue
balance.
even a little bit more, where it's like 1.7 damage dealer, 1.3 support. I don't know. Whatever you want to do, the numbers still add up to 3 anyway. So who the heck cares? Here we go, ladies and gentlemen. The last game of Group A. This game right here will determine which teams from each individual placements get sent to which knockout stage they're going to play. So this one is going to matter a lot for a lot of these teams.
I realize we have EA on Rozzy.
Yes.
Ooh, he's actually off his IREM, so very interested to see how his Rozzy performs here. So I'm playing a double ADC comp, so it's not gonna be you know how we have these other teams that are playing double mage comps. We actually have a double ADC comp here, but obviously Rozzy is more of that short range mage or short range ADC, so we're gonna have to see how that ends up working for him there. Rivoli gonna try jumping out of there.
That's dirty.
One circle, gonna blink and steal the speed gate. So actually gonna block off the speed gate with his W and then blink and take it. So Rivoli gonna have nowhere to go, and one circle gonna find EA here, gonna be able to pull him back, but unfortunately the W does end up running out there. But Looks like they're actually going to be able to trade 1 for 1.
Oh, there's the Maiden's Embrace. It's going to be an early one. I wanted to talk about this earlier too, but Yangachi on that Garnet.
Wait,
will be able
respawn.
to get an early execute down.
Back.
EA just stuck in the middle of nowhere, but the burger flip flips 3.
Triple burger flip?
There goes 1. There also goes yet another. It's a trade between the 2
Wait,
teams so far.
wait.
There goes Kimur taking down Yangachi in a holy bit trouble. I don't think the Garnet's staying alive. That's another
Okay, this
wipe
guy
for
is specialist.
It's not bad.
Specialist.
Yeah, true. Yangju Whales, they
Not-
changed up their composition.
Well,
We
wait a
don't see
second.
them wipe.
Whales
Wait a
is gonna-
second. Hold up.
He's gonna jump back on in here. Does end up getting the ultimate here.
Okay.
Fauna gonna go down. EA gonna get a lot of damage.
Fulfill
Green Apple
the
gonna get
prophecy.
knocked up here. X-Boy gonna blink on out, and looks like the side of team Whales. Oh, actually, they're actually gonna jump back in. It's gonna be Green Apple is gonna take the 1v1 here. He's already getting chunked down to half HP. Fauna gonna respawn back in, and they're looking just to resend it back in here because you know no wipes just yet. And Team Specialist is still in the zone. Maybe they might come down if they hear any of this
Fulfill the
being.
prophecy.
And it's gonna be Green Apple gonna fall here. Oh no! Right, that's it. That's it. Whales.
Right?
You know
Okay,
what
there
to
we
do.
go.
Whales
Nature
is
is
gonna get
restored.
wiped here. Once again, but they actually end up getting a kill from Sasha this time, so it's actually not bad. So nice for kills for himself.
The curse of Fauna returns and rears its ugly head once again, my friend, I guess. Dude, it's always Fauna that has just stuck with these really unfortunate events, and I don't even know if it's his fault for this one, right? Because he's pressing ults, he's pressing the Soul Link, it's just... He keeps getting caught out in third-party situations. I can't believe it. A pattern that stays for the entire series. Yangju Whales falling down in day number 1. Every single
Every
one of
game.
the 4 games that we played for Group A already. They're off to a great start to the season.
That's okay, you know. It's just season 7. You know, season 7. You just team fight early game, get as many kills as possible. There's a Soul Stealer coming out for the side of Team Rabbit Apple. Not gonna be able to get the Indeed out in time though. And there's a Maiden Embrace coming out for the Garnets, and they're gonna be able to get a kill. So Specialist already on 5 kills for himself. And I would just like to talk about that. So we actually have, I think, it looks like it's like almost an even split between Protocol and Soul Stealer. I think more teams are on Soul Stealer. We actually do have teams on the Force Field as well on that Marcus, because Marcus kind of needs that extra tankiness there. 1Circle gonna try getting some damage off here. Bomb gonna get a lot of damage. Gonna pull Revolt back in. Revolt gonna fall there. Bomb is just doing so much. Gets the stun as well on Dina. Gonna be able to get the knock as well. And I think Bomb. Oh, unfortunately, it doesn't see because of the nighttime vision. 1Circle gonna be able to get it. Is Bomb gonna be able to finish this? Still doesn't look like. And this win out 2v3 despite Ramada going down so early. So well played for Bomb. Just able to do so much on this Marcus.
And that is a legit 2v3, right? You saw the health bars. It actually looked really healthy for Chechen Cybers at the start of that fight too, when we saw it transitioning over after Romantic fell. The damage that stacks over the time with the pictograph stacks is really insane. The amount of damage that Dathapon is able to sustain throughout the course of the fight, as long as he lives, is good. JCP stuck in the middle of nowhere.
Oh no!
It's half.
A lot of this.
What
Oh
is
no!
this?
Oh no!
How many teams are here
This
right
is what
now?
I'm saying.
Specialist
This is what I'm saying.
gonna
This is
try
season 7.
Yangachi,
Everyone's going in here, and it's gonna be
He's sticking it. He got
Whales.
it.
Who's gonna get it? Who's gonna get it? Gardner has it, and now they're just gonna full send it onto the side of Team Specialist here. Team Specialist is gonna start losing members. It looks like Katsuki is actually gonna go down here. Bungwa gonna try getting away. Bungwa is gonna get down. Gonna go down, and Bungwa's wiped off the map, and it's gonna be E8. And Nisaka there on the top side. Looks like it's gonna be Slasher gonna be able to pick up some of the kills and be able to get a lot of the credits from this team, and it looks like they're gonna be okay as they're gonna just get some call-ins. Katsuki unfortunately gonna get wiped off the map, but they're gonna have the respawn timers gonna be coming up here in about 5 seconds. Maybe gonna look for a nice zone to get their buy-ins. You can see all their credits are actually completely even at the bottom. That's actually kind of cool. I've actually never seen that before.
Yeah, it is a pretty nifty number, 341, 342, but it's gonna start becoming stagnated a little bit. And plus, by the way, I will mention, even if the change in 1.45 didn't happen, I think that right there might be an indicator that something needed to have changed. Down goes Green Apple, unfortunately, at the start of the fight. OC3 just pumping out the auto attacks, unfortunately. But the Soul Link. Yeah, the Soul Link damage was just barely enough to knock down the main body of the Chloe, which means Yangju Whale's gonna get taken taken down once again, and that's unfortunate for Youngju Wales. I thought Fauna was
Yeah.
fine, but Helitaxstat, there is damage portion to it, and the Soul Link was still there. The shared damage between the two was just enough to knock out both of them, which is why Fauna fell. So he pressed the ult button, but he still died anyway, so I don't know.
But yeah, the fight at Meteorites was exactly what I was talking about, right? Is meta is just you
too
get
free.
your item and you just teleport in to all the other teams contesting for the meteor or the tree, and you just team fight because there's no risk, right? So might as well just go in forward there. But I'm actually gonna use the alpha swing to their advantage there. F-stop not gonna connect onto anyone, but 1ㅅCircle just is completely winning the 1v1 into the Cicella. They're gonna be able to land pull onto Revolo. Really gonna get pulled back in. You get a lot of damage, but Revolo does end up taking down Romantic there, but 1ㅅCircle will be able to blink on in, gonna be able to get that kill. And if I'm gonna be able to get this, no, I don't think so. It's so close. Bum is gonna go
What a
down
play.
here, and Sejong gonna get wiped, but still night number 2, so they're still okay there. But yeah, very nicely played from the side of Team Cybers here, as yeah, Revolo just is able to deal so much damage. You're gonna be able to trade Romantic here and win enough for his team.
I mean, he just smurfed on him. Even if 1ㅅCircle was standing in his face, he was hard locked in onto making sure that Bernice was taken down.
I thought Revolo was gonna die there.
Me too.
Well, I mean, he did end up going down, but a little too late. He actually just ended up trading so much damage back and actually killing Romantic. So
Yeah, he got like 4
very
autos
simple.
off that he shouldn't have had, and that was the difference maker.
yeah, 100%.
Oh.
So no, is he gonna die to the
He's
bear?
fine.
No,
He's fine.
yeah.
It's just Cicella. They always live life on the edge anyway, so it's J-Tank. Sorry. I don't know.
But
what
you can
came
see
up.
the amount of kills
Yep.
in this lobby. It's about
Yep.
maybe 30 kills, I would say. Maybe even more than 30. It's like 40
Oh yeah,
kills.
somewhere around
almost.
40. Gwangju Slasher
Between this-
alone has 10. A couple teams added up, they add up to 10 plus, and then yep, I think somewhere around 40 is a more accurate number. That's 1.44 for you. So
Yeah, 40 kills already. So many teams end up getting wiped, but not actually getting wiped because, yeah, they're still alive. It's going to get changed in the next patch, but yeah, that's just how it's going to be for this weekend here. Slasher already sitting on 11 kills for themselves there. Kasi going to walk in to Slasher. Maybe needs to find an angle. Unfortunately, not going to be able to hit that knock up there. As looks like Anon is actually going to stick the tree. Going to get it to half, so does end up dropping the Nimrod's gate, but here comes the third party. Team Specialist is in the area. I think Team Slasher, they do end up knowing there's a team behind them, so actually end up just giving up the tree. Team Akatsuki gonna be able to get that one for free.
thank God Akatsuki had a Cicella high. Imagine what would happen if JCP had to walk into the Arda passive silence field. Whoa. We saw it being a factor last season, remember? I think it was during season
There was that one
finals.
fight, yeah,
there was
it was in
one fight where it
Cemetery.
actually was a thing.
It was in Cemetery. I remember that fight. Like, specifically because we were talking about how how it'd be so cool. How it'd be so cool if it mattered, and then it actually mattered for like that one team fight.
Yep. How I wish I could see it again, but unfortunately, no one really levels that thing, so the range of that thing is just not exactly always good at all. But here we go, a potential fight inside Cemetery, quite interesting because we were just talking about the zone. Bum just going to be sending JCP away. The damage exchange so far is in favor of Team Akatsuki, which should make sense. But when is 1ㅅCircle going to pull the trigger? There it is, misses the F stuff, but that's a couple of mobility skills already invested for this team.
Pulled in. I think they should get him
That should
here.
be
Yes.
it. Oh, and the explosive bullet lands onto a couple.
Oh, wait a second, it gets-
Oh, he does end up taking the fall.
Oh,
The health
that's
bar
a huge mistake.
difference is in favor of Team Akatsuki. If Pungo wants to go for it, he can, but up against the Bernice, it's too risky. Jumping in, if you miss a couple harpoons, you got the buckshots going through. It's a little bit risky. I like the fact that he backed away. Akatsuki gets the res back, and overall, it's a win for Team Akatsuki because it forces out the mobile kiosk for Team FNZ.
It's just a 1-for-1 for Team Akatsuki and for Team FN Sejong. FN Sejong, I mean, 1ㅅCircle getting the pick onto the Fiora was huge, but then completely just blinking on in and just whiffing his damage there. A little unfortunate. It's a little uncharacteristic for 1ㅅCircle there. But yeah, just a 1-for-1 trade for both the teams there. Looks like we're gonna have a fight between Team Specialists and the side of Team Fighters. So you can see the item advantage or the items from Team Specialists here. They're sitting on so many items, and they are just getting completely out-sustained though by the side of Team Fighters here. Looks like the hard ult was invested. Priya just gonna get some damage. It looks like the hard wave gonna be used to slow. I don't think this hard can get on out of there. It's going to be the Taz gonna be able to pick that one up. Do have the red boxer and call it on himself as well. And item advantage actually isn't in favor of even Team Specialists, as Team Fighters also just has a lot of items for themselves as well.
The only source of consistent damage on Team Specialist is going to be the hard. Oh, this is not looking good. Kwangju Slashers immediately just backing away. They do have an artist, so Nimrod's Gate is going to be a very much viable option if they do want to go for it. He's a little bit too split apart. He is not going to take the Nimrod's Gate, and he puts himself at risk of getting taken down, and the pull comes in from Dina. Down goes Nizuka. The Nimrod's Gate just slightly mispositioned. Oh my god, and there goes a Haze. Don't watch, don't put it in. What are you watching, Narahara? That was an execution.
Yeah, one circle blinking on forward. I think he missed the pullback this time, but it looks like it didn't really matter because yeah, unfortunately Haze getting caught by that F stop. Once you caught by that F stop, especially when you don't really have any other members to peel you off there, can't really do much there, as it's just gonna be the Garnet, gonna be the last member alive for the side of Team Specialists.
We're back in the same situation again for Team Specialists. Now they do have a mobile kiosk, so they will be able to get the reses back, but got really close to wiping again. Oopsies. 8 kills, they have a good amount, but you do not want to wipe just yet. Team Specialists, they still have a lot that they want to show us in 8th place right now. The fact that they're getting a lot of kills is great and all, but if you start dying early, you know what the repercussions can be. Effectively speaking, I think about 90% of those 26 points that Specialists have are all from kills, guys. So this team is pulling the weight, right? They're doing work, it's just, you gotta live. It's a survival game.
Yeah, and Team FSJ, looks like they want to take this fight here, but for the side of Team, I think that's Team Mikoski. Mikoski's not really having any real items for their name. I think I saw their items only sitting on 3 or 4 items. You could see the credits though for Team Mikoski. They have enough for that blood. I think they just want to go for cap out for that Carla, and that's a Stella. So we're gonna try looking to get to a kiosk. Here comes Engage from the Garnet, gonna get a lot of damage, but the third party from Team Mikoski gonna pull back the heart, but there is the Peacemaker to keep them alive there, and it looks like Team Specialists look like they're okay.
Which is pretty good. I think I just saw Free at last again. This time around, it was from
the heart.
Team
Oh my god. Check on the 1 HP.
Yeah, that is very dangerous.
No, another third party.
Kimura is in trouble. Can they get
out? Get out!
No! The fadeaway auto attack is gonna tag him. Luckily, okay,
third party again.
Third party again.
Top
You're right,
side.
JCP. Oh, he can't get away from that, but the damage is
E8.
good. He does end up picking off E8. I saw the Fenty right before he blinked away.
Oh, wait a
I don't
second.
know about this one. That's the problem. That's the problem. You get it. It's in your head. The voice in your head calls to you, and he falls for it. I do that all the time. I knew it was cooked the moment he jumps in, because you can't do that against the Chloe.
Yeah, the Chloe still had the ultimate there, the Soul Link. I think maybe Bungo thought he had enough damage, maybe kill the Chloe there, but yeah, that's a lot unfortunate. Big mistake there from Muwa.
I was like, no.
Yeah, -200, and look at the damage from Revolu on this Rio, just able to just poke out the members of the side of Team Rabbit Apple, but Rabbit Apple gonna send it back in. Here comes the Wolf Assault, gonna get a lot of damage onto the Stella. Stella already getting chucked down to half HP. Actually gonna get chucked down to 1 HP, and Nadine actually gonna be able to pick up Revolu there, and he's gonna blink on in, and they're gonna be able to get the side of Team Cybers. There's so well played from the Nadine on Team Rapid Apple. That is what you want to see.
Dude, I'm telling you, man, I saw the angle earlier today from 03CU, and this guy is now popping off. He gets the opportunity, he just blinks on in there and wipes the Sicilla. What was he sitting at? 150 HP? But he blinks in towards the Sicilla because Wilson was too far away, and he gets the snipe down before Wilson lands, and that creates a situation where they don't even have to res 2 people, just the Mai, and they get the what is it? Oh, what do they call it when you wipe out a full team and you get the res timer
Terminate?
bonus? Yeah, terminate. There you go. They get the terminate bonus. Doesn't even have to waste it on 2, but that's a lot of damage over onto Akatsuki. They're eating the rockets. Never mind. Okay, JCP stuck in the middle of nowhere, but the Maiden's Embrace, Peacemaker
Perfectly timed.
ends.
Yeah.
JCP.
I love that combo. I love that combo. Just use the Maiden's Embrace at the perfect time, and then once they come under the Peacemaker, you're just dead because you get executed after there's no Peacemaker to keep you alive.
And it's not meant to be. There will be no Blood Half Moon for the Carla this game. Unfortunately, it is day number 5.
I don't think you could grade your items that much there.
Yeah.
Sitting on 500 credits for the whole game, you could see their items. They were only sitting on, I think, 5 gold items for themselves. There, you have to call in like your trees, your 4 scores there. Just holding on that many credits. You can see their items at the top left there. Like, look, they only have 6 items to their name. Yeah, you just have to get your buys. You have to get that combat power. You have to think, right? Like, if Akatsuki had a couple more items, they actually would have been able to kill the side of team. What was the team that they fought in Pond? I think it was Team Whale.
Oh, it was
Whales, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, they would have had a lot more cleaner fight. Maybe Fauna would have actually died if they had a couple more items to their name.
In the end, as the game goes on, the map is going to get choked out as well, so the amount of places you can buy for free also decreases. So I think what you said earlier was right. I did see JCP also holding on to his credits. He was sitting at around low 400s. I think he was trying to get the blood sample, and they were just trying to wait for the timing on that. But sometimes you gotta greet it, right? Just get one, get your fighting power up, and then eventually look for yourself another kiosk where you can call. They just never did that. Fell behind, and look at where they are now, wiped off the face of the earth. 5 kills is all they have to their name. We're probably gonna end up seeing them in knockout stage number 1. They're gonna have a long road to go if their main goal is to go into the finals, which is something I was talking to Hojin about, and he said they have a lot of things that they need to work on before finals happens for phase number 1, and definitely so. Let's see what the practice is going to look like for Akatsuki, because we need to see a lot more out of them if you want to see them being a real contender for this season as a whole.
Yeah, 100%. It's a little unfortunate that they, fell down in 8th place, 7th place actually once again. But yeah, you can see where they are on the leaderboards. They're in 7th place, so yeah, we'll definitely see them back here for Sunday, because it's 8th place and 7th place teams will be playing in the first knockout stage.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. All right, night number 5. How many teams do we have left? It's going to be 6. Let's see how the rest of this game is going to go. There are a couple teams already stranded inside of Uptown. Yeah, that camera placement is really good. Watching their flank for Kwangju Slashers, they do have an Arda to get out of this. Nimrod's Gate is going to be a good call. I mean, that's the power of Arda right there, right? Oh, but this is not really good. Look at their health bars. No one's
they run right into another team. There's the totem.
Goodbye.
I don't think. Oh wait, he's gonna get out. Oh no, it's another 3P. It's another 3P.
Well, that happened. That's a 4th party, dude.
That is like a 5th party. That is very unfortunate for Team Slasher. They're getting triangulated from 3 different teams. That like one team member died to Fighters, 1 team member died to Whales, 1 team member died to Rabbit House. That's just so unfortunate because they're just caught right in the middle here. It's gonna have a team fight on the top side here, Team Specialist versus Team Whales here. A lot of rockets, a lot of poke damage from the side of Team Specialist. Here comes the Social as well. They're gonna actually be force on in, but the Garnet gonna get chunked down to 1 HP. Unfortunately, they weren't able to get that Garnet there. Fauna is gonna be forced to back on out of their Team Whales. Gonna be forced to reset as looks like Team Rabbit House or Rabbit Apple. They see the members of Team Whales. They're all already low here, and it looks like it's gonna be Team Whales gonna fall. They are gonna get the terminates, and they're actually gonna turn their sights straight onto the side of
I don't know what that
Team
was.
Specialists there, and there is the Maiden's Embrace. It is not gonna connect, and they are gonna stun up. Oh, great! Oh wait, he actually connects. Actually sticks to full res and is gonna be able to get the Nadine back up here. It's not gonna come down to a 2v2.
Okay, well, Yamachi is trying to stick the res over on the
should
Kim
be able
but
to
the
kill the
Soul
body.
Stealer
They get the
is
body.
there. They get the body, and
Oh my God.
03 is just there to clean it up. It's not even close, my guy. But Team Rabbit Apple, they still have a lot of work to do. There's another team inside. It's going to be Arirang Fighters. We've seen how difficult it is for a lot of teams to fight into this. They do not have Wolf Assault for the fight, and 0-3CU slowly running out of time. 20 seconds to go for the rest of the members of Rabbit Apple. They need to somehow buy a little bit, just enough for the Wolf Assault to come out, but is it going to come out fast enough? And do they even have enough time? Absolutely not, because that Paradiso just seals the fate of Rabbit Apple. They didn't have time, they didn't have the cooldowns, they didn't have the placement inside the temp zone. Arirang Fighters just rips them to shreds, and we're seeing it once again. Arirang Fighters versus FN Sejong, this time inside a chapel, but unfortunately for Arirang Fighters, they're not the ones with positioning this time. It's going to be FN Sejong. You need to walk into a Nathapon Bernice in these tight corridors.
But Soe's playing really well here. If he could find an angle onto Romantic or one circle in the back, he could definitely get a nice one shot on them with the Paradiso here. Gonna have to see if he is gonna be able to find it, but you know, it is one circle and Romantic. They are known as two of the best players in the game here, as there is the Charlotte ult gonna be forced and the pre-ult. Everything is invested, but the F-stop is huge. It stops the Talia from going in. And wait a second, Talia's actually gonna jump on out of there. The Charlotte is gonna go down. Bomb is gonna get a lot of damage, and he's actually gonna be able to get sustained back up there. Wait a second! So he finds the angle, he kills him! It's winnable, it's winnable.
Yeah, I mean, Zoe is still in safety net 2 right now. Oh, Romantic, you can't really stop this because you don't have that much health.
You have to kill the body, just kill the body here.
They're gonna kill the body.
Maybe
yes, they do, but look on the flank.
Zoe's back, Zoe's back.
Can the Bernice be able to knock this down? It's a Bernice. Oh, it steps into the trap. That's the
there's
but the shields are there. They get the kill. That's the executioner for this big. Oh, he's got the Bernice with the flowers. He gets the kill.
They win.
Going it. Arirang Fighters.
Oh my god.
How have they done this?
So well.
Oh my goodness, what a play between all members of Arirang Fighters. FN Sejong tried their best, but it's just not enough. The sustain will outlast the eternity that is Team FN Sejong. Arirang Fighters, 11 kills at first place, 23 points to finish off Group A. Congratulations. We'll see what their placement is looking like, because my god, this team is feisty.
Zoe is just played like a demon. This guy just... yeah, he just found an angle to go back in, and then was just able to completely outplay One Circle. One Circle wasn't expecting to just instantly die there to the Tazia, and then after trading 1-for-1, he ended up getting pulled back as well, and then basically got him to safety there. So very nicely played by Zoe, gonna be able to win it out for his team there. And I mean, even the Priya as well. Priya just able to navigate the fight so well. Great echoes of the earth, able to connect onto Romantic and win that 1v1 on the top side there.
To be fair though, that right there is exactly why I've always been calling for anti-shield items, right? Because the effective HP in this game, there's no counter to it, really, unless you're playing specific characters that break shields, for example, right? Like Luke on the clean sweep.
No, Luke doesn't have that anymore.
Oh, that's right. Luke doesn't have it. I meant to talk about Isaac. Isaac still has it. Isaac still has the shield break. You can't deal with it, really. You just have to sit there and try to chunk away at the shield, and usually because a lot of mages nowadays towards the end of the game is either sitting on 35 or 40% CDR, you got to deal with it over and over and over and over and over and over and over again.
Yeah.
You're dead by that point. So it's exactly what they're going for.
I mean, they had the fight, right? Like,
they did.
If One Circle, I think One Circle kind of folded it. he just walked back up, and then Tassi just got like the full clean kill there.
But I think that was also on Soe as well, because he used vision really, really well in that fight. Sitting inside of the bush while he had the Spada set up on his Q, he managed to get the pushback onto Nathapon, and because Nathapon is an immobile mage, especially without blink, or if you can't react to it fast enough, the chain crowd control as well as the slows ended up getting him killed. So I think that was actually more on Soe utilizing vision extremely well.
For sure. I mean, Soe played it really, really well. It was just very, very nicely played from the Tazia. And I would like to go back to your comment about them adding. You said you wanted shield break items, right?
Well, not even shield break, but I don't know. You probably remember this. Some people in chat might also remember this as well. Schrodinger's box, back when it was an accessory. You remember the passive it had?
Yeah, because I think that passive still exists, but I don't think any. Or sorry,
there's
not that specific passive, but I mean, there's like passives that break shields still.
Yeah, or
But
is
I don't think
more
anyone uses
effective against shields. Like Q-Watch has it, I think, if I
Cube
remember
Watch
correctly.
and tac helmet, but I don't think anyone really
Yeah.
uses those items. Is the problem?
But here's the problem, right? So the thing about those is that yes, it's really nice dealing with shields because you do put extra damage, but a lot of times, as I mentioned earlier, we're going back to this problem again. You have to deal with it again because cooldown reduction to the point where the amount of damage that stacks up from those two items is not enough to effectively deal with the shield count because they all scale off of amp anyways.
Oh
Whereas
yeah.
before,
I mean, I don't think those items, because like no one really uses those items anyways. As
yeah,
well,
and it's not like an
which is
item
the
that you
problem.
use to deal with shields. That's not the reason why you run them. They're good for other reasons.
Oh yeah, for sure. But
Mhm.
I don't think shields are. I mean, I guess it depends on the team comp, where they become more problem, right? Because if you're playing the typical front to back, like ADC should be enough to basically deal with the characters that are spamming those shields, right? Like
Mhm.
Vanya or Tazia. As long as you're playing a nice clean front pack, it shouldn't be that big of a worry. It's just when you're playing like a team comp like JG Slasher, for example, right? You can't
Yeah.
really get through those shields. You don't really have enough damage, but then that just becomes like a rock paper scissors type of thing, right? So
Yeah, exactly. But we're back to the RPS for team compositions, and plus, guys, you guys think this is bad? There is a reason why Priya was like in the gutters for a very, very long time in terms of her shield. She used to be a genuine bona fide support, but then they murdered it back then because there was a composition back when duos competitive was a thing for ERM. Camillo and Priya used to have it to a point where Camillo's shield count would be more than like half his health bar. So you would see his health bar just like being half covered by shields, and that's why they killed it a long time ago. So we've seen worse in the past. This is, even though it doesn't look like it, this is a bit more controlled, which is super strange. But besides the point, this is what our final scoreboard is going to look like. Arirang Fighters.
well
With
deserved.
that game, well-deserved second place. 1 point is what they're going to be able to beat out Gwangju Slasher for. We will see them next, let's see, it's going to be Saturday for knockout stage number 5. Whereas FN Sejong, we'll see them straight into the finals. We're going to see them in the finals next Sunday. They get the ticket straight punched in towards of it. 20 points. They increase the lead even further.
1, 2, 3,
Is it
4,
6 or 5?
6.
It's 6.
Yeah. Because there should be 6 knockout stages. So we'll see Iron Fighters in knockout stage 6 on Saturday. The date is correct though. And then Slasher will see knockout stage 5, Wales 4, 3, 2, and then Specialist and Akatsuki. Fortunately, our 7th and 8th place team. We'll see them back on Sunday this weekend with still on this patch. So they're gonna have to adjust their game. Maybe look for a more aggressive team to try to get more kills in the early game. I think that's basically what they've been doing. Unfortunately, they just haven't had a consistent game, so they haven't been able to get that much placement points throughout the series.
Yeah, I think another way that you can phrase it is just polishing up their gameplay, because I can see a world where this composition works. You have enough damage to deal with majority of it. It's just you need to make sure that the communication is there, because after all, as I mentioned with Akatsuki, there were a bunch of ragtag players that were just kind of scattered throughout different teams, all combined into one. This is their debut season as a team, after all, and none of them really played with each other before this. So I think maybe getting your communication sorted out, maybe polishing up how you want to pair this kind of roster, especially if you want to stick with this kind of roster throughout the entire season, I think that's going to be another good way to do it. We've seen these players making their characters work, after all. It's not going to be too surprising for us if they do it. It's just you need to polish it up, communicate up a little bit better with your team, know exactly what the plan is, and actually execute it, because that's where I saw the faults of Team Akatsuki a little bit here today.
100%. I mean, I agree. I think the team comp can work, but I think it is really hard to play, that double back.
Oh,
plus
yeah.
Plus that Fiora solo frontline, because Fiora mainly works with like the dive team, but she can work, I guess, for those pick potential teams, because she has that all potential, but. Once you run into there's other teams that are back, right? It's a little hard for you to really go through that tank.
Ironclad is great. It is an amazing weapon skill. Or sorry, not weapon skill, but it's a great augment. And plus, Fiora can pop it really easily. We've seen both of our Fioras today, JCP as well as the Zika. I think think it was. I forget who it was, but they were both running Rapier. It's extremely easy to pop the Ironclad because all you have to do is just quick cut in there. But
Yeah, okay. So I wasn't because I was actually running Rapier as well, and then people were
Yeah.
telling me to run two hand, but it looks like Rapier is definitely the way to go here because you get that
I think
extra
it's-
engage.
I think it depends. It's like you can run for the most part.
I mean,
think-
both of them are fine. Yeah.
Yeah,
But
most of them are fine. It's just a quick cut has its benefits because it's much easier to proc Ironclad with, and Ironclad is really good on someone like Fiora.
for
Two-handed
sure, for sure.
sword allows you to run something even like Amp Drone. I think that's an option you
Yeah,
can
yeah,
go
and
for.
then you have
Spear
that-
if you want to play it.
I don't think many people are running Spear, but it's just Rapier if you want that extra engage with the quick cut, and then you have that damage reduction on Ironclad.
Yep.
Or having the parry, right, for two hand, and then having that extra damage. So it just depends on what the meta is calling for, because sometimes you want that parry for that instant, to block those burst damage, and sometimes you want that quick cut. And I think quick cut is a lot more intuitive, just because you have the potential with that. Obviously, with the quick cut, you just have that extra dash basically for that engage potential.
Yep, and it allows you to fight on your own terms because you're the one positioning into the fight anyway, so it's pretty nice. But kind of continuing on from what I was mentioning earlier, while Ironclad is really nice, you talked about it perfectly, the damage reduction is there, and the tenacity that you also get is pretty nice. It's not a tank, right? Something like in Estelle, something like Amai, you're not going to get the consistent damage reduction that those two get. You're not going to get the raw stats that they get. You're not going to be building the items that they build either. You will die. Eventually, you can have all the damage reduction in the world, but if you don't have the stats of a tank to back that up and the consistency for the damage reduction to keep yourself alive, you will die. So
100%, yeah.
definitely a lot more inherently risky if you're running some double backliners in there. I think that's why I mentioned at the beginning of game number 4 that the Carla was a really nice fit to the comp, unless you just full send it with the grappling maneuver like we saw.
Yeah,
but
I want to talk about that
yeah,
in pod.
shackling anchor sets up a field where Fiora can really do what she wants for even like the second that they're walking out of it, and that's the kind of synergy that I really like seeing among some of these teams. Yes, the team composition is still inherently risky, but once you get that shackle anchor down, most people's intuition, you're going to walk out of it, and that's like that walking out session that JCP can go ham on the Fiora for. We know the damage that can come out of that character. We know who JCP is on this character as well. Everything is set. So the Carla pick was absolutely great. It's just weird that Pungo was the one playing it because we know his Adina is just incredible.
Yeah, I mean, I like the pick as well, just because Carla can also have that dive potential with that Fiora if they find an angle. But yeah, I mean, it just didn't look that good from Bungo there. Maybe I don't know.
My PTSD, man. As soon as he put the anchor down and he started dashing towards it, I was like, it's over.
As soon as I saw it too, I was like, yeah,
it's good.
Calm down, everybody. Calm down.
Yeah. It's the voice in the head, right? It always calls you to do it. You want to try Goomba stomping somebody, but up against the Chloe, you usually don't. And plus, what was the plan afterwards, right? You have a Marcus that's barreling down towards you. You're not killing that. You're not running away from it either. So, yeah, a little bit of an.
I mean, I think if he got Fauna there, it's fine because his team is walking down, so it's stall enough. But yeah, I mean, I think he just missed because I saw the angle, right? He was gonna jump on in. He used you need to hit the harpoon onto the Chloe, and then I think he tried blinking to pull it back into the Fauna, but
he missed.
It just didn't work. So Fauna would have died even through the Soul Link, I'm pretty sure, because Fauna was already like low. But he just fumbled. Like, it is what it is.
He got the clip. Might have not been the clip that he was looking for.
It might have not been the clip he wanted, but it is what it is.
A lot of you guys might be wondering why we're just constantly yapping. The KR side is doing an interview for 1ㅅSejong, so we should be going to a break here in just a moment, but it's going to be Group B. That's going to be coming up in just a moment. Unfortunately, I didn't get the assets for the teams that are going to be playing today, so I can't really show you guys which teams are going to be playing for Group B, but I did see some interesting teams coming out from qualifiers. Are there any... Now, I know this entire season is going to be different. is there any specific team that you want to see? Because I'm assuming you've heard some news or maybe some even like some leaks here and there about which kind of team compositions and rosters were made this season. Is there anyone that you want to see in Group B?
Do you know where Rosner went?
Ooh, you know, that's a great question. That is true because BNK Furex kind of imploded too, huh?
Yeah.
Well, I say
yeah, 'cause-
implode. That sounds bad, but they just disbanded. There we go. That's a better.
yeah. Because I want to see where he went, but I don't know. I want to be able to say without seeing the full rosters myself. So I'm not sure, but I'm very excited for the next group because new group means new set of teams, new meta, new bands. So we have to see which what teams are going to be picking characters. Always excited to see a fresh set of teams.
Indeed. Ladies and gentlemen, though, that was game number 4. That means Group A is going to be done. We will be back with you guys for Group B to see which additional 8 teams are going to be placed where in the knockout stages for the remainder of the phase. We'll see you guys in just a bit. So grab some water, go grab a snack, stretch. We'll see you guys back here for Group B.
Take care, take care.
잠시 후 최종 안전지대가 설치됩니다. 임시 안전지대를 잠시 후 최종 전장을 치료하고 있습니다.
You're ready to get in the game now. The last thing you want is to wait. WD Black, performance storage, purpose-built for gaming. SSD speed that obliterates load times. Performance to transform your game. Expanded capacity to store more. Customizable RGB. WD Black. Because the game never waits. WD Black. Drive your game.
치워야 할 쓰레기가 많이 보이는군요. 당신이 누구든 상관없습니다. 생명의 가치는 모두 같아요. 죽으면 똑같은 시체일 뿐. 그럼 저승에서 뵙겠습니다. 더블L VIP 서비스 시작하겠습니다. 도망칠 곳은 없습니다. 저도 당신도. 주어진 운명에 발버둥 칠 뿐이죠. 사신이 당신에게 찾아올 때까지. 의뢰는 반드시 완수합니다.
선택에 상응하는 결과를 정밀하게 변수를 사용하지. 깨달은 이상 결과는 고정될 뿐이야. 오차는 없어. 모든 인생의 종착점이지. 형편없군. 결과를 안다고 미래가 바뀌는 건 아니다. 당신은 이 실험에 대해 얼마나 알고 있을까? 내가 말해줄 수 있는 건 우린 머지않아 전부 소멸한다는 사실이지. 내가 보았던 미래는 진실일까? 그쪽은 멸망 속에서 살아남을 준비가 됐을지 모르겠군. 그럼 실험을 시작하지. 당신의 미래에는 유감이 필요하지. 새로운 시대의 문을 여는 단 하나의 열쇠를 찾기 위해서. 연사는 끝났어. 이미 관측된 결과는 바뀌지 않아. 실험은 끝내지. 절망의 끝에선 폰에게 모든 영광을.
내 검에 흔들림은 없다. 그림자 속에 진짜가 숨어있는 법이다. 찔러주지! 더 정교하고 더 빠르게. 거기까지! 피하지 않아. 훈련이고 앞으로 나아간다. 시작된 이상 봐주지 않아.
여기에서 기도 능력을 봤을 때 볼 수 있었고요.
마커스 진입이 일단 나쁘진 않았는데 대응이 좋아요.
자, 원규 좀 키고 사태는 스칼렛 쪽으로.
아, 옆에서 근데
이공적인 인사이드 등장.
위에서 그리고 얼티메이트가
이거 마무리입니다.
차거든요. 근데 교정각 볼래? 라는 콜이 나온 것 같습니다.
그렇습니다. 자, 오메가 두고 카르텔과 FL도.
그리고 이제 들어가는 것보다도 이제 핑퐁 됐을 때 그 이후의 플랜까지 같이 세우면서 스킬샷을 날려주는 게 중요해졌거든요. 그냥 하나만 바라보고 플레이를 하기에는 리스크가 많이 커졌습니다. 자, 그래서 먹고 나서도 어떻게 할 건지 대응해야 돼요. 먹고 나서가 장점이 아닙니다.
일단 다른 선수가 챙겼는데
자,
에너지 필드
에너지 필드.
쓰고
와, 서로 쓰죠,
서로
서로
도주.
쓰죠.
그리고
그렇죠.
좁은 지역으로 왔으면
자, 테오도르.
뒤돌 수도 있습니다.
그렇습니다. 쫓아가는
마크판
LCB
조심해야죠.
신발에
자, 빵타 그리고 도발라기까지
깔끔하게
뒤도 능력.
와이어를
네, 깔끔합니다.
미니 와이어가 앞으로 나와 있어요.
진짜 FA 그쪽은 FN 이종입니다. 자, 두 명 잡아냈고요. 이쪽 교전은 인사이드 그리고 오토한스.
자, 남자는 오토함 거인
그렇죠.
거예요.
네.
그렇죠. 아마 그런 것 같은데요. 오토함스 것 같은데요.
자, 이제 시밤의 크레딧 치는 거 보니까
수아랑
오토함즈인데
아델라는 이런 걸 진짜
예.
잘 방해하는 실험체거든요.
그렇죠.
자, 헬릭 스프레이 한번 받고 다시.
근데 주기 싫거든요.
예.
너무 싫죠.
너무 싫죠. 아, 근데 지금 프로모션이 계속 떨어지는데
근데
저거
빨리 하지 않으면-
킬 나이트 포크 들어가고.
아, 그래서
자, 그래도.
자, 체크메이트 피해주고
와,
들어가서
들어간 타이밍에
마무리.
역으로 파고듭니다.
상대를 오히려 급하게 만들었던 오토함즈의 좀 전략도 보였습니다.
아, 연못 이거 카르텔 위기인데요. 카르텔 이 위기를 어떻게 뚫고
아,
나갈 수 있을까요?
테오도르 낚시
그래도,
한번
그래도 NCMB 가.
원스코.
자, 서로 교환 구도가 났는데
그렇습니다.
이러면 NCMB 선수가 체력 관리가 더 잘 돼 있거든요.
그런데
경기!
이 부분을 좀 염두에 두고 있었기 때문에 그냥 돌파를 선택했었던 건데
건드리지 마.
존중하셔야 됩니다. 존중.
네.
자, 나도 관역이야.
바닥에 돌멩이 있다.
나도 관역이야.
자, 저기는 안 보이는 거예요. 이
나
팀에게
건드리면
저기는 안
너네
보여요.
들어간다.
저희 보이지 않습니다.
건드리지 마라. 너네끼리 싸워라. 자, 그래서 안
저.
건드립니다. 호호. 자, 카메라는 지우지만.
자, 그리고 오른쪽
세이버.
교전에서 인사이터가
예.
자, 이거 19선 터졌거든요. 평소까지 터지면 오토 함재. 오른쪽 교전
체크메이트
이겼고요.
떨어지겠습니다만 로커 피해내고 이어서 오토함즈 킬 가져갑니다.
자, 그리고 경기 네이트가 이제 코키를 눌러보니까 여기가 킬이 많다. 얼티메이트 너네구나.
자, 시간이 없기 때문에 강제되는
버티긴
상황에서
버티는데 시간이 없어요. 길 먹었어요.
먹었어요.
길 챙겼어요.
와!
와.
예, 경기도 마무리되고 일단 사체 선수까지 얼티밋이 잡아낼 것 같습니다. 마무리됩니다.
여기 난전 상황에서 서로 교환했던 그런 장면도 연출됐던 만큼이나
네.
그런 콤보가 진짜 제대로 한번 들어간다면 그리고 딱히 마이의 진입이 그렇게 막 억제력이 되진 않는 조합이거든요.
그렇습니다. 엘레나, 라우라 그리고 아르다가 사용하고 있는 얼티밋이고요.
오히려 갑자기 드랍될 수도 있고 그런 걸 조심해야 돼요. 뒤쪽에 방어 폈어요.
자,
도발물로
그래서
철부터
철 마무리, 철 마무리.
철 마무리.
그리고
안 되는데요.
자, 이제
얼티밋.
자, 체력이 많아요.
아,
체력.
이러면 지월크 선수가 너무 건재한데요.
그렇죠. 자, 제이스 위험합니다만 알토 살아나가고 다시 한 번 더.
이렇게 버텨주면서
도발.
자,
시대가 앞쪽으로,
근데-
안쪽으로.
지월.
자, 이러면요. 2대1 구도에서 시대가 쉽지 않습니다.
그리고
아.
방금 현상금을 먹어주고 지옥구 선수의 무기까지 나왔었던 상황이었기
자,
때문에
그래서 1라운드 얼티메이트가
얼티메이트
체크메이트 만듭니다.
첫 번째 라운드부터 자신들의 실력을 증명한 얼티밋. 네. 자, 이어서 이번엔 인사이드 그리고 경남 스파크리트 들어오는 페달 클로이.
자, 근데 이거 블링크의 프로모션 핀까지 빠졌기 때문에 한번 역습각을 보고 있는 거거든요.
자, 그런데 신포 선수가 너무 잘 맞춰줬어요.
네.
두 명의 선수에게 정확하게 스킬 적중되면서 이미 교전은 무너졌습니다.
그렇습니다. 자, 인사이드가.
쪽 라인까지 공동선까지 다 가져갔었던 상황이었다 보니까
네. 자,
저
CCTV 팀 기다렸다가 자, 세이버 쪽으로 한 번.
근데 들어가는 것도 일단 잘 들어가긴 해야 돼요.
지금 보면 아래쪽에 FS도 있거든요.
아, 3위 차인데요.
경기네이트. 자, 이러면 지도 선수까지 잡히게 될 것 같습니다. 빠르게 세이버가 잡아내고 혼자 잡았다. 아르다.
저게 아래쪽에다가 카메라를 설치해놓는 게 아니면
세이버까지.
FS의 조차 잡아내고 이어서 사태는 살아갑니다만은. 자, 이러면 여기 있는 운석까지 가져가는 건 결국엔 FN.
진입이 비슷한 상황이고요.
자, 그래서 세이버가 들어왔는데 셀리 살아가지만 자,
아,
3대
이거는
복구.
힘든데요.
위험한데 FS 좀 들어갑니다.
아.
일단 먼저 수업도 잡아내고
자,
정답 패죠.
복사점!
와!
세이버.
와, 커리! 진짜 방금 궁극기에 무기 스피까지 완벽했는데 자, 이쪽 볼까요? 경기니트 그리고 경남 스파클.
자, 생명공을 켜졌지만 체력이 없어요.
맞습니다.
터졌고요.
자, 그래서요. 서울에서 셀리 지금 앞에 있긴 합니다만 자, 체에서 있는 셀리이거든요. 그래서 지도가
있지만
뒤로 돌았어요.
이미 구도가
와!
All right. Hello and welcome back, everybody, from the break. Oh, there we go. All right, unmuted. There we are. Welcome back, my friend. Just in time. We just came back, so you're chilling. Don't worry about it. Welcome back from the break, everybody. Hope you guys had a great one. We are back for Eternal Return Masters Season 7, Phase Number 1. We have just finished watching the entirety of Group A. If you missed it and you wanted to go back and watch it, well, don't do it now because we're about to start Group B. Go watch the VOD later down the road. Do not worry, it'll still be there for you. Let's take a look at what Group B is actually going to look like, because that's the 4 games that we're going to be watching for the next 2 hours, maybe a little bit more, give or take. Yeah? So let's see which teams are actually going to be playing.
Okay, young innates. So basically the same team. We got Team Insider, Busan, Vespa, Daydream, Ignite, Mole, New Chi, Ready to Die, and New Rise, Gangwon.
Yeah, this is fun. New Rise Gangwon, we have Riori and Phoenix Park, and no Denel. So I guess that is a team that we saw in the past. Yep, exactly. And they're just gonna be.
What was the team name?
I'm forgetting it too. What was it? What was it? It was one of the more interesting sounding ones. Tango Dobby X. There we go. Somebody put it in the chat.
Tango Dobby. Yeah.
So yeah, they're going to be under the new banner of New Rise Gangwon. That's going to be pretty cool. But a couple of other teams here that we really haven't seen around. Ignite, for example, that's a team that we really haven't ever seen before. Daydream as well. We have a couple new players, and you know what that means, Super. It's going to be an interesting series.
2 new full rosters, and even actually I guess Nunchi we have a couple players we've seen before, but I think 2 of those players I've never seen as well. And then even Team Ready to Die, I would say like some of these players I've
Yeah.
never seen before, but Team Busan, I found where Rosner went. It looks like he's here, but he's actually not even playing. Oh man.
Yeah, that is true. Unfortunately, we're not going to be able to see him starting out in the roster today. But for now, we are going to go straight into game number 1 of Group B. It seems like the KR side is pretty impatient too, because we're going to send it straight in. We are seeing how many Justinas is that?
4 Justinas and
5,
3,
potentially 6?
So you see, it's going to be bad for the whole series. It looks like
No way.
with the new ban system.
I mean, even if it's 5, we're still gonna see it banned for a hefty number of games. At least for now, it's not looking like it, but it is 4. So that means with the new ban system, ladies and gentlemen, because there's 4 Justinas, it's 1 additional plus the 3 that we usually would have warranted the ban. So that means instead of just being banned for game number 2, they're also going to be banned for game number 3. The next time we can even remotely see the Justina will be for game number 4.
Yeah, before a 4-game series, it's basically the same thing, right? It's like 2 games. They are going to be able to play 2 games. But we actually have 5 Kadias. So we're actually going to have Kadia going to be off the table for the whole series.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5. You're right. What the hell is that? Okay.
So Kadia is gone. No more Kadia for this series. Everyone, you're going to have to play a different ADC.
This is a cook, man. This is definitely much more different. And we actually have 2 mirror matchups, by the way, as well. Look at Daydream and Puzan Vespa.
Oh yeah, you're right. Yeah.
And another mirror matchup. Look
oh wait, yeah, and New Rise. Yeah, 2 of the exact same teams using the Justina and the Kadia here. I guess those 2 characters. I guess that's the meta that's going to be taking place for Group B here. So this is why I really like seeing different groups and seeing a whole new set of rosters. We actually see the full picture of what the meta is going to look like for this season.
Yeah, but we can also definitely see the systems put in place to deny things like this happening over and over again working out, because we're not going to be able to see the Kadia anymore for the remainder of the series. So even if this is your main roster that you've been playing for a long time now, you're going to have to start coming up with different alternatives. And for a majority of these teams, they're not National League teams, right? The only one off the top of my head right now is Gyeonggi and 8. All the other ones, even if they are going into National League this season, it's not going to matter. You don't have previous experience with it. Maybe you don't have different team compositions that you can run, but that's all going to have to come into play. Starting from game number 2, this is game 1, ladies and gentlemen, of Group B. Let's see which team is able to get the best start compared to all the others in the search and the attempts to get themselves less number of games during the phases.
Yeah, we're gonna have a 3-game ban for 2-game ban for Justina, 3-game ban for Kadia. So no more Kadia, but Justina. Yeah, looks like for a 4-game series. Character being picked 4 times doesn't really matter. It's basically the same thing as getting picked 3 times, just because you can still play it 2 times in the series. But if the series is maybe 6 games, that 4 pick is gonna matter so much more, because you'd only be able to get 2 picks on the character.
I'm wondering why Justina is so heavily coveted in this specific lobby over the others. Now, I do know that there is a lot of new rosters here. Maybe that's part of it. Justina has been pretty okay.
Seems pretty good, I would say.
Yeah, in Season 7 right now, so... Yeah, there's definitely a reason why she is being picked up. Kadia as well, I think she's also in a pretty decent spot, especially with the lineups that we're seeing right now. The Marcus has been really good. We saw the Leon being pretty popular in the first lobby. You've seen good reasons as to why. It's easy setups, no previous setups that you need.
Kadia, the buffer,
Phoenix Bar, just one more shot. Oh, he misses the... he misses his ult, so that's not going to be a free kill going over to him. Lily trying to jump on the Phoenix Park, but that's a lot of people around. There's the taunt coming in. Can Hyde do it? No, the Cappy just doesn't have the range to kill the Kadia. Sylvia also trying to help. Not going to happen. Is going to have to run away. Ultail also struggling. The Kadias all across the board are seeming to struggle just a tad bit.
It's just non-stop fighting here, because I think these teams know they want to get as many as possible here. Zerogen going to be able to pick up 1 kill, but it looks like it's going to be Team Gang. It ain't going to be the one to fall here, as Nunchi going to be able to pick that one up. And we actually have a pretty interesting team comp. They're on... Oh, we actually have a Luke pick in competitive play here, so I think this is the first, or like, we haven't seen Luke in so long in Masters.
Last time we saw it was her Dobby back in like season 4 or season 3, and I think you brought it out for one game. I talked about how nostalgic it was, but after that, we have never seen this character, and there's a good reason why. Right, this character very, very aggressive. It's so linear what he wants to do, and if he misses his clean sweep, which a lot of times in ERM levels, it's going to be pretty common occurrence that people are going to be able to dodge it. It's so hard to catch back up to people, and you're just kind of standing around for a few seconds, which is not exactly what you want to see off of a character in Eternal Return. Right, you got to constantly be proactive. But Luke, a little bit difficult to do that. So what is the setup for Team Molu New Nunchi to let this Luke be effective? At least as of right now, up against Jinho, it doesn't really do it. And
JCB, unfortunately, not able to connect any abilities here. Jinho just gonna auto him down, and it's gonna be getting in. Gonna pick up 2 kills. Yojin winning the 2v1 by himself on the Kadia there. A little unfortunate for Nunchi. Yeah, I mean, I think it's just, I think the setup for Luke is just Nimrod's getting him in, and they try to find an angle onto the.
Yeah, it's a weird mix of what we saw in Group A, right? I always forget the name of that team, but it's the anonymous. Gwangju Slashers. It's basically Gwangju Slashers, but you have a different setup for the front side. The only problem with this one is that I think it's severely lacking in lockdown potential in comparison to the Piolo and the Fiora, and it's not burst-centric. It's a lot more extended fight.
And they're also playing Luke and Leon, 2 characters that are easily reactable, right? Like, especially in a high level, like Eternal Masters, like players are just gonna react to, you know, your clean sweeps or, you know, the Leon hook dive there. So we're gonna have to see how they do end up for them. Not gonna get chunked down to half HP here as Insider. You get a lot of damage on this Kadia to return damage back here. We've seen this team comp work from Magnani before on the side of a different National League team. But unfortunately, Yona gonna try looking for an angle in. Not gonna be able to anything there as Team Insider gonna be forced to back on out of there. But yeah, Magnani has played this team comp before in it was another team with Bravolu and Cadmus, right? If I remember mistakenly.
Yep.
They played this exact team comp.
It's not a comp that they're all too unfamiliar with. I'm already seeing some teams, by the way, also falling down throttle, not going to be able to use the White Lily. I think that's going to be a full wipe to that team as well.
Wow, 2 wipes already.
Yep. Uri's Kangwon unfortunately falling down. I saw the Justina getting knocked down immediately, and Ready to Die unfortunately falling down as well. On the flip side,
can get a lot of damage.
That's good. GBSP taken down. Now what can the rest of this team do? This is extended fight.
Oh
it's a 2v2. The damage might be lacking. Okay, there's the snipe down onto the loop, but I don't know if
can you see that one these
can get the
respawn. Yeah, Kai's just gonna jump on in, and there's a duck dive. Maybe gonna be able to get him on out of there, but no.
Wait,
it looks like Leon. Does end up turning on the Steva there. Here's a sniper shot. It's not gonna be able to connect. Yeah, you see enough Voyager just walking straight into the bush into the Leon there, just gonna instantly fall. And more team fighting here. This time is gonna be for the box down here in Hospital. I think these teams just know they just want to take as many fights as possible, get as many kills as possible. There's ultimate from Justina, unfortunately. We blinked out from the Celine. Celine gonna get a nice 4-bomb stack and gonna get some damage. It is gonna chunk down the Kadia down to 30% HP. But look at HP bars, it's not looking too good for this side of Team Ignite there. But a great blast wave from the Celine, gonna be able to push them back. But Nunal dies just there. The Emma's gonna get chunked down to 1 HP. There is the ultimate. This sniper skill is gonna connect not to anyone. Done! 3 shots and 2 connected. The Celine will fall, and the Lennox is just going to be forced to back on out of there. Great shots there from Phoenix Park.
Yeah, another change that came through in Season 7, right? I don't think the shots slow anymore, but you do get 3 now.
Yeah, I think
that's the thing.
yeah, 3 shots. I think they probably thought they only needed to dodge 2. I think a lot of people, you know, kind of forget about the third one now in Season 7.
You can also shoot it out a lot okay, well, that's a good shot. That's a good first shot from Min. You can shoot it out a lot faster. Like, the procession in which you shoot out each of the individual shots is a lot faster paced than before, too. So you can just shoot out, like, 1, 2, 3, instead of having to do 1, waiting a second, and then shooting the other. It's why you gotta just try to dodge as much as possible now. I don't even know what you do up against that.
You just have to sort of sidestep and then try to body block.
Yeah.
Yeah, the Celine, I mean, the Celine had half HP, and was
Lennox was
actually
nearly
like
dead too.
30-40%. So we tried blocking for the Lennox, but unfortunately 2 shots was enough to kill them there. And look at the items here from Team K and Innate. Oh my god, just night 2. Same thing with Daydream here. These two teams are really accelerated in the lobby compared to everyone else. So you could see Team Nunchi, they're just getting their call-ins down, getting their 4 scores. You could see Busan as well. They don't really have any items here, so yeah, these other teams that are just able to farm so much more than these other teams are just able. Probably got a little lucky, I would say, from the wolves and from the animals. I don't think you could get that many items without a little bit of RNG love there.
Yeah,
Like,
especially
look, they're sitting on 11 already.
This is definitely going to be a bit problematic. Luke needs to be caught up. Oh my god, the Leon is just all over the place too. Healing plant is there,
trying
but
to get
I don't
out.
think it's going to work.
Okay.
Down goes 1, down goes 2. Luke is just stuck in the middle of nowhere. He can try getting himself out, and he will, but this is just timer being invested. He's going to be forced to go back in, and it's just not going to work. Death for Team Molu New Neo for Molu New Nunchi. My bad, I keep saying
Yeah,
Neo.
look at the items. They're just way too strong so early into the game. It's night 2. They're sitting on basically almost full items for all 3 members already. I think it's same thing with the side of, I think it was Team Insider, or no, it's Team Daybreak. They're sitting on a lot of items as well. Busan gonna get a lot of damage, gonna get a lot of poke. But look, got a great knock up there from the Leon. Actually gonna connect onto 1 and force the Cathy blink there. But Sylvia gonna be able to get out of there. There's the in a blitz, but it's not going to be enough. It's going to get blocked out there from the Cathy, so very nicely played. And it will be Team, I think New Rise going to be able to get that win there.
Yeah, these Kadias are making it so difficult for a lot of these teams to extend fights, because by the time the front line becomes low, now you're having to start putting your backliners into the fray. These Kadias are doing way too much damage with the item advantages a lot of these team compositions already have. Phoenix Park using everything in his arsenal to try pumping the damage in, and he's doing it perfectly so far, kiting his way out, just barely dodging a lot of skills as well. There is the ballistic advantage, does tap 1. Sunny revealing a lot of good damage on the flip side too. Ghost Light activated onto the Kadi of Phoenix Park. Everybody is split, you're right, on the side of Team NRG. This is a bit dangerous, so a bunch of time are being invested from Team New Rise Kangwon. Are they gonna try for something else as well? There is a mirror here, but that's just way too much time that they're gonna have to invest. We'll just jump back. Cemetery is where they're gonna find their place of solace. So there are answers to this Justina Kadia composition. It's just teams need to figure it out fast. Luckily for Team Ignite, they seem to have found something that Emma was able to get a lot of good distance off, and the Celine is able to zone him off pretty effectively as well. But what can all the other teams do, especially Moli New Nunchi? They have to fight into that stuff.
Yeah, Yusina is such a slippery character. Having that iframe, like, she's such a good mage, especially in this meta, I would say. So, not surprised that we do see so many teams picking up this character. Here, engage from Lily. Unfortunately, the taunt isn't gonna, or the strike isn't gonna go through. And look at the damage coming out from the side of Team King, and he just got way too much. Way too many items, and that's gonna be Magnani gonna fall there. Here comes the sniper shots. Are they gonna connect onto Seiko? It doesn't matter. Here comes a knockup from the Marcus, and that's gonna be Zero Jin. Gonna be able to finish him off there. And Team Gayang NA, they're sitting on 12 kills already. It is that day 3 night mark then, and Sylvia actually gonna blink on forward there. I think gonna connect onto the Arda. They do, but here comes the re-engage there. There's a great serves up. Gonna knock some of them into the wall, but it's not gonna be enough. It's not enough damage. And new Nunchi there, unfortunately, gonna lose their Arda. Gonna have to call him back. Come on, it's 200.
Yeah, something's wrong if the Arda is the one getting caught out first up against something like the Cathy. I think the positioning might have been a little bit iffy, but that was a really good catch from Team Ready to Die. This is also a comp that I was a little bit scared about, because it just seems so inconsistent. Everything needs to go right for Team Ready to Die in order for that composition to work. And that was just a case where they definitely got things to work in their favor. The Cathy finds an angle onto the Arda, but here we go. Another fight up on the northern side of the map. Ignite sitting up in the front. Yona taking a whole heap of damage. He's trying his best to stay alive, but Seiko getting taken down. There's the snipes coming in. Down goes Yona as well. A 2 for 0.
Justina, this Zero Jin's ultimate just completely ripped Insider to shreds. Just so much damage on this Justina character. I mean, Zildjian already having that blood weapon as well. They're gonna call another blood.
Look at
Looks
the
like
level
they're probably
differences.
gonna opt into that red shoes here, it looks like. Yes, for Zildjian. Yeah, the level difference 17, 17, 18. And you can see Insider 16, 16, 15. So, just so much combat power for the side of Team Gang. They're just so accelerated into this game. You could see as well. You could see Zildjian on level 18, and look at the rest of the lobby. There's so many of these other players are sitting on level 16, sitting on level 15. That's like a lot of damage and just stats that these other players are missing out on.
I think I just saw somebody go from 14 to 15 while you were talking there too, so the acceleration is absolutely insane. Kyunggi and 8, they're just so strong right now, but there's still teams trying to contest up against them. Look at the damage difference coming out, but Chino just gets ripped to shreds. Okay,
Finds it.
He still ends up finding the kill, and Zerojin is way too low. He's gonna have to run away, but Ing9, the snipe in the blitz is going to
Ing9 what are you
miss.
doing?
Look at the Marcus, he is just pumping damage out one after another. Unfortunately,
no.
Gino
Don't
will
rest.
get confirmed. But the fact that they were able to get the trade, I mean, that's the combat difference right there, right? You saw the amount of damage that the Kadia took. They still managed to find the trade. That is absolutely insane. 1-for-1 between the two, and the purple box goes in favor of Team Daydream. I don't think Kyunggi and 8 really cares.
Yeah, Daydream is one of those is one of those teams right now that's also really accelerated this game. You could see that they're also level 18.
Okay.
They have full gold as well, and they're gonna look for an angle in. It looks like Justina getting caught out there, and they're gonna find an angle. Ing9 gonna try looking for an angle in, but oh my god, it's gonna be Kadia gonna be able to finish off Huge in there, but the Kadia is Jinwoo gonna get a nice jump back to dodge out on the duck dive there, and then the blitz does end up missing, but they trade 1-for-1 with the auto attack, and Ing9 is gonna have to get the res here with the kiosk. Actually, both members are gonna blow up here. They should have enough members, should have enough credits to get them both back in, and it looks like they're actually gonna walk away because they know they might not have enough timer with the zone closing here.
Oh, this is risky. Why is the Marcus running up? Because unless they have a mobile VLS, they're going to have to walk and trek all the way. Look at the zones. They're going to have to trek through forest as well. Look at the timers on their side. They just ate a ton, especially Ing9.
Marcus has, but couldn't really get to the TP there.
Yeah, that's a big risk that they're going to take in just a moment. Phoenix Park.
No,
No, wait. Okay. Come on. Leave that to that.
Phoenix Park unfortunately gonna go down. The Cena and the Kadia combo from all these teams just was so much damage and so much range that they have to worry about, because the Kadia can just shoot you from so far away, and the Justina just has that range as well and that mobility to kind of weave in these fights here. Ing9 gonna try getting the damage, almost killing Throttle there, and there is the slow coming out from the Sylvia. I think they should be able to get away, but it's that Justina with that speed boost there gonna be able to slowly start poking them down.
Nice reaction.
Able to get a lot of damage. Still on the chase here, getting those slows there. And hits another Throttle, gonna be forced to blink on out of there. Oh, they're still chasing. I think they could still get him here. The soul sealer should be enough, and there is the Justina just gonna blink on in, and that's gonna be it. The Kathy's gonna go down, and the Ma is gonna fall very shortly.
I mean, that's the first ring around the Rosie instead of Research Center I've ever seen from teams like this. But in the end, yeah, Daydream, Soul Stealer was the one to seal the deal, right? In the end, it's just going to be enough movement speed for everybody else on the side of Daydream to catch up. Ready to die. They had the healing, but the damage was done to the Sylvia of all people. If Sylvia can't heal herself anymore, that was a change made a long time ago. That means that damage is going to stick, right? The only amount of healing she's going to have is from food. I don't even know what their inventory looks like right now. So a great source of damage from Team Daydream.
Triple blood here. They are forcing onto Insider. I think they know Insider is great spell shield. Yeah, great spell shield from Magnani, gonna keep going alive there. But yeah, you can see the items on Team Gale Innates. Zerojin sitting on triple blood with the bikini. I mean Busan as well, sitting on double blood on the Justina there. So it looks like all these teams are opting to just itemize Justina over the Kadia here. And here comes the engage. You're gonna get a lot of damage, and Emma's gonna use the totem, but a lot of damage already.
Now where's your damage?
Into that Kathy there, and it looks like it's gonna be
no shot.
Trying to use the VLS out, but yeah, there's just not enough time for you to charge that fully. And it's going to be Team Ignite going to be able to get a nice 2 kills from Team Ready to Die.
I mean, maybe because they were out of time or something like that, but there's no way you're going to be allowed to VLS for free, especially with the way that the map was orientated. All right, Uri's got one. They're kind of stuck in the corner at this point. Good waste of the ballistic advantage. That means for Phoenix Park, he will have that up in comparison to Alltail in just a moment here. But it's thin corridors, and I don't think Riori really wants to try fighting against this. It's really rough, I think, right now. The double Justina matchup in these tight corridors, like, you make one mistake, you're dead.
It's also still 8 teams alive here, so these teams have to be a little careful for that third party, because the zones are closing and the space is getting a little tight here for these teams to deal with here. So gonna have to watch out. It looks like Team Daydream still definitely have the item advantage here. You can see they're sitting on 13 gold. I think if I'm not mistaken, Team New Rise not really sitting on that many items for themselves here. Fraudo getting caught out here, and that's gonna be it. Team Ready to Die, unfortunately, going down 8th place. Team Daydream, and it looks like they want to take this fight here because they know that Team New Rise is slightly weaker than them, so they want to look press for this advantage. But you have to be a little careful because these teams are going to start funneling into, Chapel and Uptown.
Yeah, and at this point for New Rise Gangwon, I think they just leave here. The Leon in this tight corridor is a much bigger threat than Nodanel is going to be, in my opinion, but they're going to start sending it. There's a to the backside. That's a really good lineup for the Justina. The damage difference, you can definitely tell what's going on here. The damage in the Blitz, it's not that bad, but it will be the disengage coming in. A lot of investments from both Team New Rise Gangwon as well as Team Daydream. Ballistic advantage to knock somebody down, it's not going to happen. But the third party's going to come in. There's the Justina ultimate as well, trying to get the invoke, trying to get themselves on out. Nodanel, he's out too. Phoenix Park trying to get himself out. Clean sweep is dodged. The Defrost Gate comes through. The execution on the dirty work of all things. There it is. Oh my god. Nodanel, he's going to be taken down in just a moment too, but the third party coming in. There goes the Luke. Just not going to be able to stay alive. Third party from Team Molu Nunchi was fine. It's 10 team kills for that team, but they just can't deal with the third party sandwich that comes afterwards. Daydream will be the one to hold Chapel in the end, but now they have to deal with more people.
Yeah, they're just going to run straight into the hands of Team King. I don't think there's any way for JBSP to go here. Looks like he's going to use him emojated, and that's going to be it. New Nunchi, unfortunately, going to go down in 7th place with 10 kills, so not too bad for them, but not that many placement points for them. And you could see how many kills are already in this lobby, so a lot of these teams going to get a lot of points here. New Rise, it looks like Riori going to slowly walk into Uptown here, as it's going to be Team Gang and going to be the one.
Decided Team Insider, Yona has to pull their weight. 0 kills in Season 7 going into day number 6 is not something that I anticipated to happen.
Gonna get Duck Dive off the
will get sniped.
The jump pad. That's a little unfortunate. Phoenix Park tried to use the jump pad, but Leon getting the Duck Dive and actually pushing them off. Oh.
Where is Phoenix? Where is the Justina right now? Are these all the full teams?
Yeah, you see there's an Uptown with Innate.
Oh, yeah, okay. So Innate is on the other side. Okay, Yona unfortunately going to get caught out. That means Insider, I think there is a possibility that they might end this game with 0 kills, which is genuinely something that I did not think was possible in Season 7, but let's see if they're able to pull something off. They have been on the back foot the entire game, and timer doesn't seem
for third-party kill here.
Hopefully at least
looks like it's going to be Daydream is going to completely full send it onto Ignite, and Ignite is actually going to
oh my god, it's not happening.
Put it out there, an Insider. Yeah, he's going to be right in the middle between all these teams, and Busan is going to be the one to hold the zone here. Justina maybe going to try getting the res. It looks like the damage coming in is actually going to be a little too much. If you look at the timer, so time situation is going to go to the side of Team Busan. Leon going to be forced to send it here. And it looks like the kills are actually going to go to the side of Team Ignite, so that's going to be huge. But a great surf sub going to be able to pull the Lennox back in, but the Lennox is actually going to blink on out of there, and a great play to completely shut down Bamasa there. And it's just going to be a 1v3 now. Min going to try to make some magic happen here. You can see the HP bars. Maybe he can blink it. Maybe he can get some. He does end up getting the Celine, but it's not going to be enough, as Team Ignite is actually going to be the one to come out on top.
Ignite, 14 kills strong at the moment, looking for 17. Kyunggi looking for 22. We may set ourselves a new kill score record for, well, not new kill score, but a new score record for at least Season 7, right? Because we saw 40 1 earlier with Evan Sejong. We are prepped to go into... Wait, 41 was it? No, I don't remember.
I think it was just no, it was just 30.
Yeah, 30 or something like that.
It was 20 TK, so it's 32. Well, it's 32.
Yeah, Kyunggi and 8 is about to break that if they do end up getting the kills here for Team Ignite. Great triple shot with the in the blitz. It's going to take Anger down to about 2/3. It's not that big of a deal, at least at the moment, but it will buy them even more time. This will take some time for Ignite. Get Anger rested back up. I think he's also running heavy knee pads, so maybe he wants to shield back if he wants to try fighting, but here we go. Anger gonna start walking in. There's the Smash the Smithereens invested. I don't know if there was any real results coming
Double
out
volley
of
at
that
the zero
gen. Yep. But I don't know if there's any real investments that were secured and anything that they're gonna get out of it. Down goes the Celine, down goes the Lennox. That's just great control over the final zone from Kyunggi and 8, as expected.
Yeah, very well
of
played.
A National League team. Indeed. GG's to Kyunggi and 8. 22 field kills. We'll be able to set the new record for the point count off of a single game in Season 7. It's gonna be 34. That team in one go. GG's.
Yeah, we get the cool Kadia cutscene as well for the new season. Actually, it might be. Is it a new skin? I think it is, right? Like a new animation there. So very nice there. But yeah, I think that's just I think that's just the item difference coming showing 14 being, and I think they had like 3 or 4 bloods, and then that Yusina just barely living with that. I think that bikini and actually ended up saving her there. So that is. Team KNA going to be coming out on top in that fight. Very nicely played and great control, like you said. Is able to burst down the Emma there, and then just able to pick off the rest of the side of Team Ignite there.
In the end, it's Chapel Final Zone, right? Once a team kind of locks themselves in, if it's a full-on siege style composition, then maybe you can push it in. But up against something like a Marcus sitting in that tight corridor, and you have a Kadia Justine in the backside, it's going to be really tough to push into tight corridors. I like the attempt from Ignite. They managed to get a couple people in some dangerous areas. Like I think the Justina, you mentioned the double bunny morph. There was just no follow-up. That was the problem. Ragan wasn't able to push his way in as the Celine and get a 4-stack to follow up on the double bunny morph, and that's where the real problem lies. It's so difficult for everybody on the comp to push in all at once, and the damage was a little bit too spread out. So good attempt from Team Ignite, great hold from Kyunggi.
Yeah, it's just really hard to push into a corridor, a Justina and a Kadia. I could see why wrong, right? They just have so much range, and they actually have the burst damage as well with the Justina and the chase. It's just a lot going for that team comp. The Justina Kadia. I think these two characters synergize really with each other.
Yeah, 100%. But off on that note, ladies and gentlemen, we will not be able to see the Justina until game number 4 because of the new ban format. If you guys are confused about that one, ask your fellow chatters, because we were talking about it earlier today. And for the remainder of the series, theoretically speaking, we should not be able to see the Kadia anymore, assuming that we were doing our math correctly. I think
5 Kadias
did.
mean 5 Kadias mean ban for 3 games. That is correct.
Yeah. All right. So, yep, we should not be able to see those characters anymore. Every single game is going to be much more different than what we saw now. So this is going to be a real test to see which teams have multiple compositions ready, especially the ones that were running the Justina and the Kadia compositions. The other ones, on the other hand, new Nunchi. I'm still a little bit sus about it. I could see it working because it did get kills. It's still a little bit finicky. Maybe it might be easier to run that composition now that you don't have to deal with something like the Justina Kadia backline. Maybe you can get a bit more easier access to those bigger threats. On the other side, ready to die, the Sylvia and the Kathy, I'm still a little bit finicky about that one too, because everything needs to go in their favor, which is not something you can rely on a lot of times in ERM. So it's a bit shaky, but let's take a look at the leaderboard after game 1.
Yeah, it's going to be getting N8 with a clean 22 kill win. So it's going to be sitting on 34 points for himself already. Team Ignite with 14 kills, sitting on 23 points. Busan Vespa with 17, Daydream with 14, and Nunchi with 11. And we have 5-3 for New Rise, Gangwon, Ready to Die, and Team Insider. zero field kills. So you only have the 3 points from the 5th place, which is a little unfortunate, but we'll have to see, if they do end up swapping their team comp here going into game number. Because Justina, Kadia, both going to be off the table. So a lot of team comp changes gonna be forced to take fruition here.
It's so weird seeing 0 team kills in season 7, right? Even I know they were on the back foot. As I said, for a majority of the game, one of their members was dead. But still, wow, 0 kills is not something that I would have anticipated. We've seen Insider before. That is not a roster that is new by any means. We've seen a majority of the players on that roster as well. They should be able to bounce back. It just scares me because they relied a lot on Yona for the Kadia, but you can't play that anymore for the remainder of the roster. Now you're stuck with a Sua and a Johan.
Probably gonna play.
I think they might just change altogether.
I think they played the Sua plus. Yona was a Laura player, right? So maybe they're gonna have that Sua Laura coming out again.
It could. I just don't know where Laura is in the current meta, if I'm going to be real with you. I know KR can play it.
Pretty solid.
Yeah, especially in KR, right? Because KR Laura players are just like a different breed of players at this point. But what do you pair with it now is my question. Are you going to pair it with the Johan again? Because then now you're in this weird situation where you have a Sua Laura and then a Johan. It could work. I can see it working. It's just... there's too many variables now with the 2 mainstays of what we saw in game number 1 being banned out. I think there's a possibility Insider might have to see what the picks are looking like in order to change their roster. If they're going to stick with the Sua, that's fine. They can anchor around it. But even then, it really depends on what the rest of the lobby looks like.
I don't remember what they picked with Laura Sua. Because I feel like I remember them picking 3rd pick was. They might just end up defaulting back to that team comp that they played in the past. But yeah, we'll have to see. Like you said, going next lobby here. I think it's fine because now that Jusina's off, Jusina is a character that sort of counters dive. But now that Jusina's banned, that should be okay for them.
Probably. Yeah. Yeah, even Kadia as well. I think Sua struggles a little bit to get access onto Kadia, especially in competitive. You shouldn't, as a Kadia, as a Sua, be able to get past the front line. I think the Leons and the Marcuses did really well of that for most of the game. But as you mentioned, we don't need to worry about it anymore. So we'll see what the new rosters not the new rosters, but what the new team compositions are going to look like, what the responses to those are going to be. Remember, guys, none of the games anymore going forward is going to look the same as it did in game number 1. It can't. It quite physically can't. So let's see what we have on the chopping block super, because we're going to go into the character select for game number 2. Look at the bans.
Completely,
Bro.
Oh wait, we had a Leon ban as well. I didn't realize.
I didn't even notice that either.
But yeah, now it's gonna be a completely fresh new game. You could see everyone just swapping to the Mai. Now we're gonna have 4 Mai's, and it looks like Mai's gonna be off the table for the rest of the series as well. Because 3. If we have 4, that means she's gonna be banned for
there's 5.
2 games.
Oh, and 1, 2. Yep, there's 5. Yep.
5. So
Barbara, GPSP.
Mai's gonna be off the table here.
Wow. Okay. Oh my God, it's locked in. All right. Double frontline and Barbara. Now, this can actually be extremely devastating. I really like this Barbara pick here because if Vecto ends up getting pulls in and then now you have to deal with a Luke sitting in front of you, the overdrive E is going to go crazy on JBSP. He's also going to be running the the Red Sprite as well. That's a little bit more catered towards getting your laser poke down as well as your turret pokes in, but there's still a ton of damage on that roster. So I'm actually going to be really excited to watch Molu New Nunchi this game specifically. But for everybody else, I mean, everything's new, right?
Yeah.
Good Lord.
Completely new team comps. We do see 3 teams that are really similar with each other. It's just the Mai and the double backline. We have Hayes, 2 Hazes, 2 Cicellas, 2 Rios, 2 Nadines. So all 4 of these teams share something in common with their front line and their back line, which is kind of funny.
Exactly. All right, ladies and gentlemen, let's see what ends up happening. It seems to be basically all of the teams here are running a similar identity of what these teams want to be. So we're going to see yet another change up for game number 3, but that'll be after the break. Let's take a look at what game number 2 is going to look like as the players start to get their builds ongoing. Let's see who can also finish their builds extremely fast and start looking for these early kills that we've seen pretty much every team go for.
That's kind of funny. It's all those teams were on Justina, like Kadia, and then they pivoted over to my ADC mage. And then now we're gonna see something else. All these teams are gonna pivot over in game number 3 because mine's gonna be off the table. Maybe we just see the tank switch up and then they still play, you know, the ADC and the mage, because since they're all picking similar team comps but not the same, all these mage and ADCs are only picked twice, so none of them are gonna get banned here. Game number 3. The team I'm interested in seeing, like you said, is team New Nunchi as well, because it looks like they're sticking on the Luke here, so gonna have that Pen Luke gonna be coming out again for team New Nunchi. And look at the burst damage they're coming out from getting it. They actually are gonna be able to the Lennox there, but it looks like it's gonna be Team Ignite gonna get completely wiped off from Team Gang Innate. Great finder from Jino.
Let's take a look at how this looks. Unfortunately, the Luke's gonna get taken down pretty early. JVSP putting the turrets down. They are doing a decent amount of damage, but eventually Vecto will fall. It is a nice gap throw. There we go. And there's the taunt coming in as well. Luke joins the fray once again. Hey, wait a second. This is a place where Luke kind of
Isaac's coming back too. Isaac's coming back.
Yeah, no one has ults available. Everyone's on cooldown. This is where Luke is going to thrive. So in the end, it's a 1-for-2 trade that is in favor of Team Ready to Die, but they're looking to go back in on this.
Yeah, Getty's back in, and Isaac also respawned here.
There's a jump onto the Barbara. No overdrive anymore, and there's the bonus shot coming in as well, right off of the shift gear, the shift gears. He does end up getting, Sylvia gets the additional damage off of the next auto attack. They're gonna be able to get it, but Throttle, the acceleration time is just barely there to get themselves out. Ready to Die, 5 kills early on. It's looking like it's working, at least for the beginning of the game.
Yeah, great early team fighting there. Looks like New Nunchi and Ready to Die just trading kills back and forth. You're gonna see this time and time again, even past you know, in the next patch next week, just because you know, day 1 still has the free wipe as well, so you're just gonna see teams respawning over and over, gonna try getting as many kills as possible, just trading kills back and forth. And it looks like Zero Jin, are they gonna be able to kill Karmas here? Does end up getting the shot there, but it's not gonna be enough, as the Luke is gonna be able to use their clean sweep to get on out of there.
Yep, indeed. Bob Malsa seeming to be in a little bit of trouble. The Sylvia is going to join the fray, and the Mai should get taken down. It's going to be the finishing line to signify the finish of that Mai's life, at least for now. Busan, Vespa, pretty split apart. I think they're just split farming at this point, so I guess that strategy is still in play right now, but Min is kind of surrounded. There's another pick going down, as the Johan's also going to get picked from Team Deep as well.
I don't really like the full map split farm currently, especially in you know, this meta for season 7, just because you want to look for the early game team fighting, and you want to look to get as many kills as possible in the early game. And if you're full map split farming, you're not going to be able to, you know, look for any of those options, just because, you know, your team is not going to be able to have that combat power to fight together.
Exactly. Noda now still split farming on himself. 10 seconds to go until objectives are going to spawn. We do see some teams starting to position around it, but there's still some teams that are split apart, so I wonder how many fights there actually are going to be. Busan Vespa getting some initial poke down onto Mekto. This team needs to find their footing at the beginning of the fight, but they're on the back foot this time around. The taunt's going to come through. There's the quick spin as well, but it's only level 1. There's not that much damage returned, and the clean sweep misses as well. You can see exactly what the style of Team Bolu New Nunchi looks like. As soon as that Luke can't get into the fight, there's nothing. They can't do anything about it.
Yeah, I didn't like that Nunchi ended up walking and ended up getting a little impatient, because if they just waited wait for Tree to go up, maybe they could have found an angle there, because yeah, it looks like Team Busan only used Recon Drone after, you know, the Isaac and Lepokin forward there. So looks like they do end up getting a kill though, because looks like it is going to be Ing9 unfortunately going to get caught on the top side in forest there, as Nunchi is going to be able to pick up a nice kill.
Good stuff. It's day number 2, still pretty early on into the game, but initial item builds are already coming online for a majority of these teams. Do expect things like the Blood Cloak to be a common occurrence now. There's a lot of poke-style mages that are in this game, but the fight is going to begin inside of Hospital. Hyde's getting a lot of good damage down too. This is pretty good. The combination is landing, but the damage just doesn't stick. Hyde is going to be exchanged out. Roggen's going to get taken down. Look at the health bar on the Sylvia. It's not that bad, but the crowd control and AoE damage from this Emma is absolutely insane. Ghost Light activated and going. They're trying to fight it out, but no! There's the change with the hat trick, and down goes the Sylvia, ready to die. Yet another full wipe on their team. 22 seconds until they're going to come back into the fray, but it is a 2-for-3 exchange, and you did say it's not that bad. I don't think it was a bad fight either.
Yeah, no, so well played from Emma. They're getting that double change route there, teleporting to the Dove there, and then just able to just get so much AoE damage onto that team. So very, very nicely played from that Emma, and then just able to finish it off for their team there onto that Sylvia.
Good fights across the board for a lot of these teams. It's really just, I think it's more reassuring for me that Ready to Die does have its moments where this team composition can work. But as I said, it felt like everything from Hyde worked out, but it still took so much to get the kills. I can't tell if it's just because they're lacking items for it, or if they're just lacking the damage overall as a composition. But for now, what the heck? Phoenix Spark just rips JBSB a new one. Nodenal here to intercept whatever this Luke wants to do. He's gonna overpush and gets taunted.
Yeah, it's the pen Luke, so he's gonna instantly die. Yeah, Luke tried to look for an angle, but yeah, not gonna get hit by that clean sweep, and that's gonna be Nunchi unfortunately gonna go down, as Nirai is gonna get a nice clean 3-0 into this team there. But yeah, speaking about team Ready to Die, like you were talking about earlier, I think the problem is they're so committed onto this Mai. Like the Mai has to land taunts, and they have to look for the backlight angle because they can't really kill tanks, right? So the Mai has to find the taunt. The Mai has to find a taunt onto the backline, and it's a little rough because if the backline is just positioning well, it's gonna be a little hard for them. There's Ing9 is just gonna catch Zerogen by surprise there. Zerogen's just gonna instantly do the damage from. Oh, wait a second. Phoenix Park or Gino actually gonna take 2 members, and the reses are just actually gonna be traded from Team Getting Innate and the side of Team Daydream. And Ing9 actually just gonna jump on forward there. Zerogen gonna look for an angle in, gonna get some poke damage, but yeah, looks like it is going to be the Nikki gonna fall very shortly there. Daydream, they had a really good vision play there, but Team Gyeong Innate just completely shattered their dreams in response and just able to just still win it out.
I think the value of who they res also unfortunately just works in favor of Team Gyeonggi Innate, because Daydream ended up resing the Johan. On the flip side, there was a damage dealer that was res. You can heal as much as you want, but you're not going to get the damage in. They'll chase you to the ends of Earth with the Mai. Really well played from Gyeonggi Innate, just correct his decision making there from Ing9. It's not surprising at all, right? It's Ing9 after all. And they're just going to keep moving on. 9 kills for themselves, looking pretty solid as we're going to go into day number 3. Phase 2 has begun with the screen swipe, as we saw just now. Minus 200s will begin. Which team are going to be the unfortunate roster to be able to deal with that one from the get-go?
You can see all these teams are slowly starting to split away here. We don't really have too many teams in the same zone. Teams in, looks like Beach and Temple, but it looks like it is going to be Team Ready to Die just gonna back on out of there, but we do have a contest here for this meteorites. The Great Sparkling actually gonna connect onto 2. Here comes a Purge Uppercut. It's actually gonna lock down this Mai here. The Mai already cut down to half HP, and the Mai is actually gonna fall there. And it's just going to be Team Daydream gonna be able to win that one out. Very, very nicely played from Team Daydream, and they're gonna be able to pick up a nice, I think it was a meteorites off the wolf there from the hands of Team Busan.
Is there anyone on the team that can use it except for Blake? Here we go. The fight's
follow up there. There it is.
The pull over onto Nodenal. Unfortunately, it's just the Mai. Free at last is going to come down. That's going to be a hefty amount of damage over onto Magnani, but the distance is now made from Team NRG. They will just back away from this. Team Insider wants to try chasing it down, but will not be able to. Trying to chase into a Scylla, of course, not going to work out in your favor. As we just saw, Phoenix Park going to keep himself safe, and we move to the top side of the map. It's going to be a situation where it's a multi-prong attack attempted from
this is what they're looking for. This is a pretty good angle.
Yep, they need to get it, but there's a lot of denial from that Celine.
Here comes engage from the Sylvia.
I don't know.
Sylvia's going to get him down.
Back around, Rogan will get taken down.
Oh, third party. You gotta get out. Oh, no.
Oh, but Throttle also gets
Throttle.
picked off too.
Yeah, Throttle gonna fall down here, and oh no, this
This is terrible.
side of Infinity to die. It's gonna be Hyde gonna fall to the side of Team Insider, and now Lily is stuck in the middle between two teams. Maybe gonna have to try to hide in the corner at the top right there, but now it's actually just gonna have to push out. Maybe gonna use a camera. I guess they are gonna be able to get away on the top side here. As Team Ignite, they know there's gonna risk on it. But yeah, very nicely played from the Sylvia, and actually able to get Celine. Got that blink engage. Actually followed the Celine's blink with their own blink, and was able to get the knockup and trade. But unfortunately, the third party is there, and Bamos actually gonna send it onto the side of Team New Rise there. But they got what they came for. They got the Omega, they got the 4 score, they got the drink, and they're just gonna back on out of there.
Yeah, I was actually amazed that Bob Monster decided to send it, because the 4 score pickup was pretty free. Didn't really need to risk that in my opinion, but he is gonna look for a reinitiation attempt. The 4 score, I think, was already invested from the side of Team Kuzan Vespa. They want to try pushing this lead as much as possible. Sitting on only 1 kill in this lobby so far. They're gonna have to start ramping that up in just a moment. The Fleeting Soul just barely missing, and that will call off the initiation for Vespa. Oh, really unfortunate. I think this team right now is desperately looking for points. There's actually a lot of teams right now that are sitting on lower than what you would expect number of kills. Insider, Bespa, even New Rise Gangnam right now, New MOBA, New Nunchi. All of these guys are really aggressive compositions at this point, right? Like Nadine's already hit her 200 stacks most likely. The Rio has items. You should be looking for kills, but they just can't find any.
Yeah, it's just a slower game, it looks like, for this game, because I think the reason is because all these teams are playing this, you know, front to back, the My ADC, and then you have the Nadine or Rio, and then like two long range backliners, so everyone can just walk away from each other once the team fight goes not really into their favor. So that's exactly what Team New Nunchi is gonna do. They don't really want to. They know how strong Team Yang is, and they're just gonna get on out.
They're behind on items too. I did see a red shoes, but that was probably picked up from a red box at this point. There's no way you're gonna be willing to buy in a blood sample just for red shoes at this point too. Just kind of living by a thread, right? Hanging on by a thread at this point for some of these teams right now. Everybody else, on the other hand, look at the disgusting amount of items, especially on Insider. As I said, though, they can't find any
Oh,
kills.
comes engage. Oh, they find an Emma.
The Emma. Isolated Sunny. Down they go. That means Ignite. Minus 200 for that team. It is day number 4. They can still get it off.
Oh my god, look at the items.
The map is starting to close.
Yeah, Team Ignite is not looking good. You can see they're only on 5 gold here. They do end up getting a call here. I think they actually bought a transition here. Anger gonna try getting some nice jukes there, and they're actually just gonna walk to their team. Quickline is gonna be spawning. It looks like it is gonna be Forest here. There's a lot of teams. Here's the ultimate coming out from the Theodore. They use the wall, and here comes the engage from the Nikki, and they're actually gonna trade the Lennox down, and obviously the item advantage is so big. Great flash.
No.
Great blinker from the Theodore, and they are going to be able to get the Celine. It looks like Team Ignite bit off more than they could chew, and the Emma is going to be forced to jump on out of there.
I don't know, did they? I think the biggest problem was that they hesitated. They saw the Johan by themselves, but hesitated to pull the trigger. You got a Celine, you have a Lennox. Do something against the Johan. He's standing right in front of you. And because it took so long, they invested way much more than they had to, in my opinion. The Blue Viper went down. All of the investments on the pick potential went down. That means Theo just got such a free fight in that, and the Nikki just provides such a good lockdown onto people that the Spark need just spread everywhere. I think it was a bit of hesitation that cost Team Ignite that fight. It started out pretty well, but they just couldn't finish it. Another fight though. Here we go.
Yeah, I think It's just, I mean, the item difference is just way too big. If they had a little more items, they actually would have been able to win it out there. But I think because the Theodore is like 5 gold and like, yeah, I think they just got walled. A great peel back there coming out from Busan. Hyde tried to go in there, but Busan just not giving the Cathy just any angle to get any damage. The ultimate completely whiffing. It's going to be Ignite on the bottom side here. Going to lose 2 members. Another minus 400. You can just look at the items for the side of Team Gang Innate, and then the difference between Team Gang Innate's and Team Ignite's items is just staggering, as Ignite just has nothing to their name.
And they just had to use 400 credits too. I think it was about 540 on this Celine, and they couldn't even buy a blood sample off of it. Oh, it's not looking good for Team Ignite. It's almost a miracle that they have 7 kills as it is. I think they might have just been able to pick that up in the earlier stages and just kind of carried it on, but they haven't been able to use it to snowball at all. Like, what are the point of those 7 kills if you can't get any more in the remaining stages of the game? I think it's just going to have to look for placement points at this point. There's so many teams left, though. It's going to be a lot more difficult once that day 5 starts to hit. That's when the map really starts to feel choked out. Even Team Molyneux Nunchi, they have some items to work with. Do they want to look for a fight?
Ooh, so much damage from the Barbara. The Emma's already chunked down half HP. Maybe they can look for an angle there. A great Tonfa skill. Gonna get so much damage onto their team there. Emma's gonna get chunked down HP. There comes the ultimate from Isaac to try to look for an angle onto the back line. And there's the Luke. He gets the clean sweep, gets to execute. And it's going to be Team Nunchi gonna be able to come out on top there between Team Ignite. But I mean, I think it's just another wallet gap. Team Ignite, I mean, we saw the items. Team Ignite, they tried the best they could, but just not really enough items to really deal with any of these teams now.
These teams, especially Molyneux Nunchi, really good at extended fights. I talked about it earlier, but you have the Luke, you have the Isaac, stacks are going to continuously build. You got the turrets from the Barber as well. Ready to die? No, not ready to die, sorry. Ignite just doesn't have the damage to deal with any of that, and that's what we saw. Yes, Mikto did unfortunately fall eventually down the road, but it doesn't matter in the end because they got the res off on it. Luke's gonna continuously heal. Isaac's gonna get the stacks procced every single time during the fights as well. Ignite, I mean, they're just struggling today.
You saw that. Riori hit a great pull into the arrow, but Seiko was forced to use the bubble to get that movement speed to get that out. And to potentially dodge out on that spirit arrow, because if you get pulled into the spirit arrow, that is a lot of damage that gonna have to worry about there, as it looks like Team Gang Innate actually gonna be walking the beach down here. There's a lot of teams in the zone here. Looks like it is gonna be ready to die. Zmai just gonna get completely eviscerated.
But where's the follow-up?
There is gonna go on to Zerujin, but yeah, no follow-up there, as it's just gonna be the side of Team Insider gonna be forced to get on out.
Rio's pumping out damage, but Faith and Wavering not going to let you get any damage off. That means 2 members of Busan Vespa down. Daydream is still popping off. With the Theo, they're doing pretty good. Luckily, it's going to be the Lumi res coming through, but they don't have the credits to res the Mai, which means it's just going to be the Haze and the Rio for the time being. Unless they're able to find even more and catch back up to Lumi, which is definitely not going to happen. But I'm leaving the possibility there just in case. Busan Vespa will be down to 2, and they seem to be stuck in a bit of a conundrum right now because they're in the red. I saw those swords flying as well. Yeah, I don't think this is working out that well for Team Vespa.
A lot of rats.
Anymore. Sun He just used the chain. Gen, free kill handed over. The credits is going to go over into the Haze. Do they have enough for the
They do, but there's no Lumi.
Yeah, it's just not going to happen.
Lumi just passed beach there, so it's going to take a whole rotation for Lumi to come back. I don't think they're going to be able to get it off time, so this is going to have to place for some placement, which is not too bad, but yeah, it is looking a little doomed for Busan. You're right, it's only 3 kills. A great division play there coming out from Nunchi, but just nothing to really go off of. Nice ultimates coming out from Barbara, gonna chunk down the sell it down to half HP, but again, just nothing, no follow-up, nothing that Team Nunchi can really do, as it's gonna be Team Insider just gonna slowly peel back.
Overall, the kill counts are much lower in Group B than it was for Group A. Have you noticed that?
Yeah, I think there's just been a lot less team fighting. But I mean, in game number 1, we had to say, because Team Gang Innate did end up with like 22 kills, so
I feel like the majority of the teams are just running on so little kills for it's day 6 now, and look at some of these teams, 4, 3, 4. Like, these are Season 6 kill count, you know what I
think
mean?
I think it's more of like it's because it's more of like a top heavy lobby, and there's so many teams that are making it to day 6, right, for like the final zone. So there's still a lot of kills to go around. It's just everyone's still alive, I think.
It worries me a little bit, which means the knockout stage for the first couple, we're really going to have to see which teams are going to be improving. I think the first half of the knockout stages are going to be extremely important moving into the next half of the knockout stages. Of course, that obviously makes sense, but this one especially is going to be a little bit more for me, just kind of scouting which teams are going to improve. Indeed, deja vu, a ton of teams inside Factory. Once again, here we go. The fight is going to begin. Riori getting tagged with the Ghost Light at the beginning of the fight. Deep free at last. Oh, the shield is there. He is going to be able to keep himself alive, but look at the timer count for the side of Team New Rise Kangwon. Unfortunately, Phoenix Park and Riori down to 15 seconds and counting down everybody else.
They have timer. I think they should slowly start pulling away here because they need to make sure they don't get third-partied. Oh no, Team Daydream is on the backside. They have the perfect angle here for the Theodore. It's gonna be the explodes. The timers are gonna come in, and it's going to be Team Insider going to be able to lock down the zone. Oh, but Magnani is actually going to get chunked down. He's down to 1 HP. Great pull there from the cell. Magnani just needs to pull back. And Magnani is going to go down. But look at the timers. Team Nunchi is going to be forced to send it in here. They're all going to explode down to 1 second. And the kills are going to go to actually the side of Team Insider, but it's not going to be enough, as all 3 members of Team Daydream are still alive. And it is going to be Team Daydream going to be the one to come out on top in the zone. Looks like they navigated the final zone perfectly, wrapping around all the way from the backside of Factory, as all these other teams weren't really expecting that, and still holding enough timer to make sure they were able to keep themselves alive.
But it still feels so messy, you know what I mean? A lot of these teams are just kind of miscalculating the amount of timer they have.
Yeah,
really
I think
weird.
Team Insider needed to pull away earlier because they were in the zone for so long, right? So they should know that they have the most amount of timer, and just let the other teams, slowly marinate themselves, right? With them fighting each other. So I think a huge misplay for Team Insider there, but Team Daydream is able to capitalize on that.
And now it becomes a problem for Team Daydream. They did end up buying a couple items, so they're a bit stronger, but now you have to push into Chapel against the Haze Nadine, man. Come on. How are you going to be able to pull this one off, Team Daydream? If you can pull this off, this would be a victory of a century up against Gyeonggi Innate on their signature composition as well. Good poke up against Zerojin. 8-9 initiation is also actually going to end up failing. There's an energy blast field. There's a lot of good damage. Everybody split apart. Down goes Jinho, but the return kill is there onto Heesel. Alltail still alive. Ing9 trying to do what he can, trying to get the damage in, but it's just not going to work. Daydream has done it. They pull off the victory of a century. Gyeonggi Innate down. Daydream 1 for 3 trade in the end. They will take it away. 16 kills in first place. That is a GG and a half.
Wow, that was so well played by the Nikki getting that Spirit uppercut on the party target, and then following it up and actually trading 1 for 1 onto the Theodore, or sorry, onto the Nadine there. I think onto Jinho there, and I think that ended up sealing the deal for Team Daydream there. So very, very nicely played by the Nikki, just able to find that priority target.
Yeah, and I'm not sure what it was that stopped Ing9 from initiating, but if he managed to get the strut off right at the beginning of the fight, that would have been at least a 2-man taunt coming in, but something stopped him. I'm assuming it might have been either a spark nade or maybe a fury jab from the Nikki. I'm not entirely sure what it was, but because the start of the fight just didn't work out for Ing9, he was in no man's land. The energy blast field was already going, so the immediate jump onto the backline was there. He was so split away from his backline that exclusive range wasn't even there too, right? So great fight from Team Daydream. They are going to be able to walk away with it. As I said, 16 kills in first place. That's 28 points for that team. Great result for those guys. I love to see it.
Yeah, but Team KNA, they got 15 and they got second place,
14,
so that's a lot. 14. Okay, 14, and a lot of placement points again for themselves. Their second place placement points has like 9 kills. That's 23 points. So they're gonna be sitting, I think, very comfortably in first place. But now I'm curious on what these teams are going to be swapping to, because Mai's gonna be Mai's gonna be off the table for the whole series now. Because there's 5 my picks, right? And
Estelle?
I think that is the only other ban. So now, yeah, we're probably gonna see team swapping to Estelle, maybe Lennox. Maybe we'll see whole character swap or whole team comp swaps as well, because we are gonna jump into that to game number 3. So that means we are gonna see roster changes maybe, because we have a lot of bans going into game number 4. We have Kadia ban, Justina ban, and the My
My
ban
ban, that's
now. I think the
guaranteed.
Leon is back though, because Leon I think was
Yes.
only picked 3 times. So
Yep. Leon is definitely back, although I would be hard pressed to think Leon's going to come back with the bans that are in place now. It seemed for the most part Leon was just a good buffer to create a wall between his team as well as the other team. Right? If you don't have something like the Kadia and the Justina just pumping damage from the backline, I might be hard pressed to see 3 Leons again. We might see 1 or 2 just because it might be a comfort pick or something of the sort, but it really depends on what the rest of the team compositions are going to look like. Let's take a look at the leaderboard though. We're going to do this, go into the break, and then we'll watch the latter half of Group B. But Gyeonggi N8, as you mentioned, pretty comfortable right now in first place, 15 points ahead of Team Daydream. But who is that second place team? Is of course, as I said, Daydream. 42 points, 10 points ahead of that third place team. This is a lot more top-sided that as you mentioned earlier. Rightfully so. Daydream and Gyeonggi N8 are doing extremely solid right now.
yeah, and then we got Team Ignite with 32, Busan Vespa with 23, Ninchi with 22, Insider with 18, New Rise with 16, and Ready to Die with 15. Yeah, there's a 42-point difference between first and 8th. So yeah, it's a really, really top heavy here. Team Gang NA just completely dominate this lobby.
Indeed. Oh my goodness, what a great series we've been having so far for this though. It really does signify that National League teams are a whole different breed of players, right? Gyeonggi N8 showing everybody who is boss around here, but even they're going to be denied their mainstay roster of that Mai, Nadine, and the Haze going forward. So we'll see what ends up happening. But ladies and gentlemen, once again, that was game number 2, an even number game. So that means we're going to be going on to a break. So grab some water, go grab a snack, and go take a stretch. We'll see you guys back here for the latter half of Group B.
Take care.
잠시 후 생존자가 사망했습니다. 누군가 연쇄 처치됩니다. 또 또한 잠시 후 표준 안전체가 해제됩니다.
You're ready to get in the game now. The last thing you want is to wait. WD Black, performance storage, purpose-built for gaming. SSD speed that obliterates load times. Performance to transform your game. Expanded capacity to store more. Customizable RGB. WD Black. Because the game never waits. WD Black. Drive your game.
치워야 할 쓰레기가 많이 보이는군요. 당신이 누구든 상관없습니다. 생명의 가치는 모두 같아요. 죽으면 똑같은 시체일 뿐. 그럼 저승에서 뵙겠습니다. 더블L VIP 서비스 시작하겠습니다. 도망칠 곳은 없습니다. 저도 당신도. 주어진 운명에 발버둥칠 뿐이죠. 사신이 당신에게 찾아올 때까지. 의뢰는 반드시 완수합니다.
선택에 상응하는 결과를 정밀하게 변수를 사용하지. 깨달은 이상 결과는 고정될 뿐이야. 오차는 없어. 모든 인생의 종착점이지. 형평권. 결과를 안다고 미래가 바뀌는 건 아니야. 당신은 이 실험에 대해 얼마나 알고 있을까? 내가 말해줄 수 있는 건 우린 머지않아 전부 소멸한다는 사실이지. 내가 보았던 미래는 진실일까? 그쪽은 멸망 속에서 살아남을 준비가 됐을지 모르겠군. 그럼 실험을 시작하지. 당신의 미래에는 유감을 표하지. 새로운 시대의 문을 여는 단 하나의 열쇠를 찾기 위해서. 연사는 끝났어. 이미 관측된 결과는 바뀌지 않아. 실험을 끝내지. 절망의 끝에선 폰에게 모든 영광을.
내 검에 흔들림은 없다. 그림자 속에 진짜가 숨어있는 법이다. 찔러주지! 더 정교하고 더 빠르게. 거기까지. 피하지 않아. 훈련이고 앞으로 나아간다. 시작된 이상 봐주지 않아.
여기에서 기도 능력을 봤을 때 볼수 있었고요.
마커스 진입이 일단 나쁘진 않았는데 대응이 좋아요.
자, 오른쪽
그렇습니다.
병원지 키고 사태는 스칼렛 쪽으로.
옆에서
인사이드.
Alright, ladies and gentlemen, welcome back from the break from... Yeah, that one. Alright, apparently I am messing up my words now too already. It's the beginning of the season. I am back in my basement from the looks of it. Welcome back to the Eternal Return Masters Season 7 Phase Number 1. We just finished watching Games 1 and 2 of Group Stage B, which means we got 2 left. Games 3 and 4 is upcoming. And do we have a lot of bands? Super. Oh boy, we do.
Yeah. I'm really excited to see what these team comps or what these teams are gonna, swap to. Maybe we have roster changes, right? So it's really exciting to see, when we have, so many bans because it basically stretches the character pool for a lot of these teams, and just makes it more interesting. So we don't see the same type of comps over and over again. And we are just gonna jump into it here. We're actually gonna have 3 bans, so it's gonna be the Mai, the Kadia, and the Yusina there, and Team Insider. They are gonna be playing that Nikki, Adela, and Sua. I've actually personally played this team comp during the Fearless, and let me tell you, it's quite the team comp. You just you just use the Nikki ult, and then the Adela ult comes down. It's not too hard to play, but I know a lot of these teams, especially in ERM, they've probably seen it time and time again, so they definitely have experience in how to play around it.
Here we go, though, ladies and gents. The picks are locked in, I should say. Do we see any bans? I'm actually not seeing any, just kind of with a quick sweep of what's going on. I see a lot of double picks right now, double Arda, double Leon, maybe double Nadine coming in. Are there bans, though? I see even a double Haze coming on.
Double Haze, double Marcus, a lot of duplicates, but
no bans, right?
Yeah, I don't think we have any bans here, except for obviously Kadia still going to be banned for game number 4.
Yeah,
and Mai.
It's going to be all right. I think for the most part, we're going to see the Justina coming back for game number 4. A couple of these teams, I wouldn't be surprised if they pick it again in game number 4.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure.
Now, it's different.
I'm pretty sure most teams are just going to pick the Justina back up, just because a lot of these teams are playing that like Sacella, Haze. I think Justina right now just kind of is probably just the premier mage, I would say, for phase 1 here. Looks like, as I mean, we've seen the power of that Justina having so much poke damage, having that iframe on the ultimate. I think is the big one, especially as a backline mage who's usually immobile, right? You just have that iframe if you get engaged on. So we'll probably see it back, swapped out for all these other mages.
After all, as soon as you hit that level 16, we've already seen it, right? Astro Burst, that thing hurts.
Yeah, the damage as well from the ultimate, having that chase potential, right? With just your poke damage and your slows. It's quite a bit the character or it's quite a bit that the character has going for them.
Indeed. Ragan getting bullied out a little bit here at the beginning of the game. Getting chased down by a Leon. I don't know if a Celine's going to be able to get away from it unless he just kills them. The rest of his team is going to join in fray, but the Luke trying to jump on in. They end up getting the kill. No! Jinho's going to
be the one to get it.
Yeah.
And they're going to be respawning back in. The Jinho pick up that one. No, it's going to be the side of Team Nunchi going to be able to pick that one up. And now it's going to be a 1v3 here. It's going to be a 2v3 because they're just going to be respawning back in. Yep.
No.
Another respawn. And it's going to be Hyde going to be able to pick up the ammo there on the top side here. It's going to be the side of Team Ready to Die going to be able to pick up 2 kills. They're just going to be respawning back, and it's going to be fighting over and over again. The Emma's back in. The Luke is back in as well. The Luke's going to jump on over. Going to be able to get the Emma here very shortly. Ooh, a good change there. But the Arda from the top side are they going to be able to kill Emma? Yes, and now going to be the side of Team Ready to Die going to be jumping back into the fight here. And now it's going to be Team Nucci going to be on the back foot, as Lily's going to be able to maybe catch this Luke. On the top side, though, will be the Leon going to fall there. That's just how the cookie crumbles. You're just going to be fighting over and over again. They need to get as many kills as possible. Team Ready to Die coming out on top with 6 kills.
You want to consider releasing a mixtape at this point. You're just going inside of that fight. I can't believe that lasted over a minute just in that tight little area of cemetery. But that's season 7 for you, right? Even if the new patch comes through, that'll still happen.
Oh my god, that's
the pure rage uppercut. Okay, and the follow through from the Theo is there as well. That's an easy 2 kills pick up on Maz. Oh, that's a really good dice. JBSP, yeah, let's not go back.
This Nikki is playing out of their mind. Wow, that is a great ultimate. Just had to time that perfectly on the duck dive ult. Just waited for the Leon to use that duck dive, and yeah, the ultimate just ended up following. Phoenix Spark, you're gonna get some poke damage here on that Carla.
But he's missing the
They're gonna be able to get the, yeah, unfortunately the Harpoons are not connecting, and the poke damage coming back from the side of Team Busan is just way too much there. But wait a second, they actually do end up killing this Zella with the Haze there. Riori actually able to pick up that kill, but I'm also gonna use that Waylay to get out. Just be a one.
Team Bolunyu Nunchi unfortunately falling 2 members. Rami also going to get traded out, but it's just a 1-for-2 from the looks of it. I do see the Theo just kind of moving around. He's not even going to bother with the Bears, man. Like, he doesn't care at all. That is incredible. Zico trying his best to run away from Anger. For right now, it seems like it's going to be possible. The Queen is prepped up. There's actually a lot of chess pieces down on the ground, but Zico's actually looking for something else. He is hunting instead with the rest of his team. Checkmate is going to be forced out. It's a 1-for-1 trade between the two teams. 26 seconds to go until the objective spawns. This is actually not that good for Insider because look at the level for Zico. It was 1 up above the Celine. That Celine's going to come back way before that Adela will be, and I don't exactly know if Insiders can be fully prepared to look for this Tree of Life.
Oh yeah, this was a team comp that they ended up playing Team Insider. I'm surprised they didn't play the Nikki Adela Sua from the very beginning, because I mean we've seen the Zico popping off on this Adela last season.
Yeah,
we have to see if he is going to be able to do it again for season 7 here. Looks like he's going to go to the side of that is team. Oh, wait a second. Here comes the Queen engaging. It's going to be a triple knockoff. Going to hit all 3 members of Team Ignite, and they're going to be able to instantly terminate them and get the tree for themselves. I don't think they ended up crafting it there. Very nicely played by Zico, just able to get that Queen, and then the follow from the Sua as well. Byung also hitting that double bookmark. So much AoE damage, not really much Team Ignite can really do there.
Yeah, it's so easy. Right? That's all Zico had to do, and he ends up pulling it off. Good, good, good. Tree of Life also goes in favor of Team Insider as well. They're just able to use that one for now. Lily, unfortunately, missing the Don Quixote. Jinho will be able to pick that one up. Complex just getting himself out. Doesn't want to bother with this at all. The White Lily into the Nimrod's Gate is going to put him to safety, but this is a bit more of a different game than we saw in the first 2, isn't it? A couple of the teams that we saw struggling in the first 2 games of the series is now starting to find themselves a little bit more of a foothold inside of this lobby. I'm seeing Team Insider finding themselves a little bit more space to work with.
Oh my
Team
god,
Ignite
Nikki's just gonna go
doing
in.
the same thing.
I'm just gonna solo kill.
Carvel,
oh my god!
What the heck is this? Hessel on the backside is just 1v2ing everybody while Alltail just murdered the Leon on the backside. Dude, this Nikki character, man, is just working so well for Team Daydream. Theo and the Johan is just killing everyone else.
I mean, he's just playing so well as well. He's just going in, getting the parries at the perfect time. Just knowing his limits, just able to, you know, completely shut down the side of Team Chi. Gonna have to see, you know, if they are gonna be able to, you know, translate this into a win. But you know, Team Daydream, they've been playing really, really well here. Yeah, I mean, I think Hez is just playing out of his mind.
100%. Daydream, I want to see more from this team composition. There is so many ways that this could also go wrong. If Hesso messes up a little bit, there's the blink coming in. Zico is so split apart. It's the split farming catch out again. We saw that multiple times in the previous season. It's still happening for Zico once again. Min, they barely stay alive. Complex not going to be able to find it with the scroll either, which means Nimrod's Gate in the wrong direction. He's also going to fall down to a 2-for-0 in favor of Busan Vespa, sitting on 4 kills now for themselves. Will have control over the purple box inside of Pond. It is a Meteor. No, that's the wrong team. Mithril for that team. Would it be Sharonga? No, it's
yeah, he's on the bow. He's on bow. Bo Nadine with the Scylla. We saw this team comp in the previous lobby.
Yeah.
It's just, you know, having that pick potential, but this time's gonna be the Leon. I like the Leon better because that's that peel for their team. Has that pick potential as well with the duck dive, yeah. And yeah, they're just playing off that Scylla pull with the Nadine bullseye. So if it ever connects on a backliner, you're probably dead. Great queen there coming out from Zico, and that's gonna be the Leon falling once again. I don't know how many deaths Team Neo Nunchi has this game, but it's definitely over 10 now, I would say.
And it's another situation where a team picks up an objective and Insider just yoinks it away, right? Because the Bear actually ended up dropping a meteorite onto the Leon, but then he just dies and gives it away to the Nikki instead. Insider has farmed about 400, probably even more credits off of just killing people this game, and the value is absolutely insane. The astronaut helmet built up for the Nikki, it's even more damage for that side now. Zico is just doing Zico things. You're right. Why didn't they just play this earlier?
Yeah, I mean, Zico and Nadella we saw last season, like he's just a monster on this character. Fortunately, it did end up falling short in the finals.
Yep.
He played that well in the finals, but
We saw the
I
limits.
mean, in the regular season, he played really.
We definitely saw an improvement on Zico's end though, right? There was a lot of parts at the beginning of the season where it looked really finicky. At the start, I mentioned it a lot. This team looked really lost at the beginning, especially during phase number 1. They seemed extremely lost, but they were able to pick things up. This time around, though, it's going to be a bit different because Emma has the totem.
Oh, third party.
Leon can't really do anything about it. Third party
That's
coming in.
A3.
This should be team ready to die, being able to find something. You got the Arda. Are you going to follow through? There's the Nimrod's gate to follow in. Hyde just going to go in. Does he have the kill potential? Yes, he does. Down goes Min, and that's going to be 2 members down for Busan Best, but minus 400 for that team because it just turned day 3, but look at their credits.
Yeah, that's so unfortunate. It's right on the day 3 swap, so that is going to be a lot of credits just going to go into the hands of team
Oh boy.
ready to die. Are gonna be able to pick up another kill. Nunchi gonna maybe look for a fight at Team Insider. Look at the items on Team Insider. They are so strong. They just want to look for an angle. Here comes the Rook. Maybe they can find a Queen angle. Zico's not gonna be able to connect onto anything there. There is the dice. Gonna slow them down, and yeah, looks like Team Nunchi is gonna be able to get out of there. But yeah, a minus 400 for the side of Team Busan and Team Ignite as well. Look like that is a huge loss, and on the swap, that is a huge tempo loss for both these teams, and they're gonna have to slowly build their way back up into this game.
It's 2 teams that are at the crucial point of all of their transitions. You're looking for these force core big transitions coming in for the Selene. You do have it, but that means that your Emma is just kind of in the middle of nowhere with their build. I think I saw 1 for the Emma right now. That is nowhere to be at this point in the game. Day 3, you want at least 2, maybe even 3 transitions on them. It's exactly where the Selene is at the moment. But with the minus 400, they're stunted even further. So Ignite, they're gonna have to pick their pace up again. It's the same story that we saw for these guys in game number 2. It's tough. It really is tough seeing that kind of situation happen for a team like Ignite, but with the roster they have, it's always going to be an inherent risk. That Lennox just sitting in the up in the front, if you can't get the follow-through damage from the Emma or the Selene, they're in no man's land. It's the DMZ out there.
Yeah. Yeah, I mean Emma doesn't that many items, but like yeah, the Selene, yeah, it's a little rough. Oh no! The Nimrod's gate into the wall, right into the bush, into the sides of Team Gang A. That is just unfortunate for Team Nunchi there. That's gonna be a minus 400. This time it's gonna be actual deaths for Team Neo Nunchi, and they're gonna get set pretty far behind as Team Nate. They're gonna take all those credits, funnel that into the haze, and they're gonna have enough to buy blood here. Looks like.
If that was 1 level higher for the Arda, I don't think they die to that because the Nimrod's Gate makes it into the bush.
Yeah, but I think they instantly took it anyways.
That is true. That is true.
I don't think they would have realized in time. They just all right-clicked it because yeah, when you're taking a taxi from Arda, like you just all.
Well, they're on the back foot now. Team Kyunggi and 8. Everybody's levels are around the same. Daydream seems to be just slightly ahead of a number of these teams now. Ignite, the Emma just turned from 14 to 15. Daydream all sitting at 16 safe for the Johan, which is fine. Kyunggi and 8 also doing the same thing as well, but the transition value now for Kyunggi and 8 is extremely good.
Buddy.
What was it?
Yeah, both the Ardas using their Nimrod's Gate to basically get on out of there.
Oh.
And there is the engage onto the side of Team Insider. They're gonna look for an angle in. Here comes the full combo onto the Dean, and they are just gonna fall there. And now it's gonna be the Suwa chasing down Zero Jin there. There's the combo we see time and time again from this combo there. Zero Jin trying to get out of there, but they are going to fall. It's going to be Team Inside and able to pick up a nice 2 kills from Team Gang Innate. It looks like they're just looking for the angle, and Byung does end up finding it onto that Nadine.
I think the burger flip from the Marcus actually ended up hurting Pyonggi Innate more so than helping, because Zico was outside of the range of taking the castling back inside of the building, but the burger flip actually brought him back in, and you saw him taking the castling to get himself to safety. And starting from there, now you all of a sudden, because of how much you invested onto the Adela, now your entire team is under shambles and they're vulnerable. Nikki sends the Pure Rage uppercut. You have the Queen available as Zico. Yeah, that Haze is not staying alive. Really good reaction from Team Insider. They're showing us that their flair from Season 6 is still not gone at all. And it makes you wonder, once again, why now? To bring this kind of composition back up. They're in 6th place at the moment, looking extremely solid. 24 points is where they're sitting at. Is hungry for more, though. These guys are so accelerated, they can kill probably anybody in this lobby if they really wanted to. There is no bona fide tank that just perma damage reduces like Alonzo or even Mai right now. It's pretty free for those guys. Let's see what they can do. That is a corpse.
Unfortunately, Arda gonna go down from Nunchi. Look at the credit counts. They don't have any credits to bring this Arda back into the game. A little doomed for Team Nunchi. Gonna have to come up, maybe get enough credits in time in day 5 there. There is a great castling from the Della there to actually keep the backliner CC for so long. And there's engage. Great Nikki ult. Gonna be able to find the Nadine. And it is just going to be the Scylla going to try getting on out of here. I don't think this is Scylla can get away. It looks like the Sua is actually going to back on out of there. I'm surprised there because I actually would have egoed that.
Yeah, but at the same time, I kind of like it. Research Center is just also a place that's very vulnerable. Wick Line's also around too. You never know how many teams are in the area. Might as well get
yeah. That's probably why, just because Wick Line is coming up.
Yep.
I think they probably heard another team under them because of the Wick Line being there, so you don't want to take any unnecessary risks. So yeah, it looks like the Suwa is just gonna get on out of there, and they're gonna be able to get that res off. So nice couple of kills there for Team Insider.
Yeah, don't worry, I would have egoed it too. If I was in that exact situation as Yana, I would have egoed it as well.
I would have egoed that.
Just to see what happens, right? You never
know. Scylla, like, yeah, in that tight corridor, like this should always kill Scylla.
Yeah, even with the pull, I mean, you got your shield. Even if Scylla can still break it.
Yeah, because she already pulled you, so yeah, her pull's on cooldown. So I think the Suwa definitely can just kill her. At least I probably would have.
The only way she really gets out there is if she mind games the jump pad.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah.
But even then, I still would probably still kill her anyways. Well, big what if. It still results in Busan Vespa being down a member. They're pretty close to being able to call the Leon back. It's still night number 4. 30 seconds to go. Even with natural generation, they should have it. The question is, where do they go to get the res?
The cleanse!
Oh, yeah, I saw the cleanse. Wait, that was actually kind of insane. Who the heck has cleanse on that team?
Yeah,
what the heck is that?
On Theodore?
They're still alive. Alltail, he's still alive. How is he still alive? What the hell is going on here? Phoenix Park down. Odenal down. Riori's going to have to run away. Alltail. What?
That was so well played by the Theodore. The perfect cleanse timing to actually stop them from getting pulled in from the burger flip. But wait a second, Riori's actually going to... Because it is going to get on to the day swap, but they don't have any timer to get back in now. And I think that is going to be it, right? Oh, the VLS system is going to be used. They think
That's still pretty close. That's pretty close. They got to go into... Okay, there we go. They got to go into force and then leave. Okay.
The cleanse, because he used cleanse, so he didn't get pulled, right? Well, like, still got knocked up.
Or at least he didn't get...
I think that's how
it's like because the way that the burger flip works is if you have a... Oh, whoa! There goes the
cleanse. Oh, I see. It's a debuff, so he doesn't get pulled, because... Yeah. That was really well played by...
If you have the debuff, then you get pulled. Oh my god, what is...
The league chunked down to 1 HP. They're gonna probably try to full send it here, but there's no period card from the Nikki, and they're just gonna use the Nimrod's Gate. They're out, but yeah. So well played from the Dido. I just want to talk about having the... So I guess in this lobby, there's the... I guess it makes sense because there's the Nadine... Or sorry, there's the... There's like 2 Nikkis, or... There's Nikki combo, and then DeMarcus, and they're going for an angle here.
That's a good
Actually
combo for
trying to
Vine.
find an angle onto the Adele. And Adele's actually going to go down, and there's the combo there from the Suwa. They actually do end up taking him down. But a great wall stun there from
Blink.
Yeah, and that's going to be, I don't think they have enough damage to kill Suwa. Actually, they do, and it's going to be the Nikki last one alive, and Nikki's actually gonna die to the Arda. So well played from Team Ready to Die. Oh my god, the Cathy High just playing that perfectly there, getting so many nice wall stuns and just so much damage for his team.
That's insane. Basically, as I said earlier, the entirety of Team Ready to Die, everything in their team comp needs to work, and that's a situation of everything genuinely working. High landed everything that he needed to land, forces out the checkmate, and the counter just isn't there.
There is the cleanse once again.
Yep, a beautifully timed cleanse. Phoenix Park on the backside. Shackling Anchor is going to go down too, but where did that Shackling Anchor come from? Oh, the Carla has it. I'm sorry. I thought Phoenix Park was playing somebody else. The Shackling Anchor, unfortunately, not followed up by Riori, which means that's just an ultimate gone. There's a Johan on the other side too. Look at the minimap right now. It is just completely open. The Niki's going to try to jump through and gets the kill before she can use the grappling maneuver out. The kill from Riori is just not there at all.
Wait, what's
the cleanse
oh my god.
Yeah, where is this coming from? It's level 2. The cooldown is so short.
Yeah, he's just able to use it for movement speed and just perfectly timing it. This guy is playing out of his mind on this augment. I mean, it makes sense. There's DeMarcus, right, for the burger flip. There's a lot of CC in this lobby, so having that cleanse. Looks like unfortunately Nunchi gonna go down there.
That's
Bottom
so
side
funny.
though, it is gonna be Ready to Die. Unfortunately, gonna lose their Cathy, and yeah, they're just gonna be down a member now. I think Lumi is gonna slowly close here with 2 seconds left on the clock. And I don't think Ready to Die is gonna be able to get their third member.
This is really funny though. Theo with a cleanse, man. The last time we saw cleanse being utilized was on Nodanao. Remember on the Shuichi a long time ago. Back when we still had I forget the team roster that they were under the moniker. But
Yeah. Luminol and cleanse. Yeah.
Yeah, and Taeyong. It's been a long time since we last saw it. A lot of us know that cleanse is definitely not
It's
something
working
that we
out,
would take too commonly. But yeah, the way that Alltail is using it is insane.
Yeah, I mean, having that debuff removal is quite good there. And there's the pull, a beautiful pull from the Lennox. Jinwoo should not have gotten caught by that and immediately pays the price. Such a great great pull from the Lennox. Is just gonna close out this fight here. Zerojin gonna try looking for something, but unfortunately not gonna be able to find anything. And I think that's gonna be it. Team Ignite gonna be able to get the 1-up here into Team Gang Innate. Once again, I think a little unfortunate that the Dean definitely I think it was like a max range pull from the Lennox. I think maybe just didn't think they were gonna be able to get caught by that, but Ignite gonna try looking for a kill onto the Celine, not gonna be able to find anything, gonna get locked up by the Emma, and that is going to be Ignite gonna win it out here, and it's gonna come down to Daydream once again coming down. Gonna be our final 2 teams alive. It's gonna be Daydream and Ignite this time.
I think Ignite might be making a mistake here. They are letting a Theo get positioning inside a chapel. Unless they're are they pulling an Insider right now? Is Daydream pulling an Insider?
Oh, I like this. They're actually gonna look for an off angle here, because if they get the Theodore cheese, if they get the Theodore Spark Nade, they're gonna get so much damage. Oh, actually, it's gonna use their sniper shot. So it looks like Team Ignite should know, but they're just gonna walk back up, and they're gonna take this this final zone corridor here. And now they're gonna have to fight into a Theodore.
That's why the Emma is taking a multi-pronged attack. This chapel final zone is so difficult for anyone to push in up against the Theo that I love the positioning from Team Ignite right now. This does actually force out the energy blast field that comes out really early, but look on the backside. There's an Emma right there.
Oh, here's a cleanse. He's going in. He's going in. Oh my god!
No way! Body morph canceled out. This is just so genius from Alltail. And with Ragan down, I don't think there is enough damage on Team Ignite to kill any anybody on the side of Daydream. It's going to be a 16-kill banger for Daydream to take away game number 3. 28 points on their hand. All tail with the
cleanses the polymorph. Cleanses the polymorph too.
It is so BM, man. All tail with
my
the new
God.
strat onto the Theo. Blink is a clutch. Cleanse is the way to go. GG's called out to Team Daydream. 28 points with 16 field kills. GG's.
Very, very well played from Theodore. Just I mean, cleanse kind of makes sense because like
Yeah.
you want movement speed on Theodore because when you're auto attacking with the wall, you want to slowly kite with it. So having that movement speed on the cleanse there, and then just having that that button to as a bailout as well for some of these CC chains. Yeah, very, very well played from Theodore. Actually able to utilize and showcase the power of this tactical skill that we haven't really seen any usage at all in competitive play or just in general in the lifespan of Eternal Return.
Yeah, the one small minute problem is that they have to prioritize getting that to level 2 like immediately. Right, as soon as it turns day 2, you need to get that to level 2 because otherwise the cooldown is way too long. You don't get the CC immunity for the extra second. If I remember correctly, it was 3. Now it's a lot shorter because of what we saw back when it was pretty good. It was pretty good. But still, it's because I think of the way that Team Daydream's composition is set up. Johan definitely needs to get his healing wind to level 2, right? That's like a almost always priority when it comes to these healers. But the Nikki transitions aren't as valuable as the cleanse level 2, I think, for the Theo. The Theo saves his credits for his transitions, and now you're off to the races. Because starting from there, you have all of the things checked off. You have your Johan, you have your healing one level 2, you have your cleanse level 2. Nikki's fine in the earlier stages with just base items, because a lot of her base items give her max HP. So if you just time your parries correctly, which we saw a lot from Daydream's Nikki, you don't need to worry about your overall tankiness for a majority of the earlier stages of the game. Then you start snowballing with the Theo, just constantly never dying thanks to the cleanse and the heals from Johan. You're set. Your transitions are pretty much lined up. You know exactly what your team composition is supposed to do. Perfect splits from the Nikki, perfect damage control from the Theo as well. It's beautiful. I love the way that they played it.
Yeah, I mean, cleanse is just a really hard augment to use, tactical skill to use, which is why we don't really see it too often, I think. Maybe we'll see more of a resurgence now that it's been shown here in ERM and shown that you could use it pretty well. And we can look at the leaderboard here, Gang N8. Fortunately, their lead is cut short now. Daydream winning that out. It is pretty close for our first two, but the difference between our top two teams and the rest of the lobby is quite staggering. As Gang 8 with 74, Daydream with 70, Ignite with 50, and Ready to Die with 33. Look at the point difference between first and fourth. It's almost 41 points. That is that just goes to show, how top heavy of a lobby this is.
Yeah, for sure. This is massive, massive, massive. This should, for the most part, lock in our first and second place, unless Ignite is able to pull something off. And this is what's amazing to me about Team Ignite. This is a team that we constantly look at their credit counts throughout the course of the game and is thinking, okay, they're really screwed. But they're keeping up with the top three, even the top two teams, right? They're one of the teams that are kind of the rare case in this scenario where they still have a chance. It might not be the greatest of chances, but they do have it.
Yeah.
Even though the situations that we see in their games time and time again just seems to be doomed. I don't know how they're third place right now. I really don't, because we've been mentioning over and over again how their credit counts are bad, how multiple team members are down bad, how their transition counts are bad. Like, what? How are they here?
I think their fundamentals are just really good and their team fighting is good. They just need to, just macro up better, get some more items on board to, close out some of these games. But I just want to talk about the Theodore cleanse again, because I mean, obviously Blink is a more versatile augment, right? Because if you think about it, right, there's no need for cleanse if you just blink the CC to begin with and blink the damage, right? And it's more instant. You can reposition better with it. But I think the upside for cleanse is the cooldown is so short. I mean, we've seen the Theodore use it 2 times in a team fight. multiple times, right? So, having that access to that mobility, that movement speed, and that CC immunity can be quite strong.
Yep, absolutely. It's been a fun series so far, but we got one more game left, ladies and gentlemen. Game number 4 is where we're going to decide where each of these teams are going to be placed for the knockout stages. As I said, I think top 3, at least for the most part, is just kind of guaranteed for the teams that are there. It seems really difficult for the 4th place team to start moving up. You said the 41-point difference. Yeah, that's probably not going to happen with just the way that the series has been going. I don't think Gyeonggi Innate is also going to let up that easily either. They're probably not going to go 8th place with 0 kills early on.
Yeah. I think it's
going to
just going to
intermingle
be
between those 3.
Yeah, the first 2 teams are going to fight it out, and then the bottom 4 or the bottom 5 teams are going to fight it out for the spot to try to see if they get any more placement. Because obviously, again, any placement matters here, because the higher the placement you are, the less amount of games you'll have to play, because you'll end up in the later stages of the knockout stage.
And it once again worries me for some of the teams that are going to be playing in the lower stages of the knockouts, because I'm seeing a lot of things they could improve on, but not enough time to do it. That's one of the problems with ERM. You just don't have that much time to work with, especially because once you're in the knockout stages, they're just going to be bashing you in with the number of games you have to play per day. So let's see what kind of improvements we can see from some of these teams off the get-go. If you show me a lot of improvement here, I'm going to be a little bit more reassured that you're going to be able to do fine in the knockout stages. But if you still struggle here in this game, it's going to be funny. Don't do it, Molu Nunchi. What is that? Mikdo is going to be running Sidewinder. I know that too. Is that JBSP Daniel actually going to happen? Okay.
Oh, looks like they're going to swap into IREM. Oh, they're going to stay on Ekion though.
Yep.
So it's going to be the Ekion, Luke, and it's going to be the IREM. It looks like for Team Nunchi there. Remember, Yusina is going to be back on the table here. So 3 teams going to be locking that in. Zerujin, Sun and Seoul there, as we're going to have everyone else, I think, staying relatively the same. Nunchi gonna swap it up as well. Obviously, that's Luke, Ekion, and Irem, and Insider, and Ready to Die, both stick with their team comps.
Fortunately, Alltail not going to be going back onto the cleanse this time around. We will see the blink for the Theo. We're back to what we expect. Right? I think this is definitely a bit better for this kind of lobby, just because there's a lot more chase potential from a lot of these teams.
I wonder what dictates him going cleanse or over blink, because I think it depends on the lobby. Maybe if there's more, because there's still 3 Marcuses, right? So I would still think maybe cleanse is still good in the lobby. Maybe it was a misclick and he accidentally clicked cleanse, but no,
no way.
I don't know, because he used it so well. So I would assume he's well versed on the augment.
I didn't even know the Marcus interaction was there with Smash the Smithereens until I thought about it.
I didn't know either, but yeah, because you mentioned that it's a debuff, right? When you get hit by the ultimate for the pull,
there's a specific condition that you get.
Yeah, because you can't cleanse a knockup, but you can cleanse the pull or the debuff to get pulled back, I guess. So.
You can still get knocked up into the air, as you said, but if you have that one condition, it's essentially like you're just getting hit with nothing on the ground, right? Because that floor doesn't really give you any debuffs that actually causes you to get flinged around. Pretty interesting. That's a mechanic that, hey, if you guys want to try it out, go for it. I mean, you'll have to hope that there's like 6 Marcuses in your lobby so you can do it consistently, but I don't know. Assuming that you can also time it correctly, right? Reaction speed is pretty important on that one. Bob Malsa trying to jump it in. He does end up getting the Smash to Smithereens. Not exactly sure who the kill went to. Phoenix Park getting ransacked by Gyeonggi Innate will get taken down as well. There's another kill as Min's going to go down. New Rise Kangwon. Yep. They are going to fully get wiped. Chino getting taken down too. It is a fiesta once again. Cemetery, my friends. Cemetery and Hospital. Seems Season 6 and Season 7 still has something consistent within those 2 lines. Zero Jin about to get taken down as well. Again, once again, right along that Cemetery and Hospital line. We might see yet another fight as Busan Vespa looking for more. This time up against Molu Nunchi. This is a pretty early game for the Sidewinder Ekion. I mean, he's not really getting too much done. He doesn't have the items bounce around like the bounty house. Down goes the
Luke and Irem though, yeah.
And the Sons
doing so much damage.
Okay.
Oh, it looks like Min is going to be
Another
able to
third
fight back,
party.
but third party is going to be getting in it this time. The Luke actually going to go on in and going to completely kill the Rio there, but it looks like, yeah, Team Gang NA is here. They're going to look for an angle. The Marcuses are going to fight each other. Are they going to... Nine is actually going to find it. They're going to kill Nine as it looks like Nunchi is back in it as well. Maybe Luke can find some more. It is the Pen Luke that does so much damage here. Sidewinder Ekyan is going to be charging up. You're not going to have any bar. But ZeroJin is going to go back in, and oh, it's going to be Makdu going to fall there. This time it's going to be to the side of Team Busan. Are they going to look for some more? It's a lot of team fighting already. 20 kills exchanged between those three teams there. And it's going to be Insider going to find the members of Team New Rise, as both teams are going to lose one member. It's actually going to be Insider actually going to lose 2 this time, and Bu Young is going to be forced to back out.
Look at the kill counts. The 3 teams that were fighting in Cemetery and Hospital, 6, 7, and 8.
The 20 kills exchanged between those 3 teams. That's season 7.
Yep. Yeah, I swear, season 7 was literally made to just ego feed players at this point, because these guys just keep coming back. They're never satisfied.
Yeah, I mean, you want to get as many kills, right? If you can't wipe, like why not just go back in, get as many kills as possible, right? Just keep coming back. It's gonna teams are still just gonna be consistently fighting because you just want to get as many points as possible. There is the Sidewinder Ekyan doing so much damage onto the Rio, but yes, it is the March gonna die. The Rio actually is gonna be able to get one. But the side of Team Gang Innate, they're gonna actually wipe. I think the members of Team Gang Innate died on the other side of the map here, as it will be Team Nunchi on 10 kills. This is exactly what they need. They need points here.
Youngie in 8-7. Busan Bespa also finds an extra couple as well for themselves. 9 kills on their side, looking for the Tree of Life inside. Oh,
ooh,
that's a great play. That's a great snake bite over onto Rami. Should get taken down in just a second. Down goes the Johan. No faith in wavering wasted. Of course, it's still level 1. That has a pretty long cooldown earlier on in the game. No use for you to invest it early on. Objectives will spawn. Team Insider looking for the contest up against the Meteorite. Good blocks from Seiko. That Meteorite is going to get secured by Yona, at least for the time being. Is someone going to pull the trigger on Team Insider? No, it's too early in the game, right? Yeah, they're just going to wait a little bit. Already got the objective. They've already won technically here.
Yeah, Insider is going to back on out of there. Use the Meteorites. Probably going to give it to the Adela here, and maybe they can look for a fight right after they do end up crafting this. Is going to go for that weapon. And yeah, it is going to be a little tough for Team Insider just because these teams do have a Lucina, so can't really target the Lucina with the full combo just because the Lucina can just, you know, use her ultimate to iframe the Peerage Uppercut, but there are a lot of other priority targets that teams can go for.
You also have to remember that the way that she's positioned graphically also does not indicate where she's landing. So for Team Insider, it might be a bit difficult.
Oh, she goes down.
Can't go inside of the castling range and will end up going down, which means Yuna also has to run. But up against the Marcus, who's just sitting right in front of your face, I don't know if that's going to be possible.
You just see his getting the blink.
There's the slow as well. Yuna's trying. They're trying their best to get away, but then there's another team right in front. It doesn't matter though. Here's
the third party though.
Exactly. Pure uppercut to the backline. The question is, can they actually get anything done with this Altail on the backside? Still pumping out the damage one after another. Viori just getting manhandled by the Nikki. Down they go 2 for 0 in favor of Team Daydream.
Yeah, very nicely played by Team Daydream. A good pickup. Nice, just third party there, as I'm guessing the cooldowns outside of Team that was New Rise. They're just not gonna have anything up because they did end up just investing, or they did end up investing a lot into killing Team Insider there. Getting in it, maybe they'll look for an angle there. There's Seiko. Gonna get fully sent on by the side of Team Gang in a ZeroJin. Gonna get caught out by the Suwa. Seiko gonna go down. Yona gonna try getting an angle onto ZeroJin, but that ultimate is just too strong. You know, the iframe is going to be able to keep the Lucina alive, and then the burst damage coming out from her ultimate as well. It's just way too much there. As looks like the Marcus is actually winning that 1v1, but there is the Arda to follow up there, as it will be Team Ready to Die going to be able to pick up a nice kill from the side of Team New Rise.
I will mention as well, Team Insider, they haven't bought yet. I don't know what is with their credit count right now, but it's night number 2 and they haven't bought their big transition. Should be able to get it in a couple seconds now. Once those 4 scores start popping in, we should see Team Insider playing a little bit more aggressively. And actually seeing results from it.
I think they're just really behind. You can see their level. They're all level 11, and then the rest of the lobby is level 12 plus. So I think they just been trying to team fight. So unfortunately, it just hasn't been really working out for them. So they're definitely really behind.
Oh, this won't help either.
Nico is caught once again, and he will end up just falling here to the side of Team Ready to Die. And yeah, a little unfortunate. They still, and the Nicky's caught as well, and the Nicky goes down. They're just getting sent farther and farther behind in this game, just having no opportunity to, you know, get their call-ins.
This is a strategy that Team Insider did even during Season 6 as well. The split farm right up until day number 3, because it's still the same, right? Like, it's the same case as before, where you are still going to get the free res up until that point, and if you don't get punished for the split farming, the value is there. Team Insider was one of the rare teams that actually split farmed all the way until day number 3. This is just one of the results of them getting punished for it. I think it's nothing that they're too surprised by. They're now grouped up inside a temple. We'll start looking for those 4 score buy-ins and is going to try to contest for that tree of life. Now, Vespa is walking themselves in. I just don't know how confident they are in fighting for the objective, because they're really far away and we got less than 10 seconds for that objective to spawn. I don't think it's happening.
Now we might have a fight between Team Innate and Team Ignite here as well. A lot of damage there from ZeroGen. Gonna poke down the Lennox, and Lennox is actually just gonna fall there from the Justina and the Rio. Just way too much poke damage and long range damage for the Lennox to really deal with, and that's gonna be a straight minus 200 for Team Ignite. And on the top side, Team Busan is going to lose 2 members as well, so it's going to be a minus 400 for them. A great blink there from the Nicky to actually get them to safety. Oh, and Seiko tried to look for it as well, but a great jab there from the Nicky to get them on out of there.
Felt it in your bones, right? If that landed, I mean, that Nicky was dead.
Looks like it is going to be Team New Rise, unfortunately, catching Team Gang NA and Team Gang NA. I don't think Ignite can get away here, as it is going to be that Justina is going to be able to get out. No, party. It's going to be New Nunchi going to be able to catch them, and oh, it looks like Ignite's actually going to be safe here, as Team New Rise is actually going to fully back on.
Yeah, there's the Fleeting Soul coming out from Min, trying to see what they can find off of this. Seiko still doesn't want to fight it. They do have the checkmate, but nope. Well, actually, no, they did have the pure jumper go. Okay, kind of interesting that they aren't going for this. Maybe they understand that when it comes to the overall pacing of the game, they're slightly behind, in which case, very good decision-making on their end, just waiting until a couple more transitions come in to reliably get those one-shots going through, which is completely fine with me. Vespa, on the other hand, though, trying to push the lead that these players might have going in for them, but up against Ready to Die, it might get a little bit finicky. Hyde is looking for the opportunities to jump in and maybe snipe some of these backliners. If they get one, then that's all fine and dandy. So can they pick it up? The astral shots were already invested.
Wait, is he dead? Oh
my god. How did Complex get taken that low? Was it the real auto attacks? What happened?
The Rio auto attacks, and then the Justina ult as well, I think, ended up hitting the Arda. Ooh. So Arda already chunked out to 1 HP, so they're actually just going to be forced to back on out of there as Team Gang Innate. They ended up getting the res on the bottom side here. Nunchi's actually just going to full send it there. The ultimate is actually not going to connect on to anyone. Ignite is going to be forced to forced to go on in here. The clean sweep is going to connect onto the backline. Is going to be able to get some damage, and the Irim should be able to finish ZeroGen, but no, it's actually not going to connect onto anyone. And it's going to be Team New. Nunchi actually going to be forced to retreat there. A disaster team fight for Nunchi. They had in the bag. They just had to get some extra damage. I think the Ekion, whiffing that ultimate, and then Luke just not able to lock it down there for their team. A little unfortunate for Team Neo Nunchi. And Team Neo Nunchi, they desperately need this win. Need as many kills as possible.
Oh my god, that's a lot of damage over onto Ready to Die. Luckily, it was just onto somebody that can get themselves out. But I think you're right. The thing about Molyneux Nunchi's composition this time around is that you have a little bit of leniency in how many mistakes you can make with this composition just because every one of them is so mobile to play around with. But the problem in the fight just now was that every time somebody succeeded, somebody else missed something. Right, and that happened for pretty much like every single one of those players, where the Luke found something really cool, but then everybody else just kind of flustered for a bit. The Ekion found something, but then the Luke and the IRM flustered for a bit. The IRM found something, and then the Ekion and the Luke flustered for a little bit. Their damage was so stagnated that every single one of the DPS dealers were able to just kind of wiggle themselves out of a mess, and that's what led to Team Molyneux Nunchi unfortunately losing that fight, even though it seemed like they had it in, or they should have.
Yeah, because they're forced down. They had like half HP, like getting into just res. Definitely should have had that. Yeah, just unfortunate. I think Team KNA just completely outplayed them, I would say, in that team fight.
Indeed. But they're all alive now. We are going into day number 4 with 8 teams alive, which has become a very, very common occurrence for you and I in this current patch for 1.44. I hope that these teams are going to play a little bit more map-wise, right? If you know that there's 8 other teams, it's going to be a bit hard-pressed for me if you start chasing a team for 2 to 3 zones straight. Hoping that's not going to happen for some of these guys. Maybe play the map a little bit better than you know, how I would play if I'm playing solo queue or something.
Now looks like Neo Nunchi is going to walk in here. I don't think they want to take the team fight into New Rise. I think the New Rise is quite big. Yeah, they have about 10 gold items to your name, and looks like they know they want to just take this team fight because they know they have such a big item advantage. Just gonna get knocked up there and gonna be forced to back away.
It's all good. It's all good. Nobody getting taken down at this stage is really, really good. It just turned day number 4. You're looking for weak line contest, maybe. Maybe you're looking for some of these big calls coming down, but a big fight's going to begin inside a cemetery. Of course, it's cemetery. Bob Malsa sitting in the backside. He's getting good damage.
The guy, oh!
Will get pushed away. Beautiful CC rotation from both the Rio and the Justina, but don't overchase. Oh! Back into the double suture.
Suture gonna connect onto Ing9, and
he wanted to live.
So well played by Hyde there. Gonna get both. Actually, just gonna be able to get Ing9 there. So Zero Gen gonna be forced to take on out of day 4. So they should be able to get the res here. They have enough credits as well. But look at the timers. The timers are ticking. Looks like no one's in chapel, so they should get the safe res here. It looks like they're actually gonna use the VLSs to maybe go down to warehouse or something.
Oh, that's so sad, right?
It's because it's turning red. So they have to.
I mean, dude, A9 just wanted to live, but alas, it was not meant to be. A lot of pawn pieces down on the ground, but New Rise Kangwon is here to contest. Now the question is, Team Insider.
Oh, there's a team behind them. There's a team behind them.
Oh, better confirm.
Wait.
You're right. There's a team behind them. The
it's a duo. A duo. It's Busan.
Oh, they just left. Okay.
So it looks like.
What do you invest here?
Who's gonna get it?
The Justina got it, and now there's the flip around, the Burger King flip on the backside. Not gonna happen, as the wick line has already been secured. Oh, the explosion shot picks off Seiko, and he doesn't have the castling to get over the wall. Down he goes. Minus 200, minus the wick buff.
Oh, he exploded.
The blood sample. Okay. The blood sample not picked up either. Oh, Insider. They do get the res back onto the Adela, but as I said, how much do you want to invest into this? They have better confirm on that team, but the confirm is so heavy on the investment.
Yeah, that was really well played by New Rise. They sent the Marcus around with the Actually, how did the Marcus get over there?
I don't know. Did he VLS over or something? I don't know. Here we go. Another fight inside of Archer.
You put through cemetery, right? Because you can't like jump pad in there. Yeah, you could jump pad out, but you can't.
Maybe he can bowl VLS or something.
Yeah, I'm guessing use VLS to wrap around there. It looks like Busan, unfortunately, gonna fall to Team Daydream here. Daydream gonna be able to pick up a nice 2 kills, and they're gonna be sitting on 7. Ooh, look at Team Ignite. Ignite is looking really strong here with the triple blood. Team Ready to Die, unfortunately, not having that many items to your name, and even Team New Rise, unfortunately, they didn't get I don't think they got the blood, right? Because it looks like they don't have the blood item here. So yeah, it looks like it was Team Insider. They did end up slamming that onto that Peacemaker. Jinwoo going to live.
Yeah, I had to check the top side.
1 second of timer, and Team KNA is live. Insider gonna look for the combo here. Gonna go on
the charm!
the Ekion, but the Ekion is actually not going to get CC locked here. And now it's just gonna be the Suwa gonna be able to kill the IRM, and Team Insider is still gonna be able to.
It looks so good for a second.
It looked good. It looked good. Because Ekion got out of the combo as well, right? With the peerage uppercut. So I think he might have. Actually, I don't know why he got out so fast. Because I think someone got CC'd.
Yeah, what ended up happening was Seiko used the white lily over the wall, but straight into the IRM charm. That's why he had to force the checkmate right after he landed. He didn't throw anything but just sent the checkmate because he was taken too low. So it was unintentional, I'm pretty sure, from JBSP. I think he meant to more land it on somebody else, but the Adela just kind of jumped into it anyways. It's so unfortunate that it didn't work out because it looked so cool for a second there.
Wait, Luke's out. Yeah, it looked good. I think if they just played it a little better, if they had items, right? Because you could see Nunchi, unfortunately, they're only sitting on, I think it's about like 9-10 items this late. Nate. Oh, they might find the Luke here. The Luke's completely separated by themselves as well. They have so many kills, but yeah, just not going to be able to close out this game. It's really unfortunate for Team Nunchi. It was looking really, really good for them.
Personally,
oh my god, look at the damage from...
and the Ghost Flight is already ticked onto Seagull.
Seagull's really down to 1 HP. The damage from these teams is just way too much, and the third party's here. They're going to try looking for an angle. Back into Riori. Riori's just so much poke damage. Suwa's going to get locked as well. And they're actually going to set their sights. Maybe turn on the team ready to die. There is the Emerald's Gate. They're not gonna take it and try to get the res, but not gonna. And that is going to be Team Newride is gonna be able to pick up a nice 2 kills. Looks like Luke is unfortunately gonna fall here at 7th place. Team Nunchi gonna go down. A little unfortunate, but that's just how the cookie crumbles.
They got a lot of kills though, 14 kills. I'm gonna be excited to see where they actually end up on the leaderboard. Because Insider with only 4 kills, they didn't manage to get too many points above the other side. Jino sniped down by Hyde. Zero Jin trying his best to run away. Explosion shot is there, but the third party coming in doesn't even matter as... Man, ready to die. I don't think they're ready to die at all. They are just fighting for their lives at this point. 8 kills strong. Where are they right now? They are in 4th place, 33 points. They got 41 and counting at this point. Ignite sitting on 3. They look really strong, but their kill counts are low. There are still possibilities that the score sheet changes in the next few minutes of this game.
The bottom 5 teams is really close, so anyone can still go up a couple more placements here to make sure they don't get sent all the way down into bottom lot, the knockout stages. Even Team Daydream here definitely have a chance to win now as Team is the last one left for Team Being Innate, and looks like they're actually going to be able to pick up another kill. Here's going to be Team Insider, unfortunately. Nice. They're going to go down in 6th place as Ignite is going to, the last one, and he's just going to be forced to walk on out of here, so they're going to go down in 5th place, so it definitely opens the door for Team Daydream to outscore them here.
But a lot of kills for Gyeonggi and 8. They still need to make up the 3 and the 4 that would be enough to put Daydream above. Their composition is still working out. I do see them having a relatively free zone inside of archery range. I don't think that's a full team in there. Oh, it is. Never mind. So they need to walk through Team Ride or Die. But as we mentioned earlier, I don't think Ready to Die is really ready to die just yet.
He is just going in though. Forcing the Suwa down to half HP, and they're just going to take full zone control. On the other side, looks like it is going to be the Sling going to be the one to fall. This is going to be a 2v2.
It's a 1-for-1.
Here comes the engage from the Arda on the top side, and there is the full combo. There is the peerage uppercut, and that's going to be it. Team Daydream going to be able to pick up 2 kills. Team Daydream just looks so strong, and they look so dominant in this lobby, and it looks like Team Ignite are going to be the ones that come out on top, so this is going to open the door. Now Team Daydream, they need... Actually, I think they're already tied with Team Gang NA because they already placed 2 placements above them.
I think they got it.
So they just need to win 1... Do they even need to win here? I think they just need like 1 kill here. And then
I think so, right? Because Gyeonggi and 8 ended, what, either 4th or 5th? 2 points.
And then there's
I think they're
second.
actually. I think they've already won. No. Never mind.
Oh,
never
yeah,
mind. You're
yeah.
right. They just need to get one more kill if that's the case.
No, because
then-
they're fifth, and then fourth, third, and second. Yeah. It should be enough. I think they're already.
Okay. All right, gotcha. If that's the case, at this point for Team Daydream, it's just a formality for these guys. Looking for 15? Yeah, looking for 15. Ignite looking for 10, and then possibly more if there's a res that comes in for either one of these guys. Probably not going to happen, but you can always hope. This is a bit of a weird zone to fight, though. I think Celine's going to have a lot more leniency than anybody from Team Daydream. They might have to just send it in one
they just have to
fight.
pull the
If they
trigger
lose,
with the ultimate.
If they lose the initial fight, though, they're going to lose so much positioning around it. So
Here
let's see how it
comes.
goes. Energy
Use
Blackfield is actually
ultimate.
really well
They're gonna send
positioned.
it onto the Emma. The Emma is
set
gonna
up
get
with the
instantly
frog.
killed, and
Nice.
that's gonna be it. And there is the Fate and Wave gonna keep them
Daydream.
alive. And yeah, that is going to be it. The Nikki. Wow, both the Nikki, the Theodore are just playing out of their mind, and the Johan just able to keep them alive as well. It's just so well played from Team Daydream. They look so dominant in this lobby.
Indeed. GG is called out to Team Daydream. GG, well played. What an incredible series from this team specifically across the board. Almost every single game we were able to watch, it just seems so stable for these guys, whether it was the cleanse or the blink for the Theo. It ended up working out. A massive game for them, and we should, off of that one, actually, I think we just confirmed it, should see them in the finals. 15 kills in that first place. They get 27 points off of it. Should be just enough to push them past Kyunggi and 8, which means, unfortunately, for Kyunggi and 8, there is no free lunch. They're going to have to fight through knockout stage number 2, or number 6.
6, yeah. So, I mean, they should be okay.
It's Kyunggi and 8 after all. It all just really depends on which teams are actually fighting in knockout stage 6. Because by the time we get to knockout stage 6, it's literally finals.
That's
right?
true. That's true. It is gonna be quite it's gonna be really strong teams. Obviously, knockout stage 6 because it's gonna go down to our top 12 basically already. So yeah, we'll have to see. We'll have to see which teams are gonna crawl all the way down, maybe from knockout stage 1, maybe knockout stage 2. We might have that Cinderella story once again this season. Really hope a team is gonna be able to do it, but it's only happened once so far, right?
Yep,
It was only team run. Always in Shun.
Rum Rebels tried.
They're close. They're close. But Always in Shun was the only team that crawled from 1 to finals.
And then unfortunately, it felt like they kind of fell flat in finals.
They blew it, but
yeah.
it was a good run. It was a good run.
Exactly. They tried something, it just didn't end up working out for those guys. In the end, though, across the board, I think Group A was a better definition of what Season 7 is like. We saw tons of kills in days 1 and 2. In Group B, it seemed a little bit more controlled. I can't tell what the difference was.
Say that. I would say in the first 2 games.
Oh, maybe.
It's
Yeah,
more
you're
controlled.
Right.
And then later, people realize, you know what? We just have to go in. We just end it, and then you saw how those 3 teams were just respawning over and over and over. It's farming kills off of each other. Like, you just gotta get points, right? So I think teams end up realizing, how much matter. And like how easy it is to basically get points off of each other. So yeah, I mean that's just how it's gonna be. I think for this weekend, we are gonna see the change back to what it's originally supposed to be.
Yep.
But not really, because it's still gonna have the day 1 wipe prevention. It's just going to be after day 1 cycle. You are gonna make it, or it is gonna make it so you can get wiped. But a lot of the early game, or a lot of the points that were farmed was day 1, right?
Yeah.
So it's probably not going to change that much. So we're probably going to see still a lot of early game team fighting. But we're not going to see the 3 to 4 teams contesting like a Tree of Life or a Meteorite, I think.
Yeah, 100%. We shouldn't see the shenanigans that we saw a couple of times throughout the course of both of the series, at least starting next week. But for now, for today, here is the results, ladies and gentlemen. Daydream overtaking Kyunggi NA. They will be taking the first place spot and punch a ticket straight into the finals for phase number 1. They are guaranteed a decent number of circuit points no matter where they go starting from now on. So, yeah,
that is an average of 24 points about. per game. That is
Yeah.
crazy.
Absolutely bonkers. They did so well today. So GG's to those guys. Youngie and 8 in second place, 89 points. We'll see them on Sunday for knockout stage number 6. Ignite in knockout stage 5, Ready to Die 4, 3-2, and then 1 for Insider and Uri's Con 1. We'll see them on Sunday, where they are going to have to go through knockout stage 1, and then knockout stage 2, assuming they do end up making it, where they'll be met by Busan Vespa.
Yeah. Quite the series for today. It's just so top heavy. Like Daydream and Team Gang and it just completely dominated this lobby, and no one else really stood a chance. I mean, Team Ignite, we saw some good plays from them, but yeah, everyone else, fortunately, not doing as well.
Indeed. Also, by the way, before we end, can I just say the graphics look so good? Why didn't we have this last season where we just have the skins for the season on the graphic, man? It looks so good. We have the Cardio one here. We saw it in the score sheet, but the Estelle one's there too. Like, give me more of this.
Yeah, I really like the opening trailer, obviously for the season. I think it looks really nice.
Yeah, the color
and the music goes really well.
I love it. This season is going to be great when it comes to Eternal Return Masters. Once again, guys, for all of you guys in the chat, thank you so much for joining us here today. But those are all the games that were going to be played for tonight. Now, the KR side is doing the interview, so we can yap for a little bit, and then we'll bring it over onto the replays for tonight, and then just call it a day. But let's take a look. I got the asset, actually. I ended up asking Nimble Neuron for the asset on the teams that are available now for tomorrow. Let's take a look at it real quick, and then we'll give our thoughts and then start calling it out.
Is Sad Hands back?
Yes, he is. I did get that notification. Somebody actually told me a couple of weeks ago that Sad Hand is now back in. The only problem is Loken is still in there. I'm not sure what the starting roster is going to look like for tomorrow. But Sad Hand is indeed back. It's not just Auto Arms anymore, but they're Daejeon Auto Arms. That's going to be awesome. It's not Daejeon Cybers anymore. It's Daejeon Auto Arms.
So Daejeon completely changed their roster here. Okay, so and then Gangnam Sparkles, we still have Sungharang, Scarlett,
Alto, and Pang.
Oh, Alto and Pang now. Oh, so they ended up changing a couple members there.
They can still go the triple mage comp.
That is true. They have that Alto. They have Alto instead, but they don't have that
that Chloe Invol anymore.
Chloe Invol, the ADC damage. So it's gonna be a little rough.
You don't have the jump potential.
I like that name. I don't think I've seen too many of these members.
I've seen everybody but Yeojun, I think. I've seen Syria before. CTL has also played a long time in the past. He was actually a mainstay Felix player, if I remember correctly, in ERM. And then Ike we've also seen in the past as well. I think I've
seen Ike, yeah.
Yeah. I just don't remember what he plays. But CTL was definitely somebody that was a mainstay a long time ago in the ERM scene. So it's going to be a bit more of a comeback season for that guy.
I see. Usang Univer, Magician Sugaru and Bob
Soksa.
I don't think I've seen these three before.
Sugaru rings a bell. Magician and Pop Soksa I have never seen before.
So a lot of new talent here because always Incheon. We know all those guys. Order, there's Shinonome, and then the other two I don't think I've seen.
Talasi is a name that you probably should have heard in the past. Minje, maybe not, but Talasi is definitely a name that's been in ERM a long time ago. Shinonome, as you mentioned, is definitely there. I wonder.
Yeah, if it's like really old like ERM,
that is true.
Or I probably
might be before your time.
Yeah, unless it's like. One circle, obviously, like all the winners and stuff, and like all like the top guys. But yeah, and then the other two teams as well. I don't think I've seen these guys either. So a lot of new talent in Group C. I'm very excited.
Yeah, I think Yohi and Happy Nine, those two names ring a bell, but I can't tell if it's from just looking at scrims. Even Chimyeon on Dabong looks familiar. I don't know. Tomorrow is going to be an absolute fiesta of like what kind of compositions we're going to see, what kind of team rosters they're going to be fielding to begin with. Group C is going to be fun. Let's take a look at Group D before we end it off. Though Songnam Rocks, that's going to be the exact same roster, although they have brought in Hyanggi. Right, you mentioned earlier, always Incheon. They did end up swapping their roster. They dropped Hyanggi to bring in Blaster and Kyungkwae in instead. So Hyanggi has gone over to Songnam Rocks instead, which is pretty good. I think that's a very solid composition now, where Songnam Rocks... Oh, actually, now that I think about it, Songnam Rocks has also completely changed up their roster, right? Because that was the one with DDO
they're full
in it.
different. Yeah, they're full different because they have Curry and stuff instead now and San.
Yeah, they ended up picking. What was that team again? They were. What was their roster?
I forgot the
called?
name, but like
Yeah.
it was a team everyone was like cheering for.
Yeah.
Because it had Curry in it.
Yeah. But I guess they're the ones now under the moniker of Songnam Rocks there. Daegu Guardians, Jingyi, and CMB Charge. Like that's not a surprising one. Yep. Rock Rebels. That's for the most part, I think about the same. Actually, they're missing one person that I remember was who was there beforehand, but I can't remember off the top of my head. It was the Ekion player from forever ago. I don't remember their name. It's bad. Affirmation is there. Golden Light. That is a name that actually D-Man in H2 I've seen before. Not fancy though. Demon Drive is there for for Golden Light. D-Man and HD2. Demon Drive, we know those guys. Unresponsible.
Oh, the rack.
Yep.
Oh, it's responsible.
Yeah.
I see.
but they're mostly the same roster. I was taking a look at that earlier. Erukia. I've seen a couple of those players, but not all of them. Nothing to say. I've seen Naruto. I've also seen before, not Shiro and Wowo though. So there's still a lot of things that can happen tomorrow where you and I are going to be either surprised by what ends up happening, the picks that are going to happen, and what kind of strategies are going to be brought to the table. So we still have a lot of fun for you guys for the weekend. So please show up tomorrow. Remember, 2 hours earlier, right guys? 2 hours earlier is what you're looking at. 4 a.m. Eastern time, 1 a.m. Pacific time. If you're Pacific, show up. Like that's legit ER peak hours, man.
yeah. A lot of good Eternal Return to be played, I would say. And definitely come out to watch. We got a lot of Eternal Return ahead of us. Also, I'm trying to find the name of that team.
Which one? Oh, you're talking about
the one. Oh, Saber.
Saber. There we go.
That's
You're right.
it. That's it.
That's exactly what it was. Yes, Saber being brought under the moniker of Songnam Rocks. I wonder what happened to the original roster then, because Hyanggi. Oh, I guess no. Because as I said, Hyanggi. Wait, Hyanggi was originally under Songnam Rocks. Wait, so he's the only.
Yeah,
so he didn't actually get. Wait, is it? Wait, hold on. Now I'm getting really confused. Hold on.
It's Hyanggi, DDO, and who's the third again?
Oh, it was the Bernice. No, it wasn't the Bernice. It was Sogun. No, it wasn't Sogunam.
Sogunam. Yeah,
No,
it was.
Was it? I thought it was Bob also.
And Bob also.
There it is.
Those
Okay.
four. Those four.
Ah, okay.
And it looks like they just I guess they just disbanded or they split up, right?
Yep. Okay. This season is so much different because Bob Malsa is under Busan Bespa. We saw that earlier. I think Sogunam, actually, now that I think about it, I remember seeing this on Twitter. I think he went to the military. I think he's doing his service now. Okay. So he's gone. I don't know what happened to DDO. Yeah, so that's why the team is disbanded now. That's what it was. Yeah, okay.
I wonder where DDO went. Yeah, I don't see him on any of the teams here. So maybe, I'm actually not sure.
Not sure either. But either way, guys, once again, tomorrow's gonna be fun. This season as a whole, as I mentioned to you at the beginning of the stream as well, Super, one of the biggest roster changes across every single team I have seen in the history of Eternal Return Masters. And of course, that is also kind of alongside the fact that we are accommodating more teams now. That began last season. But overall, I mean, this is an incredible amount of change-ups. So Season 7 is definitely going to be a lot more different than what we saw in Season 6, not just looking at rosters, but team compositions as a whole. Saw some funny bans happening today as well. Kadia, the Stina getting banned, the Mai getting banned, multi-game bans as well. So do be excited. Eternal Return Masters Season 7 is going to be a whole new experience when it comes to being able to witness new strategies, the force bans coming through as well. Teams are going to be really pressured to learn different compositions, and that is just a good experience for us.
Yeah, and I mean, we did see. I mean, a lot of teams are also, still together, but just under a new name, right?
Yeah.
Because they got they're in that National League, era, or National League sponsored title now, right? Like obviously Saber. We saw
Kyunggi and Nate seem to have
Team
mostly their same roster.
Busan. Yeah, Innate also is all the same still. They're just under like a new name. Yeah.
And 7's going to be something else entirely for you and I, Super. Guys, once again, thank you so much for watching today. Oh, Sebi was the guy from Rump Rebels that we were missing. There we go. Yeah, Sebi is the one that we're missing, but it's either they couldn't make it, right? In the end, qualifier still does happen. Even if we're accommodating more teams, there's still qualifiers. I think there were 6 groups, by the way, for qualifiers, bro. How do you do that? I have no idea. But a ton of qualifier teams are unfortunately dropped simply just due to the nature of how ERM works now. I think with 6 different lobbies, there should be 6 times 8, 48 different teams. We cut that down to 24. No, it should be 32. Wait. Yeah, 32, because we're also incorporating the teams from last season that are already seeded in. So many teams for Eternal Return Masters.
Yeah,
we should be able to accommodate all of them, but unfortunately, this is a tournament. We can't do that.
I mean, it's a lot better than before. Because before there's only 16 teams, so now we have quite a bit of.
Quite a bit of.
Oh, did I get cut off?
Yeah, I think you did. I think you did. Well, yeah, finish your thought. It was you said quite a bit of, and then you cut off.
Quite a bit of extra leeway. So like a lot more teams. It's like double the amount of teams that we've had in the past. So
exactly, it's great. It's great being able to see all this, seeing new players showing up. We've always been super surprised, especially today with 03CU. Right, that guy's Nadine absolutely popping off. We've seen a couple other new faces around today that were also showing us some really good results, but definitely also a lot of teams that needs to show improvement for Season 7. It's either they haven't acclimated to the environment yet, or maybe they just aren't taking advantage of the early game kills, really kind of locking in the fact that you can do that. A lot of teams in Group A did, maybe not some teams in Group B. You're gonna have to do it. Next week it'll be a little bit different, but we'll talk about that when we get there, as I've said countless number of times to date. I've run out of things to say.
Because we'll have a score sheet difference, right? So where
yes,
is it just the placement that is getting changed? If I'm not mistaken, right?
Yes. So essentially, the way maybe I can talk about this just a little bit because it seems we have a bit of time to work with. But essentially, the idea is we're gonna keep all the kills in every single phase equal. It's just gonna be 1 point per kill. But they raise the overall scores per placement to make sure that the influx of the points from kills doesn't really impact the overall feel of it.
Right now it's 12, 9, 7, 5. Is it gonna change?
It's going to decrease. Another thing as well for those of you guys, if we kept the current point moniker or the current score and point matrix, the checkpoint would have been 80. But now it's changing. Let me just double check the values.
70.
Yeah, it's 70. And then now the point matrix is going to be from first place 10, 7, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, 0. Instead of 12, 9, 7, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, or whatever it was. We're
last
going
season,
to,
And last season it was 8-5, if I was thinking 8-5.
Yes, 4, 3, 2, 1, 0, 0.
So now there's still like a difference, right? So you get 10 and then 7, so still a 3-point difference between first and second, and then a 2-point difference between second and third, and then it all goes down one down to 0. Okay.
Yep. So
I
overall,
like that.
it's just to kind of adjust for the fact that with the new patch that's going to be starting next week for ERM, which is not something that they've done in the past before. Usually one tournament or one phase specifically lasts with the exact same patch just for consistency purposes. But they've already said, thank you to I think Snipey who mentioned it at the beginning of the stream, they're going to be applying the new patch next week. It's a bit of a unique thing that they're doing, but it's to make sure that with the new day one phase only kind of thing, the point matrix is updated to reflect that. So that's going to be important. I know off the top of my head as well, the ERCS, I know this is a little bit off topic because we're doing ERM right now, but ERCS will also be using that format. That's going to be good information for you and like anybody else.
This is always on the live patch, so
Yep, yeah, so we do need the new point matrix. That'll be the way that we're going to be running that. So would be pretty good to get adjusted to it. I'm going to actually, probably after this, assuming that the official announcement post comes out on the website for Eternal Return, I'm going to be making the official changes to the score sheet. So scrims tonight should reflect it.
all right, there you go. Those guys playing in scrims today.
Yeah, exactly. So a lot of things for competitive that's going to have to be adjusted in the near future, ladies and gentlemen. But I'm hoping that is it from us. Super. Thank you so much for joining me again through the season. I'm going to be super excited to have you along for the ride. We got to look at this. Okay, never mind. We still have more stuff to look at. The brackets are here. Gosh, dude. As soon as I feel like we're about to be done, we're not, so...
Yeah, you guys can take a look at which teams land where for the knockout stage and the finals, depending on their placement, on how they did in the the matches today. It's only going to show our first 16 teams, because we still have another 16 teams to go through tomorrow, and they will fall anywhere in the to be decided category. So we have a lot of spots still ready for those teams there.
If there is a lot of words here and you don't get it, maybe you're new to ERM, don't worry about it. We'll talk about each of the phases or each of the days specifically going down the road. There's still more teams that needs to play after all for the group stages to fill out the rest of the slots. So do not worry about it, okay? If you're getting a little bit confused about that, don't you guys worry about it. We'll be right here every single day for Eternal Return Masters to kind of guide you through what's going to be happening throughout the course of phase number 1. And once again, if you're new and you start to get acclimated to how this is going to work, well, maybe by phase number 2, you'll be an expert. And now you can teach other people who are starting to come to the stream and be like, hey, I know how this format works.
Yeah. But I think with that, I think that might be it for us very, very soon here, because...
Yeah, I can't tell, man. These guys... Okay, there we go. They're taking the bell. Ladies and gentlemen, we'll see you guys tomorrow. Please show up 2 hours earlier, 4 a.m. Eastern Time. We'll have another set of 8 games for you guys to watch tomorrow for Group C and D. So we'll see you guys tomorrow. Have yourselves a wonderful rest of your Friday.
Take care. Bye-bye.
Bye!
ready to get in the game now. The last thing you want is to wait. WD Black, performance storage, purpose-built for gaming. SSD speed that obliterates load times. Performance to transform your game. Expanded capacity to store more. Customizable RGB. WD Black. Because the game never waits. WD Black. Drive your game.
치워야 할 쓰레기가 많이 보이는군요. 당신이 누구든 상관없습니다. 생명의 가치는 모두 같아요. 죽으면 똑같은 시체일 뿐. 그럼 저승에서 뵙겠습니다. 더블L VIP 서비스 시작하겠습니다. 도망칠 곳은 없습니다. 저도 당신도. 주어진 운명에 발버둥칠 뿐이죠. 사신이 당신에게 찾아올 때